gave him a dial tone. He jumped up and grabbed his cell phone from the dresser. It wasn't even powered up. Dragging on a robe, he walked to his fax machine. Nothing there. The phone rang again. It was Lawrence's cell phone. Dar had forgotten that his friend was sleeping on the couch, but now he sat on one of the high stools at the counter while Lawrence answered his flip phone and exchanged some fast but groggy sentences, obviously with Trudy, unless the totally faithful Lawrence had suddenly found someone else to call Honey Bunch. Dar put the coffee on as Lawrence sat up on the couch, moaned, growled, tried to clear his throat, rubbed his eyes, rubbed his cheeks and jowls, growled again, and went through a series of throat-clearing exercises that sounded like a 240-pound cat being strangled. How the hell does Trudy put up with that every morning, thought Dar, not for the first time. He said, "Coffee'll be ready in a minute. Do you want any toast or bacon, or just cereal?" Lawrence put on his glasses and grinned across the wide space at Dar. "Shut the coffee off. We'll grab some coffee and a Toad McMuffin on the way. We've got a case already and you're going to love it." Dar glanced at his watch. It was already 8:30, but strangely dark in the condo with all of the blinds closed. "I've got a lot of work to catch up," he began. Lawrence was shaking his head. "Nope. This is just a few miles out, halfway to my place, and you'd hate yourself if you missed it." Said Dar. "Attempted menacide by a chicken cannon," said Lawrence. "Pardon me?" Dar shut off the coffee maker. "Attempted menacide by a chicken cannon," repeated Lawrence as he flip-flopped into Dar's bathroom to use the facilities and take a shower before Dar did. Dar sighed. He found the rod that opened to the Venetian blinds and then the cord that tugged them up. It was a beautiful sunny San Diego summer day. Every detail on the aircraft carrier permanently berthed across the bay stood out in the crisp light. The sound of traffic was a reassuring hum. A plane roared into Lindbergh Field, some of the passengers staring up at the over-towering buildings in pure terror while the old hands kept reading their morning papers. Dar could almost read the headlines through the starboard windows as the DC-9 passed by. "Noonicide by chicken cannon," he muttered. "Christ." They argued in the condo warehouse parking garage about who would drive. Lawrence hated ever being a passenger. Dar was tired of being one. Lawrence admitted that he had to come back into the city for more testimony. Dar pointed out the logic of leaving his trooper in the parking area and taking the cruiser. Lawrence sulked, finally saying that they should both drive. Dar headed for the elevator. "Where are you going?" shouted Lawrence. "Back to bed," said Dar. "I don't need this nonsense before breakfast." Dar drove. The unmarked San Diego police car that had been parked across the street followed them to the city line and then turned back. It was a short distance, halfway to Escondido. Lawrence gave the address of a Saturn dealership just off the freeway. Dar knew the place. Lawrence and Dar had shared their contempt for Saturns in the past. Both knew that they were decent value automobiles, but the image that Saturn created in their advertising of a typical Saturn owner made car lovers like Lawrence and Darwin want to throw up. "It's Jennifer's first car," says the sales manager. All of the other salespeople applaud while Jennifer stands and blushes, car keys in her hand. "Saturns were invented for people who are afraid to buy cars," Trudy had once said. Lawrence and Trudy bought or traded for a new car about once every 5 months. They loved the process. "Just like Volvos are for people who hate automobiles and need to tell the world," Lawrence had added. "College professors, professional tree huggers, liberal Democrats. They have to drive, but they're letting us know that in their hearts they'd prefer walking or biking." "Maybe they buy Volvos for safety," Dar had said, knowing it would provoke the two adjusters. "Ha!" Trudy had cried. "A car has to be able to go fast before safety becomes much of an issue. Volvo drivers would own Sherman tanks if the government allowed them on the highway." And remember that touching Saturn commercial a few years ago where all the Tennessee Saturn workers got up at 3 a.m. to watch the first Saturns being unloaded in Japan? Said Lawrence derisively. All those happy Anglo, Black, and Hispanic faces watching the live TV feed, such pride in America. What they didn't show is 99% of those cars being reloaded on vehicle containers a year later when the Japanese spurned the Saturns. "The Japanese like Jeeps," said Trudy. Dar nodded. That was true enough. "And huge old Cadillacs," he said. "Just the Yakuza," Lawrence had amended. Halfway to the Saturn dealership, Lawrence said, "So, do you know what a chicken cannon is?" "Of course," said Dar, driving with one hand and sipping his McDonald's coffee with the other. A typeset warning on the coffee cup said essentially that the beverage was hot and could cause injury if dumped on one's genitals. Dar had always been of the opinion that anyone too stupid to realize that wouldn't know how to read or drink from a cup anyway. "Of course I know what a chicken cannon is." Lawrence looked crestfallen. "You do? Really?" "Sure," said Dar. "I used to be with the National Transportation Safety Board, remember? The chicken cannon is the nickname for a gadget the FAA invented to test cockpit windshields against bird strikes. Actually, the cannon is just so much medium-bore oil pipe rigged up to a fancy air compressor. They fire birds into the cockpit composite glass at speeds of up to 600 miles per hour, but usually slower than that. They use dead chickens because a chicken represents a large to mid-sized bird in mass, a little heavier than a seagull, but smaller than a flamingo or hawk." "Oh," said Lawrence. "Right. Damn. So how do Saturns and chicken cannon coincide?" said Dar, as they took the exit to the dealership. Lawrence sighed, obviously disappointed that Dar knew the punchline. "Well, Saturn is promoting this new so-called shatterproof windshield glass. Actually, it just has about 30% more plastic composite than the usual safety glass. And the owner of this dealership decided to borrow a chicken cannon from the Los Angeles FAA headquarters to demonstrate." "I didn't know the FAA was in the business of loaning its chicken cannons out," said Dar. "It's not, usually," said Lawrence. "But the LA FAA guy is the Saturn dealer's brother-in-law." "Oh," said Dar. "Well, I hope they didn't fire a dead chicken into even that new Saturn window at 600 miles per hour." Lawrence shook his head and sipped his own coffee. "Nah, just a little over 200 miles per hour. But it was still supposed to be hot stuff. They were shooting one of Up Front Sam the Saturn Man's commercials this morning, and they used the chicken cannon." "Oh, shit," said Dar. Sister Martha had been a nun before leaving the convent to peddle Saturns full-time. She starred in most of Up Front Sam's Saturn commercials. Sister Martha was about 5 feet tall, 61 years old, and looked like an apple doll with rosy cheeks and vaguely blue hair. Her favorite sales practice had been jumping up and down on a removed plastic door of a Saturn sedan to show how they wouldn't bend or ding. That was before Saturn went back to steel doors because in accidents, the plastic tended to burn like the smelly petroleum product it was. Now Sister Martha just kicked tires and looked lovable while advertising non-negotiably priced sedans and coupes to the haggle-challenged. Trudy had once commented while watching a Sister Martha from Up Front Sam's commercial, "Butter wouldn't melt in that old broad's mouth." The salespeople were running around in agitated circles. The commercial video crew members were equally nonplussed, arguing with each other over portable radios even though they were standing only 20 feet apart. The commercial director appeared to be about 19 years old and wore a ball cap, a ponytail, and attempted a goatee and a pale, shocked expression. The chicken cannon was relatively imposing, a 30-foot barrel mounted on a tractor-trailer platform that could be raised on a hydraulic scissors hoist. Dar immediately thought of poor Counselor Esposito, with a jury-rigged breech mechanism that looked like an airlock for a chicken-sized space shuttle. The compressor was still humming away, the cannon aimed at a brand-new Saturn coupe sitting about 15 meters from the muzzle. Dar walked through the milling, babbling crowds and took a look at the coupe. The chicken had passed through the windshield like a bullet, taken off the head restraint on the top of the driver's seat, punched a chicken-sized hole in the rear window of the coupe, and embedded itself in the cement block wall of the dealership. The dealer, upfront Sam, a skinny liberal arts major gone bad, but still given to wearing nubbly Harris tweed jacket, even on this broiling summer day, had no clue as to who Lawrence and Dar were, but he was babbling away at them as if confessing to his parish priest. "We had no idea. I had no idea. My brother-in-law's FAA experts said that the windshield would be fine in impacts up to 250 miles per hour. The dial was set at 200, I'm sure of that. Sister Martha was in the driver's seat. We were ready to roll tape. Then the director suggested one test run. I didn't want to waste the time and money. They charge by the second, you know. But Sister Martha insisted, so she got out of the car. We figured it would just take a few minutes to clean up the mess on the windshield, and then we could shoot for real." "Where's Sister Martha?" interrupted Lawrence. "In her sales cubicle," said the dealer, close to tears. "The paramedics are giving her oxygen." Lawrence led the way into the showroom, sniffing appreciatively at the new car temple incense of new car smell. Dar thought they'd be lucky to be on their way before Larry bought a new car just for the hell of it. Sister Martha, in full nun uniform, had finished her intake of oxygen but was sobbing uncontrollably. 2 female paramedics, Martha's family, and a herd of curious bystanders stood around trying to comfort her. "It was the habit," she said. "I've never worn it on any of these commercials before. Never. It's the Lord's way of telling me that I crossed the line this time." "She's all right," said Lawrence. He and Dar went back outside to inspect the tail end of the chicken still visible in the impact crater in the wall. They headed for Dar's Land Cruiser. "Whose insurance brought you out here?" asked Dar as they passed the video crew. "None. No involvement at all," Lawrence said. "Trudy just heard it on the police scanner, and I thought it might brighten your day." Suddenly, upfront Sam was beside them again. Evidently, someone had told him that they were accident investigators. "I talked to my brother-in-law," he said. "The engineers insist that if the specifications for the windshield were accurate, the chicken should have just bounced off." He looked back at the hole in the windshield. Mother of God, what did we do wrong? Did Saturn lie to us? "No," said Lawrence. "That windshield could probably take an ostrich strike at 200 miles per hour. "Then how, in God's name?" said the dealer. Dar decided to be succinct. "Next time," he said, "defrost the chicken." They were 2/3 of the way back to San Diego when Dar saw the huge traffic tie-up ahead of them. Emergency lights were flashing. All but one lane was closed heading into the city. Cars were backing up to the last exit ramp or illegally crossing the median to head back north to avoid the tie-up. Dar drove the Land Cruiser onto the breakdown lane and then far out onto the grassy shoulder to get as close to the mess as possible. A CHP officer angrily flagged them down 50 yards from the actual scene. Dar saw at least 3 ambulances, a fire truck, and half a dozen CHP vehicles around the jackknifed trailer truck and the heap of automobiles in the right lane. He and Lawrence showed their credentials. Larry had legitimate press photographer credentials as well as his insurance investigator's ID and an honorary membership in the CHP. Even with all of the vehicles blocking the scene, Dar could see what had happened. The truck was a car carrier hauling new Mercedes E500s from the look of those still on the bottom layer of the carrier and those in the heap on the highway. There were striated skid marks across all 3 lanes of traffic. The hood and windshield of an old Pontiac Firebird were just visible, squashed under a heap of tumbled silver Mercedeses. When the trailer had jackknifed and finally struck the Pontiac, the impact had torn loose all of the new cars on the top level. Not all of them had fallen on the old Pontiac. Dar could see one new Mercedes upside down on the breakdown lane and another battered but on its wheels 200 feet down the highway. But at least 4 of the heavy vehicles had dropped on the Firebird. Tow trucks and a small crane were carefully lifting the Mercedeses off the Pontiac. Firefighters and rescue crews were using the jaws of life to cut through the A-pillars of the smashed Firebird, and at least one medic was on all fours, shouting encouragement to someone still in the wreck. The occupants of the Firebird obviously had not yet been extricated. Dar and Lawrence walked back to the cab of the trailer, where the driver, a big man with a beard and beer belly who was shaking and weeping much harder than Sister Martha had been, was trying to talk to the CHP. The state patrolman started to push Dar and Lawrence away, but CHP Sergeant Paul Cameron saw them and waved them forward. The trooper's face was set in grim lines as he leaned forward, gently patting the trucker's shoulder and waiting for more description. Dar looked beyond the accident scene and saw young patrolman Elroy on his knees amidst the flares and all the broken glass, vomiting into the grass. "And I swear to Christ I did everything I could to avoid the Pontiac," the trucker was saying, oblivious of his own shaking or the tears pouring down his sunburned cheeks. "I was just trying to get around the poor bastard, but there were cars on either side of me, boxing me in. They didn't stop. Every time I changed lanes, the driver of the Firebird changed lanes. When I braked, he braked harder. We must have crossed 5 lanes like that. Then I hit him and jackknifed. Couldn't hold it. All the load. Jesus." "How did you get out?" asked Sergeant Cameron, gripping the trucker's heaving shoulder tightly with his huge hand. "The impact popped the windshield of the cab right out," said the trucker, pointing. "I crawled out onto the top of the wreckage and managed to get down. That's when I heard all the screaming. The screaming." Cameron gripped harder. "You're sure it was the adult male who was driving, son?" "Yeah," the trucker said, and lowered his eyes, his huge frame shaking. Dar and Lawrence walked back to the wreckage, being careful to stay out of the way of the rescue workers. They had managed to pull all but one of the heaped Mercedeses off the flattened Firebird, and now they were busy cutting away the A-pillars and peeling back the roof to get to the victims in the front seat. The driver was still alive, but covered with blood, as the paramedics gingerly lifted him out, immediately getting him strapped onto a litter and bracing his neck. He was an overweight Hispanic man, groaning and saying over and over, "Los niños, los niños." His wife was dead in the front seat. It looked as if she had not been belted in, but had curled up in a fetal position on the passenger seat. To Dar's eye, it looked as if impact concussion had killed her, not the crushing of the roof, which only came down to the level of the headrest in the front of the car. The workers redoubled their efforts to get the last Mercedes lifted and pulled off as they continued peeling back the roof and cutting the B-pillars away. Actually, there were no real B-pillars left. As the last Mercedes was lifted off by chain and unceremoniously dumped into the grass, it was obvious that the rear of the Firebird had been crushed down to the level of the seat cushions by the terrible weight of the heaped cars. All of the Pontiac's tires had been blown and flattened. One paramedic was still on his knees, still calling encouragement to the victims in the back, even as the firefighters tore at the collapsed roof with their gloved hands, attempting to peel back the metal like the lid of a sardine can. "There was a lot of screaming and crying for the first 20 minutes or so," Cameron said softly to Dar. "Nothing for the last few minutes." "The wife?" said Lawrence. Cameron shook his head. He took his trooper hat off and wiped the sweatband. "Dead on impact. The driver, the father, he could just moan. The screaming was all coming from the—" He broke off as the power tools managed to tear the last of the roof of the Pontiac free, ripping the trunk lid off as it did so. The 2 children were on the floor of the Firebird beneath the level of the crushed roof. Both were dead. Both the girl and her little brother were cut and bruised, but none of the cuts or bruises looked serious. As the paramedics gently wiped away the blood, Dar saw how bloated their faces both were. The little girl's eyes were still open, very wide. Dar knew at once that they had survived the crash, only to be asphyxiated by the weight of the vehicles pressing down on them. The dead little boy was still desperately clutching his older sister's right hand. Her left hand and arm were in a fresh cast. Both children's faces were blue and swollen. "Fuck," said Sergeant Cameron softly. It was a prayer of sorts. The ambulance roared away with the father in the back. The rescue workers began the slow process of extricating the bodies. "There's a baby," Dar said dully. Lawrence and the CHP men around them turned their attention his way. "I saw this family just a couple of days ago in the Los Angeles Medical Center," said Dar. "They had a baby with them. Somewhere, there's a baby." Cameron nodded to one of the CHP men, who began talking on his portable radio. Lawrence, Dar, and Paul Cameron walked around to the back of the flattened Pontiac. "Oh, God damn it," said the sergeant. "God damn them. God damn him. God damn them." In the flattened trunk of the Firebird, Dar could see 3 sandbags and 2 fully inflated spare tires still on their rims. A buffer for absorbing the shock of a rear-ending. Standard swoop and squat protection. A capper's guarantee to his recruited squat car drivers that there would be no real injuries on their shortcut to big insurance payouts and riches in Los Estados Unidos. Dar turned abruptly and walked farther into the grass of the roadside. "Dar?" called Lawrence. Dar kept his back to the accident scene. He took a card out of his wallet and his flip phone out of his shirt pocket. She answered on the second ring. "Olson here." "Count me in," said Dar. He cut the connection and closed the phone. 15. O is for organization. Sydney Olson seemed to have taken over the entire basement of Dickweed's Justice Center. She had at least 5 more assistants working at an equal number of new computers and 6 more phone lines. Her operation had spilled over from the single old interrogation room to the observation room behind the one-way glass, into 2 more unused interrogation rooms, and even out into the hallway where the male secretary now screened visitors. Dar wondered if the prisoners in the holding cells at the far end of the long corridor and their sullen guards were the only ones left in the basement not involved in this expanding empire. The meeting started precisely at 8 a.m. on Friday morning. A long folding table had been set up in Sid's main office. The map of Southern California still took up most of the blank wall, but Dar noticed that there was an extra red pin standing for a swoop and squat fatal accident on the I-15 just outside the San Diego city limits, a new green push pin where Esposito had died at the construction site, and a second yellow pin, a Dar assassination attempt, right on the hill in San Diego. Half a dozen more yellow pins still waited at the side of the map. This was a serious operational meeting. Neither Dickweed nor the local DA had been invited. Dar was surprised to see that Lawrence and Trudy had been. "What?" said Lawrence when he saw Dar's quizzical expression. "You expect us not to be in on this?" "Besides," Trudy had said, bringing Lawrence a styrofoam cup of coffee from the big urn near the door, "the NICB is paying us." Jeanette Poulsen, the attorney representing the National Insurance Crime Bureau, looked up and nodded at this. While Sid was connecting her laptop computer to a projector, Dar looked at the other people taking their places at the table. Besides Larry, Trudy, and Poulsen from the NICB, there was also Tom Santana sitting at Sid's right, and Santana's boss at the State Division of Insurance Fraud, Bob Gauss. Next to Gauss was Special Agent Jim Warren, and across the table from the FBI man sat Captain Tom Sutton from the CHP. The only other law enforcement officers present were Frank Hernandez from the San Diego Detectives Bureau and a man whom Dar hadn't met before, a quiet, middle-aged, accountant-looking type whom Sid introduced as Lieutenant Byron Barr from the LAPD's Internal Affairs Division. Both Captains Hernandez and Sutton gave Barr the kind of suspicious, malignant squint that police reserve for all internal affairs officers. Sid kept it sharp and succinct, saying flatly that Lieutenant Barr was there because there was overwhelming evidence that some plainclothes detectives in the LAPD were involved in this conspiracy. Dar saw Hernandez and Sutton exchange quick glances and nods. He interpreted this as, "Oh, well, the LAPD, yeah, sure, fuck 'em." "All right," said Sid, turning off all lights save for her computer and projector. She had a remote in her right hand. "Let's get started." Suddenly, the white screen at the far end of the table was illuminated with a color photograph of the pile of Mercedes on the flattened Firebird. Most of you are aware that this accident occurred yesterday morning on the I-15 just beyond the city limits, Sid said softly. More photos. The cars being lifted off. The driver being extricated. The bodies. Dar realized that these were Lawrence's photos, taken with his regular Nikon as they viewed the wreck, then scanned and sent to Sid via email. The focus and detail were very clear. The only survivor of the crash was the driver, Ruben Angel Gomez, a 31-year-old Mexican national with a temporary U.S. driver's license. His wife, Rubidia, and their children, Milagro and Merida, all died in the collision with a jackknifed car carrier under lease to the San Diego dealership of Kyle Baker Mercedes. The close-up photos of the dead children clicked by. Sid stepped into the light of the projector. There was a baby, 7 months old Maria Gomez. We found her late last night in the care of a neighbor in the apartment complex where the Gomezes were living. Social Services has taken charge. Sid stepped back. The photos showed the trunk of the Firebird. She did not have to explain to this audience what the sandbags and extra wheels meant. Mr. Gomez is in critical but stable, said Sid. He underwent 2 operations yesterday and still hasn't regained consciousness long enough to talk to investigators. At least this was the last I heard this morning. He's still out of it, said Captain Frank Hernandez. I called over there 10 minutes ago. Keeps calling for his kids. They had to sedate him again. We have a Spanish-speaking uniformed officer there waiting for him to come out of it, but so far nothing. Is he in protective custody? Asked CHP Captain Sutton. Hernandez shrugged. To all intents and purposes, he said. Sid went on with her briefing. The projected computer image now displayed a flowchart in pyramidal form. The bottom dozen boxes were filled with the photos of the 4 Gomezes involved in the crash: Richard Kodiak, Mr. Fong, the man who had been impaled on the rebar, Mr. Hernandez, an earlier swoop and squat victim, and other faces and names, most of them Hispanic. The second tier of boxes in the pyramid included photos of Jorge Murphy Esposito, Abraham Willis, an attorney also known to be a capper who had died in a suspicious auto accident recently, and well-known Southern California injury mill cappers, Bobby James Tucker from L.A., Roger Ilyes from San Diego, Nicholas Van Derven from Orange County. Above the cappers were several empty boxes over the word helpers. Above that, another long row labeled doctors. Above the doctors row, there were several empty frames labeled enforcers. At the top of the pyramid were 3 boxes, 2 empty and 1 with a photo of Dallas Trace. Dar saw the San Diego police captain and the CHP officer react with visible amazement. The others in the room, including Inspector Tom Santana, Special Agent Warren, Bob Gauss from the Insurance Fraud Division, and Counselor Poulsen from the NICB, seemed to be in on the news. If Lawrence and Trudy were surprised, they did not show it. "Jesus Christ," said the CHP's Captain Sutton. "You can't be serious, investigator. He's one of the most famous lawyers in the goddamned country, and one of the richest." "That's where some of the seed money has come from for this expanded fraud operation," said Sid. Her computer remote included a laser pointer, and now she put a red dot right on Counselor Trace's forehead. She clicked a button. A lean, expressionless man's face appeared in the enforcer's row of frames. It was a fuzzy photograph. "This is Pavel Zucker," said Sid. "Ex-Red Army sniper, ex-KGB, ex-Russian mafia, although that title is probably still active. We found his fingerprint on the Tika 595 Sporter that was used as a sniper weapon in the attack on Dr. Minor. Captain Hernandez's dark complexion darkened further. My forensics people went all over that weapon. They didn't find a thing." Special Agent Warren folded his hands on the tabletop. "The Bureau Lab at Quantico found a single print on the inside of the recoil lug mortise when they disassembled the weapon," he said softly. "It was very faint, but computer augmentation brought it out. We have a positive match on Zucker through the CIA databanks." Sid clicked a button. A drawing appeared in the empty panel next to Pavel Zucker. It was a police artist's sketch of a man in a beard labeled Gregor Yaponchek. "The FBI has reason to believe that Yaponchek entered the country early this spring," said Sid. At the same time Zucker did. Where did we get such information? Captain Sutton asked. Customs and immigration? Sid hesitated. It came through channels from various Russian assets, Special Agent Warren said. Sutton nodded, but the massive CHP officer also sat back and folded his arms across his chest as if expressing doubt. Yapanchik and Zucker were a sniper team in Afghanistan, said Sid. They probably were working for the KGB even then, but they came to our various agencies' attention in the late 80s, right before the fall of the Soviet Union. After the dust settled, both were working for Chechnyan elements of the Russian mafia. Hitmen? Said Lawrence. General enforcers, said Sid. But in the end, yes, hitmen. Both the Bureau and the CIA think that Yapanchik and Zucker were directly involved in the Miles Graham affair. Everyone in the room had heard about the millionaire entrepreneur Miles Graham. He had been the most famous of the capitalist wheelers and dealers shot to death in Moscow in recent years for not paying enough in bribes to the proper people. Dar cleared his throat. He was reluctant to speak now, but also felt compelled to. You say that Yapanchik and Zucker were in Afghanistan? He said softly, as a sniper team? Americans and British use two-man sniper teams, but I seem to remember that the Soviets in Afghanistan were slow to deploy snipers, and when they finally did, it was a three-man section for every rifle squad. Sid looked to Special Agent Warren. The FBI man nodded. He was holding a PDA with a dimly lit screen. From any angle other than his, the screen would be unreadable. He tapped at its buttons. You're right, said Warren. Three-man sniper squads were the rule, but this information says that Yapanchik and Zucker worked as a two-man team, more in the American style. Who was the shooter and who was the spotter? Asked Dar. Special Agent Warren tapped at the handheld PDA and looked at the screen for a second. According to the CIA field reports, both men were trained as snipers, but Yapanchik was an officer, a lieutenant in the army, and then promoted in the KGB. Zucker was a sergeant. Then Yapanchik was the primary shooter, said Dar, who was thinking, but Zucker, the number two man, was sent out to me. Do you happen to have an assessment of the weapons the team used in Afghanistan? The notes I received mention, quote, assumed to have utilized Dragunov SVD sniper rifles in Afghanistan and in training Serbian snipers near Sarajevo. Dar nodded. Old but reliable. Sniperskaya Vintovka. Sid's head turned quickly. I didn't know that you spoke Russian, Dar. I don't, said Dar. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead. Sid said. No, go on. You know something relevant here. Dar shook his head. When the American businessman in Moscow was killed, Graham, I remember reading that it was a double tap to the head from a distance of 600 meters. A newspaper report said that the bullets recovered were 7.62 by 54 millimeter rammed. An SVD shoots that type of load and is accurate at that range. Barely. Sid stared at him. I thought that you didn't like guns. I don't, said Dar. I don't like sharks either, but I can tell the difference between a great white and a hammerhead. Sid resumed her briefing in a concise but clear and unhurried voice. Gentlemen, Jeanette, Trudy, we're officially authorized to extend and intensify this investigation. We have reasonable cause to believe that Counselor Dallas Trace is involved with the recent dramatic increase in staged highway and accident fatalities in Southern California, and that a new network of fraudulent liability claims has been established by Mr. Trace and other prominent lawyers, as yet unidentified. She clicked on another picture, this one of an elderly priest smiling above his Roman collar. This is Father Roberto Martin. Father Martin is retired now, but for years he was pastor of St. Agnes Church in Chavez Ravine, the Latino neighborhood near Dodger Stadium. Father Martin is a compassionate man and looked out for his mostly Hispanic parishioners. As long ago as the 1970s, Father Martin dreamt of founding a charity organization which would help the poor Mexican and Latin American immigrants. He helped raise money through the diocese and various LA businesses willing to donate to such a hypothetical charity. Father Martin had come up with the name long ago, Helpers of the Helpless. But to get the foundation organized, he turned to this man. A photo appeared of a plump, vaguely Hispanic-looking man with perfect hair, a smile as broad as Father Martin's, and an obviously expensive suit and tie. "This is the attorney Father Martin turned his dream over to," said Sid. "Counselor William Rogers. You probably know his name, an important attorney with several offices in East LA and impeccable political connections. Rogers is a well-known fundraiser and was the #2 man in the election efforts of LA's current mayor. Father Martin hoped that Attorney Rogers would head up the Helpers of the Helpless and keep the charity going after he, Father Martin, retired." "Did Mr. Rogers agree?" asked Lawrence. "Not quite," said Sid. "Rogers set up a co-directorship, with his wife, Maria, sharing the leadership with a community activist and one of Rogers' own investigators, Juan Barriga. Barriga's photo joined that of Rogers on the helpers row of the pyramid." The men and women around the table nodded. They all knew that investigators working for attorneys who specialized in liability cases all too often found insurance fraud irresistible. These men and women spent their lives and careers interviewing slip and fall artists, swoop and squat experts, cappers, Medicaid cheats, flop artists, accident gangs, unethical doctors, professional whiplash victims, and fraudulent claimants of every sort. More important, the investigators invariably saw how quickly most insurance companies settled with these claimants to avoid more costly litigation. Juan Barriga has spent the past 3 years setting up a network of attorneys and doctors to work with those referred from Helpers of the Helpless. Both Bill and Maria Rogers select the Helpers volunteers personally. In addition, the Helpers of the Helpers receive referrals from the Mexican, Colombian, El Salvadoran, Costa Rican, Panamanian, and other consulates, as well as from Catholic parishes and various Protestant churches from all over the state. Photos of some of these attorneys and doctors appeared in the pyramidal flowchart. Some of the attorneys were familiar, Esposito and the late Abraham Willis among them, but some of the others, Robert Armin, a former deputy district attorney now known as the most effective and popular member of the Beverly Hills City Council, Hanop Semerjian, a respected civil rights attorney and spokesman for Southern California's Armenian community, and Harry Elmore, a former USC football hero who went on to medical school and then to open free clinics in the worst sections of San Diego and LA, were faces that everyone stared at in shocked silence. "Is your task force blowing smoke here, Investigator Olson?" CHP Captain Tom Sutton asked bluntly. "This looks more like a grab for media attention than a serious investigation." Sid turned away from the screen and met the big CHP captain's gaze without showing any rancor. "It does seem that way, doesn't it, Tom? But it's real. We've had a grand jury sitting for 3 months, and we're going to get indictments, all the way up to Mr. Dallas Trace." "Why are you telling us this now?" asked Frank Hernandez. Sid turned off the projector and flipped on the overhead lights. She remained standing. "Because our investigation is moving into high gear, and it will be on your turf, gentlemen. This is confidential information. There are several ongoing investigations, and not just within the LAPD," said Lieutenant Barr from Internal Affairs. "Any leaking of this information would be most unfortunate." While the law enforcement officers glared at Lieutenant Barr, Sid said, "This alliance backed by Yaponchik, Zucker, and other muscle imported from the Russian Organizatia is doing to the fraud business what the Colombians brought to drug sales more than 20 years ago in this country. Serious organization, huge profits, and an almost unbelievable level of violence." "So, what do you want from us?" asked Hernandez. "You've got the state resources behind you, as well as the NICB and FBI. What can we peons offer?" "Liaison," said Sid. "Communications when necessary. Access to forensic labs and personnel when speed and location demand a local response. Cooperation so that we don't end up working against one another or shooting at one another." Hernandez pulled a cigarette from a pack in his sport coat pocket, glowered at the ubiquitous no smoking sign near the door, and let the unlit cigarette dangle from his lip. "Okay, what's your plan?" "I'm going to be going undercover again," said Tom Santana. "I'll create a cover story of being an illegal, get into the system via one of the medical centers, and check out the helpers of the helpless from the inside." Despite himself, Dar said, "Is that wise, Tom?" "After the publicity on your busts of the Asian gangs a few years ago." Santana smiled. His boss, Bob Gauss, said, "That's what I told him, Dr. Minor, but Tom thinks that hoodlums have a short memory, and because he's technically task force commander of FIST, I can't order him not to do it." Dar started to speak again, but shut up instead. He looked at Sydney. She was looking at Santana and seemed to be worried, but she went on with the end of her briefing. "Tom will infiltrate the helpers. We're trying to follow the Russian trail through the attempts on Darwin Minor's life. Meanwhile, Dr. Minor and Mr. and Mrs. Stewart are going to loan us their expertise to prove that several of these fatal accidents were either staged or actual acts of murder. Their information, analysis, surveillance data, and accident reconstruction will flow through us to the NICB and then to the grand jury." A media cart in the corner held a TV monitor and VCR. Now Sid picked up a second remote control and turned on the monitor and rolled a video. She kept the sound muted. It was a tape of a recent airing of Dallas Trace's weekly CNN show, Objection Sustained. "Sometimes Trace tapes in New York," said Sydney Olson, "but usually it's more convenient for him to broadcast from his office in LA. Before this year is out, I want our people to walk in front of those cameras while they're live and arrest that supercilious son of a bitch. I want his TV series to end with him being led away in handcuffs." She flicked the other remote, and the computer projector showed the faces of the dead Gomez children on the screen, while Dallas Trace's silent image laughed. After the meeting, Dar wanted to talk to Sid, but she had a scheduled meeting with Polson and Warren, so he walked into the old courthouse part of the Justice Center with Lawrence and Trudy. Lawrence was still testifying at a liability claims trial that was starting in a few minutes, and Trudy needed to get back to the office in Escondido. Before they parted ways, Dar said, "Are you guys sure you want to be part of this task force?" "We already are," said Lawrence. "We were involved in both the Esposito and Richard Kodiak investigations. We might as well keep going. Plus, the NICB is putting us on retainer," Trudy said again. "I'm surprised you changed your mind though, Dar," said Lawrence. "You've seen dead kids at accident scenes before." "More than I could count," said Dar. "But that was no accident, and I can't just walk away from a multiple murder after I've seen the victims being set up." "I was talking to Tom Sutton," said Trudy. "We're going to depose the truck driver of the car carrier later today, but they've already interviewed him pretty extensively. There were 3 swoop cars involved, but the driver didn't really get a look at any of the drivers or license tags. He was too busy trying to avoid the Gomez car ahead of him." "3 swoop cars?" said Dar. "Rarely were there more than 1 or 2 swoop cars." Trudy nodded. 2 to box in the truck, 1 to brake hard in front of the Gomez's. All the truck driver could remember about the cars blocking him was that they were American-made, possibly a Chevy to his right, that he thinks they were driven by white guys, and that the cars were at least 10 years old. "They're almost certainly abandoned or chopped by now," said Dar. "But if white guys were driving, it could be our Russians and not just the Cappers or their stooges." "We'll give you a call later," said Lawrence, and the 3 went their different ways. Dar had things he had to do, but he found himself wandering the hallways of the old courthouse for a while, and considered catching up on his soaps. Sid would be free by 10 a.m. Just then he saw W.D.D. Dubois, Stewart Investigations attorney, coming quickly down the hall toward him. The man walked with a cane, but his stride was still brisk. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Dr. Minor," said Dubois. "You're precisely the man I wanted to see. We need to talk in private." Dubois led Dar to an empty witness waiting room and locked the door. The lawyer sat at the end of the table and made a small ceremony of setting his cane, battered briefcase, and hat in place. Dar took a seat on Dubois' left. "Am I in some sort of legal trouble?" asked Dar. "Well, other than dickweeds still wanting to prosecute you on vehicular manslaughter, not that I know of," said W.D.D. Dubois. "But you are in danger, my friend." Dar waited. Before you join Investigator Olson's task force, continued Dubois, I have to counsel you, Darwin, not only as your attorney, but as your friend, that this is very dangerous business. Very dangerous. Dar tried not to show his surprise. Sid's meeting had not been over for more than 20 minutes. Had word spread so quickly? So much for Internal Affairs Lieutenant Barr's dire warnings to everyone. Aloud, Dar said, "The bastards have tried to kill me twice. What more can they do?" "Succeed," said Attorney Dubois. The lawyer's heavily lined face usually showed merriment or at least bemused irony, but the lines were grimly set today. "Do you know something about this conspiracy that would help the task force?" asked Dar. Dubois slowly shook his head. "Remember, Darwin, I am also an agent of the court. If I knew specifics, I would have already approached the FBI or Miss Olson. All I hear are rumors, but they are very persistent and ugly rumors." "And what do they say?" said Dar. Dubois locked his anxious brown-eyed gaze on Dar's. "They say that this is very, very serious, and that these new cappers are deadly. They say that getting in their way is like crossing the old Colombian drug lords. They say that it is a new era in fraud in this country, and that the small businessman is being pushed out as sure as new Walmarts in an area will shut down the mom-and-pop hardware and dry goods stores." "Shut down the way Attorney Esposito was shut down?" asked Dar. Dubois opened his lined and gnarled hands in an expressive gesture. "All the old rules no longer apply," he said. "Or at least this is what I hear on the street." "All the more reason to nail these bastards," said Dar. Dubois sighed, gathered his cane and briefcase, set his fedora on his head, and clamped his hand firmly on Dar's shoulder as the two stood. "Be very careful, Darwin, very careful." Dar returned to Sid's main office just as her meeting with Polson and Warren was breaking up. "Just the man we wanted to see," said the FBI agent. Dar was getting leery of this greeting. "We were talking to Captain Hernandez earlier," said Sid. "He was bitching about the San Diego police overtime involved in watching you 24 hours a day, and we were bitching about how poor the protection has been." Dar waited for the punchline. "So, the Bureau will be taking over the protective duties," said Special Agent Warren, softly but with authority. "We'll have at least a dozen people assigned to you full-time, so the protection will be both more intense yet much more subtle." "No," said Dar. Sid, Jeanette Poulson, and Jim Warren looked at him. "The only condition for my continued involvement in this project," said Dar, speaking directly to Sydney, "is that we drop the 24-hour protection stuff. I want you to call off all the bodyguards. Agreed?" "You didn't say that there would be conditions to your joining the task force," said Sid. "There are now. Just that one," said Dar. "Non-negotiable." Warren shook his head. "You're going to have to trust us on this, Dr. Minor. We're experts at witness protection and—" "No," said Dar. "I'm serious about this. If we're going to work together, I need as much freedom as the rest of you. Besides, we all know that no number of bodyguards can protect against a talented sniper or someone willing to trade his life for the kill." There was a silence. Finally, Sid said, "Well, we'll have to honor that demand, Dar, but only because we realize that what you say is essentially true. Who was it? President Kennedy, wasn't it, who said, 'If the 20th century has taught us anything, it's that anyone can be killed.'" "Not Kennedy," said Jim Warren. "Michael Corleone," continued Dar. "In Godfather 2, finished the FBI man. "God, you men and the Godfather movies," said Jeanette Poulson. "That movie a few years ago, whatchamacallit, with Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks, was right. You guys think everything in the universe can be summed up by dialogue from the 3 Godfather movies." "Just the first 2, said Dar. "The third one was a mess," said Warren. "Didn't count," said Dar. "We pretend it was never made," said Warren. "Are you two finished?" asked Sid. "Or do you have any other pertinent dialogue from the first 2 Godfathers for this situation?" Dar ran his hand through his short hair so it spiked up a bit and put on his best, husky Al Pacino voice and arm gestures. "Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in." "Hey," said the NICB woman, "no fair. That's from Godfather 3. "That line is exempt from the rule," said Special Agent Warren. "Goodbye, boys," said Sid. "Notice how they can call us boys, but it's literally a federal offense if we call them girls?" Dar asked the FBI man. Warren sighed. "I just make it a practice never to call a female wearing a SIG 9mm semi-auto on her hip girl." He glanced at his watch. "You want to catch some lunch together, Dr. Minor? I hear there's a great Kansas City-type barbecue place near here." "There is, and I would," said Dar. He waved goodbye to the two women standing there like elementary teachers with their arms crossed in mature disapproval. "Hey," said the perfectly groomed, soft-spoken Special Agent Warren in a good imitation of Fat Clemens's voice. "Leave the gun, bring the cannoli." 16. P is for pertinence. Downtown San Diego was already emptying out in a lemming rush for the suburbs by the time Dar finished his lunch with the FBI man. At one point, Warren said, "The Bureau will do anything it can to help you. I'd like to have copies of all the dossiers available on Pavel Zucker and Gregor Yapanchik," said Dar. "Not just FBI files, but CIA, NSA, Interpol, Mossad, NDA, any that are out there." Warren looked dubious. "I doubt if I could get clearance to show you even the Bureau's limited files. What makes you think we could come up with Israeli documents?" Dar answered him with silence and a poker face. "Why would a civilian need this stuff?" asked Warren. "The only civilian who would need it is the civilian who's been attacked twice by these two Russian gentlemen," Dar said softly. "That information might keep the aforementioned civilian alive rather than dead." The special agent looked like he had swallowed an olive pit, but he eventually nodded. "All right," he said. "I'll try to get you copies of whatever is available." "Great," said Dar. "Anything else you'd like?" said Warren lightly. "A helicopter, perhaps, or access to some of the different agencies' spy satellites?" "Sure," said Dar, "but what I really want is the loan of a Macmillan M1987R. Special Agent Warren laughed good-naturedly before realizing that Dar was serious. "It's impossible." "It's important," said Dar. "It's illegal for a civilian even to own one," said Warren. "I don't want to own one," Dar said patiently. "Just borrow one." They ended the lunch with Warren still shaking his head. "I'll try for the files, but the Macmillan? Or its equivalent," said Dar. "No chance of that whatsoever," said Warren. Dar shrugged. He gave the special agent his card with all of his phone, fax, and email numbers on it. He even scribbled in the cabin number that he had given to no one but Larry and Sid. "Let me know about the files as soon as possible," he said. He did not offer to pick up the check. Leaving the metro area in his Land Cruiser, Dar called Trudy. "What's the most recent word on the Esposito investigation?" "Thanks to you and the ME, it's being listed as a probable homicide," she said. "I interviewed the architect, the one who was talking to the foreman, Vargas, and he's willing to testify that he and Vargas were very focused on referring to blueprints for several minutes right at the time of the accident, or murder. So someone had time to keep Esposito under the lift, probably at gunpoint, and pull the hydraulic plug without being seen," said Dar. "Interesting. Both the LAPD and San Diego detectives are hunting for Polly Satchel, the claimant who was supposed to have been meeting Esposito there." "Good," said Dar. "I hope they find him before this string of accidents continues in his direction." "You don't think that Polly was the one who killed Esposito?" "Nope," said Dar, relaxing as the traffic stopped completely. He checked in his mirror. The same car had been following him since he left the Justice Center. He would have been alarmed, but he recognized Sid's Taurus and her mop of blonde-brown hair. For a chief investigator, she did a lousy job of covert surveillance. "I know Polly," said Dar. "He's a small-time liability claimant. He's had more disability claims than most people have had head colds. He's not the hitman." "If you say so," replied Trudy. "I'll keep you informed." "Is your phone going to be on?" "Later," said Dar. "Right now, I'm going shopping." Dar's shopping was more efficient than Sid's tailing. He stopped at a downtown Sears and bought an inexpensive but rugged sewing machine. He drove to an army surplus store that catered to hunters and bought 3 old 2-piece sets of camouflage fatigues and a wide-brimmed boonie hat. He also found a mosquito netting rig for his head and shoulders, strong enough to keep out Alaskan skeeters, said the clerk, a one-eyed Vietnam vet, but fine mesh enough to keep out the fucking black flies. He had to try 2 more outdoor stores before finding the larger netting he needed in the quantity he required. Dar had to go to several fabric stores and another outdoor store before finding all the tough canvas and hessian and burlap fabric he wanted in the colors he needed. He had the last fabric store he visited cut the canvas into patch-sized segments and the rolls of dun-colored fabric into literally hundreds of irregular strips and bits. At one point, he had 4 clerks and the manager cutting and ripping and slicing. The woman who ran the store looked at him as if he were crazy, but she took his money. Carrying the huge bags of fabric fragments back to his truck, Dar paused when Sid got out of her car, parked in the same lot, and walked over to him. "I give up," she said. "I don't have the faintest, foggiest fucking idea what you're doing." "Good," said Dar. "Will you tell me?" "Sure," said Dar, unlocking his truck and dropping the bags in. "I'm making a ghillie suit." Sid shook her head. "What's that?" "You'll have to look it up, investigator." "Are you going to keep following me?" Sid bit her lip. "Dar, I know you don't like it, but I feel responsible for—" "Fuck responsible," said Dar softly. "You've got a job to do, and so do I."
"Neither one of us is going to get it done if you're following me all the time." Sid hesitated. Dar touched her bare forearm. "Let's not work against one another," he said. "My best bet for staying alive is if you succeed in putting Dallas Trace and his shooters away quickly. Let's do that." Sid nodded, but said, "Will you answer one question for me?" "Sure," said Dar, "if you'll give me an honest response to a question in return." "All right," said Sid. "Where are you going to be tonight, this weekend?" "I'm driving up to the cabin from here," said Dar, "but not staying the night. I'll drive back to the condo late. As for this weekend, well, I may go camping on Sunday and take a day or 2 off." "Camping?" Sid said dubiously. "Sort of," said Dar. "Will your phone be on while you're camping?" "No," said Dar. "But I promise you one thing, investigator. I'll be someplace where neither Dallas Trace nor any of his minions would think to hunt for me." "Minions?" said Sid softly. "All right, I'll get off your tail. For now, my turn," said Dar. He looked around. They were alone in the parking lot. The evening shadows were getting longer. "What was that charade of a meeting this morning?" he said. "What do you mean?" "You know damned well what I mean," said Dar, with no anger in his voice. He leaned against his Land Cruiser and waited. "There have been serious leaks," said Sid, "during the past month. We're certain that Trace and the others in the Alliance are getting our plans even before we put them in motion." "The grand jury?" said Dar. Sid shook her head. "This is operational stuff. It's being passed along by someone in the task force or someone privy to much of our information. So I had today's meeting and, well, be instigating some phone taps." "On Hernandez or Sutton?" said Dar, surprised. "Unless you suspect Lawrence and Trudy and me and are going to tap our phones as well." "Nope," said Sid. "This stuff was being leaked long before you and the Stewarts got involved. Are you tapping Special Agent Warren's lines as well?" Sid made a face. "The Bureau's doing the tapping, moron." "Typical," said Dar. Then, in a more serious voice, "I can't believe that your friend Santana's going back undercover and that you both let the information out when you know there's a leak." Sid frowned. "My friend Santana knows what he's doing, Dar. We mentioned it deliberately. He knows that there's a good chance of his being made even if there weren't a leak. The official story is that he'll be operating alone, but actually there will be 3 Latino agents going in as illegals at the same time." "Fraud division?" asked Dar. "FBI," said Sid. "We're into the major leagues now. Tom knows exactly what he's doing, and he'll make sure that his back is covered." "Why does your voice get funny every time you talk about Santana?" Dar said nothing. The traffic was very heavy on Interstate 8 headed east, San Diego breathing out its week's worth of tired day workers. Dar kept the windows closed, the air conditioning on, and played a CD of Bernstein's Berlin recording of the Freiheit 9th while he relaxed. The traffic was much less dense on Highway 79 headed north, and no one had exited the interstate behind him. He had not seen Sid's Taurus during the commute, and as far as he could tell, no one else was following. The shadows were growing longer and merging as he drove up to his cabin.
He checked his usual little telltales to make sure that no one had come through the front door since he had last left, and then he let himself in and locked the door behind him. From the outside, there was no hint that the cabin had a basement. No basement windows, no outside entrance. But it did. Dar rolled back the red Persian rug on the far side of his bed, found the faint seam in the floor, opened it, and used another key to unlatch the trapdoor. The basement light went on automatically as the door was lifted and latched in place. Dar went down the steep ladder and shivered slightly in the cave coolness of the narrow corridor. There was nothing in this cement block hallway except the steel door at the end. This required 2 keys to open, and Dar fumbled for the second one. The room beyond was only a third the size of the huge living space upstairs, but it was large enough for Dar's purposes. He had to snap on the lights here, but once they were on, there were no shadows in the neatly arranged stacks of boxes, crates, shelves, and drawers. The temperature in this room was regulated, and the air dehumidified. The cinder block walls were lined on the inside by a contained asbestos layer and a thin wall of aluminum. The room was essentially a large safe deposit box, safe from fire, tornado, or distant nuclear blast. Dar smiled at the irony of how much this rarely visited room had cost him. On the far wall was a padlocked grill that opened to an oversized air shaft. It ran 122 feet to the abandoned mine shaft of a gold mine more than a century old. The mine shaft itself ran another 208 feet to its small opening in the steep gully. The shaft ended more than 100 meters east of the sheep wagon. This air shaft, padlocked on both ends, had cost Dar almost as much to dig and install as it had to build the entire rest of the house. He walked the narrow path between the storage boxes. As always, he glanced at his go bag, the black suitcase that had always been packed and ready when he worked for the NTSB. As always, without his thinking about it, his hand passed over the large green crate that held all of Barbara's clothes, all of their photographs from that time, and David's baby clothes. As always, Dar did not open the crate. There was an unconcealed wall safe at the rear of the room, and Dar turned the dial quickly. He knew it was foolish to use David's birth date numerals as his combination, but anyone who had come this far wouldn't be deterred by a mere combination lock. It was a large safe, deep, with several metal shelves holding documents and computer disks and photographs. Dar ignored these and pulled out a walnut box with a carrying handle. He closed the safe, set the thin walnut box on top of a crate, and clicked it open. Inside, laid carefully in green felt with sections packed in Cosmoline-field plastic wrap, was a disassembled M40 sniper rifle, a military version of the classic bolt-action Remington 700 sporting rifle. Dar ran his fingers over the wooden stock of the rifle and then removed the 39 variable power Redfield AccuRange telescopic sight from its creche. He glanced once through the sight and then set it back in its place. He was clicking shut the locks on the carrying case when he heard a distant but loud banging from upstairs. Dar took the gun case with him, locked the storeroom, and climbed the steep ladder. Someone was banging loudly at the front door. Dar secured the trap door and the carpet, considered assembling the rifle as the banging at the door became a pounding, but kept the gun case closed as he peered out the front window. Dar sighed, slid the gun case onto a lower shelf of books, and went to open the door. "Are you all right?" asked Sid. She was holding her 9mm SIG Pro in her right hand. All that banging on the door had been with just her left hand. Her knuckles on that hand were red. "Sure," said Dar, standing aside so she could come in. "Then why didn't you answer the door?" "I was in the bathroom," said Dar. "No, you weren't," said Sid. "I walked around and peeked in that window. I couldn't see you anywhere." Dar knew that the trapdoor, even locked open, was out of the line of sight of any of the windows. "2 hours ago you said you wouldn't follow me," said Dar. "Now you're peeking in my bathroom window?" Sid's face was flushed. It grew redder as she reholstered the semi-automatic and pulled her linen jacket closed. "I didn't follow you. I tried to call your cell phone, but it wasn't on. I tried to call your cabin number, but you didn't answer. I just got here a few minutes ago," said Dar. "What's happened? Is something wrong?" Sid's eyes darted around the room.
"Could I have a glass of scotch?" "We're both driving," said Dar. "Headed back tonight, remember. I was just going to leave in a few minutes." "I know what a ghillie suit is now," said Sid, rather breathlessly, as if she had run from her car to the cabin. "And I know about Dalat." 17. Q is for quagmire. I never told Barbara about Dalat, thought Dar, as he poured the drinks and rounded up the spaghetti-making equipment. As close as we were, I never talked about any of it. Not to her, not to Larry, never to anyone. Things are different now, he argued with himself. A Russian sniper tried to kill you the other day. All right. Dar clinked glasses with Sid, and they drank good scotch while he began preparing the meal in a mutual silence filled with the turmoil of too much thought. Dalat was and is a highland Vietnamese city located at the foot of Lang Biang Mountain, some 50 miles from the coast. In 1962, President Kennedy and the United States government showed its solidarity with whatever South Vietnamese regime was in power at the time. Dar could not recall the strongman's name, by transferring plutonium and other radioactive materials to the South Vietnamese and helping to set up a working nuclear reactor at Dalat. The reactor was used to produce radioisotopes for research and medical purposes, but more important, it was a status symbol for the South Vietnamese and a gesture of America's cooperation and friendship. Cut to March of 1975. Nixon and Kissinger had successfully Vietnamized the war. The soldiers who had been equipped to take the place of the 600,000 American grunts, Marines, Air Force personnel, and others who had been withdrawn were in full retreat. The Viet Cong and the regular North Vietnamese Army were busy overrunning and occupying every former American base, stronghold, and Vietnamese city. Saigon was 10 days away from being overrun, and the situation at the American Embassy, where only a token force of U.S. Marine Guards were left, was, to put it in the Marine argot of the day, pure clusterfuck. A huge naval armada stood offshore, ready and waiting to haul away the last of the fleeing diplomats, dependents, and Marine Guards. In the middle of all the confusion, burning files, fleeing families, abandoned equipment, thousands of Vietnamese helpers petitioning to be flown out, 2 South Vietnamese technicians showed up at the U.S. Embassy and diffidently reminded the Americans that the Dalat reactor was still up and running and that weapons-grade plutonium was stored there. The ambassador and the top-ranking military man were finally briefed about this in the midst of all the confusion, and they immediately ordered the Vietnamese technicians to return to Dalat post-haste and to scram the reactor, perform an emergency shutdown procedure. They were ordered to then bring all of the vital radioactive material, especially the plutonium, to Saigon, where it would be flown out to the waiting armada. The Vietnamese technicians allowed that they would very much like to do that, but respectfully reminded the general and the ambassador that Dalat was in the process of being overrun by both Viet Cong and NVA units, that all of the roads and railroad lines to Saigon and the coast had been interdicted by the enemy, and that all scheduled flights in and out of Dalat's tiny airport had been canceled because of the proximity of NVA soldiers. All of the other reactor personnel had fled, and the reactor itself was at that moment humming along unmanned. The 2 technicians described how they had flown out through heavy small arms fire in a light plane belonging to the younger technician's brother, who just happened to be a captain in the South Vietnamese Air Force and who had dropped them at Saigon, landing in rough field along the chaos of the national road, and then had immediately taken off to fly on toward Thailand alone. And while the 2 technicians would be most happy to go back to Dalat to help their dear American friends, they were actually quite low-level technicians who had no idea how to scram a reactor, and besides, having risked their lives to bring word of the Dalat reactor dilemma, perhaps they'd already earned their trip to the United States and a new life. "Do we have any nuclear eggheads around?" asked the ambassador. "Any sailor or anyone who happens to know how to shut down a reactor and handle plutonium?" As it turned out, they did. On board a nuclear aircraft carrier standing offshore were 2 American members of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission as well as the International Atomic Energy Agency, one Wally Henderson and a John Halloran. Neither of them was military. Both of the men were affable, easygoing academics, and neither had ever heard of Dalat or even of the existence of a South Vietnamese reactor.
They happened to be off the coast of Vietnam because several of the warships in the evacuation armada were carrying scores of nuclear weapons. Others were chugging along in harm's way via their nuclear reactor power plants, and the Defense Department had thought it prudent amidst all the confusion to have someone around, someone above the level of technician or Navy-trained nuclear engineer who knew how the weapons and shipboard reactors actually worked. Just in case. Wally Henderson and John Halloran were promptly helicoptered in to the scurrying anthill that was Saigon, briefed and flown into Dalat with 12 Marines. The briefing to both the scientists and the Marines was fairly simple. Shut down the reactor, don't let it explode or whatever reactors do when they're being shelled by the enemy, rescue as much of the radioactive isotope material as you can, retrieve the approximately 80 grams of plutonium at the reactor, and fly back to Saigon. If the airfield is overrun, try walking the 50 miles through jungle to the coast where they could radio for pickup. At all costs, bring the plutonium along. Of the 12 Marines, 4 were snipers. Darwin Minor, 19 years old, a precocious college graduate with a degree in physics, which no one in the military or at the embassy knew of or cared about at the time of his assignment to Dalat, was one of those snipers. When they landed in Dalat in an ancient commercial DC-3, made all the less flyable by a lead-lined storage facility quickly jury-rigged to hold the radioactive materials, 8 of the Marines, including the commanding officer, a lieutenant, stayed behind to guard the airfield from the North Vietnamese, while Dar and 3 others accompanied Wally and John to the reactor. It was just after 700 hours, and the morning mists were burning off. The reactor was abandoned, the elite RVN guards had fled, and the guard gates and main doors were literally standing open, but the enemy had not yet arrived. To young Darwin Minor, the facility reminded him of the mock-up of Fort Knox he had seen in the movie Goldfinger when he was 8 years old. A huge, heavily reinforced and domed concrete structure on a low hill, the Dalat reactor was surrounded by almost 1.5 kilometers of grassy slope in all directions. There were 3 rows of barbed wire perimeter fences, one within the other at 100-meter intervals, and the 4 Marines had the presence of mind to lock the gates of each as they drove their jeep and the 2 excited scientists to the main reactor building. In 3 directions lay thick jungle, in the 4th the open road to Dalat. The reactor commanded the high ground for that open 1.5 kilometers. To a sniper, even to an untested sniper like 19-year-old Dar, it was obviously the ultimate killing zone. Although unblooded, Dar was the leader of his 2-man team. Snipers had been formally a part of the Marine Corps only since 1968, when divisional orders had recognized their importance in the war and approved the organization and formation of sniper platoons within each regiment's headquarters company, as well as in the headquarters and service company of each reconnaissance battalion.
Formally, the sniper platoon consisted of 3 squads of 5 2-man teams and a squad leader for each team, plus a senior NCO and an armorer and an officer, bringing total platoon strength to 1 officer and 35 enlisted men. Formally, the reconnaissance battalion had a slightly different configuration, adding up to a total strength of 1 officer and 30 enlisted men. In reality, Marine snipers operated as they had throughout this war, Korea, and 2 world wars, in teams of 2, both of them marksmen, but the team leader literally calling the shots, with his number 2 acting as spotter. During the Dalat mission, Dar was leader of Team 2, and as the team leader, he carried a 7.62mm Remington 700 bolt-action sporting rifle, modified and renamed the M40 by the Marines, while his spotter was armed with an accurized M14. The earlier Marine spotters in Vietnam-era sniper teams had been issued standard M16s for rapid fire, but the Marines had discovered the hard way that the M16s lacked the necessary long-range accuracy and had reverted to the accurized M14s. For this mission, the 2 sniper teams had literally brought more weapons and ammunition than they could carry. Dar had assumed that with the war over, the U.S. was leaving tens of billions of dollars of equipment behind. What would a few more weapons on this mission matter? The second Jeep was filled with 4 extra M40 sniper rifles, 2 extra M14s, 1 extra M40 barrel for each team, and crates of ammunition. Each of the 4 Marines carried his own set of binoculars and personal short-range radio, while the 2 teams shared a large PRC-45 radio for calling in artillery or airstrikes. In addition to the binoculars, each spotter carried a 20-power scout telescope. To add to their observation power, the second Jeep hauled in 2 heavy NODs, night observation devices, and 4 smaller ANPVS-2 starlight scopes mounted on the 2 extra accurized M14s. One of the large NODs was mounted on a tripod, but the other was mounted on the pièce de résistance of their arsenal, a .50 caliber M2 Browning machine gun specially modified to function as a single-shot sniper weapon. Also included for the M2 was a massive Unertel telescopic sight for daylight use. Dar's spotter was a 22-year-old blackfellow corporal from Alabama named Ned. Ned had actually outscored Dar very slightly on marksmanship proficiency, but Dar had come out of his 205 hours of formal sniper instruction, 62 hours of marksmanship practice, 53 hours of field training, and 85 hours of tactical field exercises, with the higher total score. The real top shot of the 2 squads was Sergeant Carlos, an old man, 32 years old, the only one of the 4 Marines who had seen combat. Carlos' spotter was another 19-year-old named Chuck from Palo Alto. Dar and the others parked the Jeeps out of sight in one of the several empty outbuildings, had a quick look at the eerily empty reactor control room as the 2 nuclear scientists got to work, and then went up onto the parapets to stand guard for the next 48 hours. Carlos was delighted at the reactor's layout in terms of being a shooting stand. There were 2 360-degree cement-walled balconies around the main reactor building, one at a 4-story height and the other just below the dome at 60 feet up. The walls on both balconies were slightly tessellated, in the sense that every 20 paces or so, the concrete was raised 3 feet above the average 4-foot wall height. This turned the parapet into a battlement, according to Sergeant Carlos. To make it even more of a battlement, the 4 Marines quickly humped more than 80 sandbags from the abandoned guard posts below to create shielded shooting stands and revetments. The reinforced walls of the 7-story containment structure were 12 feet thick. The parapet walls were 4 feet thick. Although a few low outbuildings were clustered near the base of the reactor building, the parapets were high enough that their field of fire was unobstructed. Formally, the sniper platoon consisted of 3 squads of 5 two-man teams and a squad leader for each team, plus a senior NCO, and an armorer and an officer, bringing total platoon strength to 1 officer and 35 enlisted men. Formally, the reconnaissance battalion had a slightly different configuration, adding up to a total strength of 1 officer and 30 enlisted men. In reality, Marine snipers operated as they had throughout this war, Korea and 2 world wars, in teams of 2, both of them marksmen, but the team leader literally calling the shots, with his number 2 acting as spotter. During the Dalat mission, Dar was leader of Team 2, and as the team leader, he carried a 7.62mm Remington 700 bolt-action sporting rifle, modified and renamed the M40 by the Marines, while his spotter was armed with an accurized M14. The earlier Marine snipers in Vietnam-era sniper teams had been issued standard M16s for rapid fire, but the Marines had discovered the hard way that the M16s lacked the necessary long-range accuracy and had reverted to the accurized M14s. For this mission, the 2 sniper teams had literally brought more weapons and ammunition than they could carry. Dar had assumed that with the war over, the U.S. was leaving tens of billions of dollars of equipment behind. What would a few more weapons on this mission matter? The second Jeep was filled with 4 extra M40 sniper rifles, 2 extra M14s, 1 extra M40 barrel for each team, and crates of ammunition. Each of the 4 Marines carried his own set of binoculars and personal short-range radio, while the 2 teams shared a large PRC-45 radio for calling in artillery or airstrikes. In addition to the binoculars, each spotter carried a 20-power scout telescope. To add to their observation power, the second Jeep hauled in 2 heavy NODs, night observation devices, and 4 smaller ANPVS-2 starlight scopes mounted on the 2 extra accurized M14s. One of the large nods was mounted on a tripod, but the other was mounted on the pièce de résistance of their arsenal, a .50 caliber M2 Browning machine gun specially modified to function as a single-shot sniper weapon. Also included for the M2 was a massive inertial telescopic sight for daylight use. Dar's spotter was a 22-year-old blackfellow corporal from Alabama named Ned. Ned had actually outscored Dar very slightly on marksmanship proficiency, but Dar had come out of his 205 hours of formal sniper instruction, 62 hours of marksmanship practice, 53 hours of field training, and 85 hours of tactical field exercises with the higher total score. The real top shot of the 2 squads was Sergeant Carlos, an old man, 32 years old, the only one of the 4 Marines who had seen combat. Carlos's spotter was another 19-year-old named Chuck from Palo Alto. Dar and the others parked the jeeps out of sight in one of the several empty outbuildings, had a quick look at the eerily empty reactor control room as the 2 nuclear scientists got to work, and then went up onto the parapets to stand guard for the next 48 hours. Carlos was delighted at the reactor's layout in terms of being a shooting stand. There were 2 360-degree cement-walled balconies around the main reactor building, one at a 4-story height and the other just below the dome at 60 feet up. The walls on both balconies were slightly tessellated in the sense that every 20 paces or so, the concrete was raised 3 feet above the average 4-foot wall height. This turned the parapet into a battlement, according to Sergeant Carlos. To make it even more of a battlement, the 4 Marines quickly humped more than 80 sandbags from the abandoned guard posts below to create shielded shooting stands and revetments. The reinforced walls of the 7-story containment structure were 12 feet thick. The parapet walls were 4 feet thick. Although a few low outbuildings were clustered near the base of the reactor building, the parapets were high enough that their field of fire was unobstructed in all directions. Access to the 2 levels and the main control room was via internal corridors and ladders. There were no windows. "Shit," said Sergeant Carlos when they finished their strenuous sandbagging job. "If Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, Colonel Travis, and the rest of those crackers had this place and these weapons instead of the shitty old Alamo, my ancestors never would have killed their asses and captured the place." It took Wally and John 42 hours to shut down the reactor, locate and load the various isotopes, and find the marked canister reported to contain 80 grams of weapons-grade plutonium. The enemy arrived at the Delant reactor 3 hours after the Marines. An hour after Dar's arrival, Lieutenant Hale radioed from the airport. The 8 Marines there, also outfitted with serious weaponry, were in a firefight with what appeared to be a battalion of VC. Half an hour after that, Lieutenant Hale's radio man reported that half the Marines were dead, including the lieutenant, and that the remaining Marines were attempting to hold off what appeared to be a full mechanized company of North Vietnamese regulars. The DC-3 had flown out, leaving them behind. Hale's men had called for dust-off, but gunships and evac choppers were unable to approach the airport terminal because of massive anti-aircraft fire from the surrounding tree lines. For another hour, Dar and the other 3 Marines on the reactor parapets listened to the distant rattle of small arms fire, the distinctive bursts from M16s and M60s, the even more distinctive rattle of Kalashnikov AK-47s, the crump of mortars, and the blast of tank cannon. Sergeant Carlos said that this was the first time in 3 tours in Vietnam that he had ever heard enemy tank fire. Then the shooting stopped. The silence was so terrible that Dar was actually relieved when the first Viet Cong appeared in commandeered ARVN jeeps. The VC scouts had begun to return fire and send out probes from the tree line about 20 minutes after Sergeant Carlos had stopped their first convoy. Carlos and Dar used their 7.62 caliber M40s to kill the VC whenever they came out of the jungle shadows or showed themselves by muzzle flashes. With the exception of the AK-47 rounds hitting outbuildings or gravel below, and a few reaching and barely chipping the reactor containment building itself, it was very quiet. Dar heard little except for the leisurely bark of the M40s and the softly spoken hit down, but still moving, kill of Ned, his spotter. Early that afternoon, about 100 VC broke cover and assaulted the reactor complex. Dar and Carlos first killed the VC snipers who were giving the infantry what cover they could with their less accurate K-44 rifles. Actually, the old Soviet 7.6mm M1890-30 Mazin-Nagant sniper rifles used by the Red Army in World War II. When they were finished with the snipers, always another sniper's #1 priority, they shot the sappers carrying their Bangalore torpedoes to blow the fences. When the sappers had all fallen, Dar and Sergeant Carlos turned their attention to all of the NVA officers that they could identify. As soon as any man in a green uniform and pith helmet shouted an order or urged the other soldiers on or brandished a pistol rather than the usual AK-47, he was shot. When the thinned assault line came within 800 yards, still 200 yards from the outer fence, Ned and Chuck opened up with rapid fire from their accurized M14s. The line broke. The VC ran for the jungle. A few made it. The NVA regulars showed up a few minutes later. Watching through the spotter scope, Dar was amazed. He had never seen a Russian T-55 tank before, much less been taught how to kill it. The two lead tanks seemed to have the plan to drive straight up the road, smash down the gate, and drive straight into the reactor complex. They did not fire their 72mm cannons. All four of the Marines realized that there would be no mortar or artillery fire coming from the Communists. Evidently, some commander up the line had made the decision that the Dalat reactor must be captured without damage to the containment building. It was a stupid decision, Dar knew, because well-aimed mortar rounds would have killed the four Marines and only chipped and pockmarked the massive concrete walls. Wally and John, working deep in the control room, reported later that they had heard none of the shooting. Luckily for the Marines, the NVA command structure seemed to know even less about nuclear reactors than had the U.S. ambassador. When the lead tank got within 1,000 yards, Sergeant Carlos began firing explosive .50 caliber bullets at the vision slits. "You have to be shitting me," yelled Ned over the din. "You can't kill a fucking tank with a sniper rifle." "Those vision slits are bulletproof," said Sergeant Carlos between shots, "but not shatterproof. It's hard to drive when you can't see worth shit." It took 8 rounds, but eventually the tank just stopped. A minute later, the crew bailed out and began running for the distant tree line. Dar and Sergeant Carlos killed them. The second tank took 12 explosive rounds around and into its vision ports before it veered suddenly to the right and stopped. The crew stayed inside until long after dark. When they ran for the tree lines sometime after midnight, Dar killed 3 of them with his starlight scope. The third tank turned around and clanked back into the jungle, but not before it let off a cannon round seemingly out of sheer frustration. The round blew a 3-foot round hole in the outer perimeter fence and exploded on the grassy slope. The T-55 driver had made the mistake of turning around for maximum speed rather than backing away. One of Sergeant Carlos's 1,200-meter shots ignited the extra fuel canister on the right side, and the tank drove into the jungle with flames leaping from its rear deck. There were 2 more serious infantry flanking assaults before sunset. Now the Marine shooting teams were moving from level to level, revetment to revetment, firing in all directions. They had to be careful not to slide and fall on all the spent brass on the parapet concrete floors. The VC reached and blew the outer fence on the last rush before twilight. 30 men got into the zone between the outer and secondary fences. "Did the RVN lay mines?" Chuck asked hopefully. "Nah," said Sergeant Carlos. "It's the only fucking place in fucking South Vietnam with no mines." The 30-man infantry shouted a victory cry, raised the North Vietnamese flag, and ran for the second fence. The 4 Marines killed them. It was after midnight when the VC and the NVA began crawling out of the jungle toward the outer wire.
In training, Dar had been taught that the new generation of passive image intensifying devices, night scopes, were the Vietnam-era equivalent of World War II's Norden bomb sight, top secret technology. In the early years of the Vietnam conflict, the saying had been, "Charlie owns the night." Now the Marines owned the night. 25 years after Dalit, Dar would see an ad in LL Bean or some other outdoor catalog for $600 night vision goggles, and he would have to smile. The priceless, die-before-letting-it-be-captured night vision miracle had become catalog item NP1432, available for next-day delivery via FedEx. In recent years, he had actually ordered such a pair of night vision goggles and found them not only lighter and more effective than his old Starlight scope, but the price was much more reasonable. Ned used the tripod-mounted night observation device to sight the enemy at distances up to 1,400 yards and alert Dar and Chuck for their Starlight scope shots at 800 yards or less with the M14s. Sergeant Carlos used the other nod mounted on the 50 caliber M2 to cut down enemy soldiers at 1,500 yards the instant they moved in the midnight shadows. Unusual for Vietnam at that time of year, the skies remained clear all that long night. There was no moon, but the stars were very beautiful. Shortly after sunrise of the second day, 6 brand-new T-72 tanks and 6 T-55s began clanking purposefully toward the Dalat reactor. Infantry moved close behind them, and NVA snipers maintained covering fire from the tree line. "I didn't know the fucking North Vietnamese had that many tanks in their whole fucking army," commented Sergeant Carlos, punctuating the soft words with a spit of his chewing tobacco. Deep in the bowels of the building, Wally and John had slept an hour each. While one slept, the other had driven radioactive materials around on a forklift. None of the 4 Marines had slept at all. Sergeant Carlos watched the tanks approaching the outer wire. He had been busy since pre-dawn, talking on the PRC-45, their so-called Prick 45 command radio. Just before the circle of tanks reached the outer wire, a flight of 5 fast movers, F-4 Phantoms in this case, roared in at 200 feet and dropped their ordnance, high explosive-shaped charges. Dar watched with fatigue-tinged disbelief as the turret of the lead T-72 blew 300 feet straight into the air, higher than the F-4s had flown, the tank gunner's charred legs clearly visible dangling and kicking from the tumbling turret. Several of the tanks survived the air assault and churned around in confusion, some running over their own infantry in the smoke and flame. 30 seconds later, a follow-up strike mission of 3 Navy A-4D Skyhawks flying off the USS Kitty Hawk laid down napalm on 3 sides of the reactor complex. The resulting smoke and flame made it very difficult for Dar and the others to kill the fleeing survivors, but there were few survivors. The second 24 hours were far less clear in Dar's memory, though even more indelible. Something happened to time, that was the only explanation for it.
Time was distorted, stretched completely out of shape, almost to infinity, or eternity was his impression, yet folded back on itself with moments and hours and events overlapping and coexisting. It was as if Dar had dropped below the event horizon of one of the black holes he would study in his doctorate work in the years to come. There were several more all-out infantry assaults on the morning of that second day. During one of them, the Navy airstrikes were delayed by half an hour, and several hundred NVA regulars, no VC in black pajamas here, but well-fed, uniformed, superbly well-armed crack troops, the pride of General Giap of the North, reached the inner fence. In a normal situation, Dar and the others would have called in artillery fire missions from fire bases nearby, but all of the American artillery had packed up and left the country, and all of the RVN artillery in the province had been overrun. The only thing that saved their little Alamo was the fact that Jap obviously wanted to take the reactor intact. Dar remembered that it was during one of those attacks on the morning of the second day that the barrel of his original M40 melted and he had to switch to the backup sniper rifle. Ned was killed by NVA counter-sniper fire just before that last morning attack, or perhaps just after. Dar could not remember with certainty, but he did remember the sequence of deaths. Ned was shot in the eye while using the 20-power scope around midday.
Sergeant Carlos was hit in the chest and throat sometime during the evening's fuselage and died just as the sun set red and full behind Langbang Mountain. Chuck was killed by a volley of bullets just seconds before they were to board the Sea Stallion. During the last night, Wally and John, still working and loading and using Waldo's remote handlers deep in the building, Chuck and Dar talked about Plan B. Plan B was walking the 50 miles to the coast. Both Marines knew it was now impossible. It was not just that there were now at least 2 battalions of NVA mechanized infantry and perhaps 3 companies of VC in the jungle on all sides of them. Marines could deal with that. But with Ned and Sergeant Carlos dead, Dar and Chuck could never make it to the coast carrying the 2 bodies while helping the scientists with their hundreds of pounds of radioactive isotopes and plutonium and what all. And Marines did not leave their dead behind. Dar had always thought this policy the height of obscenity, trading more human lives for dead bodies. But he also knew that he was not going to be the one to break the tradition and leave Carlos and Ned for the enemy. When the last attack of the day came and the last airstrike was called in, it was napalm again, dropped from 4 F-4 fast movers. Some of the ordnance burned the outbuildings, the jeeps, and the base of the containment building itself. Dar would never forget the smell of frying human flesh, nor his shame at the fact that in his hunger the smell made him salivate. He had not eaten in 20 hours. The screams seemed to come from just a few feet away instead of 50 yards away. Dar clearly remembered cowering on the parapet floor, covering his scoped sniper's rifle with his body as if protecting a child from harm. As flames rose 200 feet high all around the reactor building and the air became too hot to inhale. Chuck and Dar spent the second night moving from position to position, using the starlight scopes on the M14s and the NOD on the 50 caliber to spot and shoot the scores of sappers and troops crawling from all directions. "Did you ever see Beau Guest?" Dar had called to Chuck during a lull in the shooting. "What?" said the Marine from the higher parapet. "Never mind," shouted Dar. The NVA was laying down smoke by this time, which was smart because even image-intensifying night scopes could not see through smoke. But there was already so much smoke in the air that it worked against the NVA cover fire snipers as well. Usually, when a trooper got within 100 yards, either Chuck or Dar would catch a glimpse of greenish movement through the hellish curtains of smoke and white blob glare of the open flames. And then one of them would kill him with a single shot. When they were shooting from the same side of the building, the 2 Marines worked efficiently, yelling, "Mine, I've got it," like Little League outfielders calling for a catch. At 2 a.m. of that second night, Wally and John staggered to the parapets to announce that everything was loaded on pallet trucks and they could leave in the jeeps now. While Dar explained that the plans had changed, the enemy kept up constant harassing fire. Thousands of bullets were striking the parapets. The sandbags were shot to pieces, and the sound of bullets striking them was as steady as a heavy rain on a canvas tent roof. The ricochets were the dangerous element. Both Marines were bleeding freely from impacts from flying masonry and spent bullets. Dar remembered Wally cleaning his glasses, the scientist's eyes red with fatigue, but also wide in shock at Dar's bloody and battered appearance, and saying, "Has there been shooting while we were working?" The PRC-45 radio was destroyed shortly after Wally and John finished their work, but Dar had already requested 2 airstrikes at 0400 hours. The original plan called for a slick to slip in to pick up the 2 Marines, the 2 bodies, the 2 scientists, and their half-ton of radioactive material. They'd be covered by massive use of napalm and cluster bombs, to be followed by Huey gunships rocketing the tree line all around the perimeter. But the Navy was dubious that an Army Huey could lift that load, and 2 slicks trying to land close together in all that smoke and fire was courting disaster. Finally, the Navy said that they would see if they could free up a much larger search and rescue chopper, a Sea Stallion, from its duties ferrying important Vietnamese politicians and their families and luggage and possessions from Saigon to the carrier task force. The hour of 0400 came and went, and there was no airstrike, no gunships, no Sea Stallion rescue chopper. Dar felt that there would be no hope for air evacuation after first light, as the NVA had serious anti-aircraft guns and shoulder-launched SAMs all around Dalat by now. By 0540 hours, Dar had groggily swapped his remaining M14 and Starlight scope for his M40 sniper rifle with its daylight scope. He remembered wiping blood off the lens, although whose blood it was he could not tell. For the first time, as that second Dalat dawn set forth its rosy fingertips, the Homeric phrase kept echoing through his head. Dar felt the approach of catalepsis. He felt himself begin to surrender to both fear and bloodlust. He felt the loss of control he had spent his short life trying to master. The fast movers roared in at 0645, 6 Phantom F4s laying down so much napalm that Dar lost his eyebrows and most of his hair. The gunships came in before the deafening sound of the jets had faded, the Hueys rocketing and minigunning the tree lines in all directions. NVA shoulder-launched missiles flew out of the jungle by the score, leaving crisscrossing smoke trails like some elaborate 4th of July fireworks display. But the gunships came in low and skimmed just a meter or so above the grass and flattened fences, actually passing through the walls of flames before opening fire with their miniguns, risking the massive amount of small arms fire rather than keep altitude and be brought down by a missile. And then the Sea Stallion came in, blowing the smoke into complicated spirals that mesmerized the exhausted beyond numbness Darwin Minor. He almost forgot to move, so fascinated was he by the intricate spirals and vortices of smoke created by the huge rotor blades. Years later, Dar used chaos mathematics to study the fractal variations of that phenomenon.
But of the events at 6:45 hours on that second day, he only dimly remembered Chuck pulling him away from the parapet, carrying Sergeant Carlos's body to the waiting chopper while Chuck carried Ned's limp form, and then going back to help the scientists hump the isotopes and other trophies out into the light. The lead-lined container of 80 grams of priceless weapons-grade plutonium had absolute priority, just like the contingency moon rocks the Apollo astronauts had grabbed as soon as they came out of their lunar module a few years before. And Chuck lifted it and jogged toward the Sea Stallion while Dar was pulling the last crate of reactor crap out the doorway. Dar still retained a perfectly clear image of Chuck being struck by a dozen bullets as the smoke cleared enough for advancing snipers to fire from the inner fence. Dar had frozen in place. Wally and John were in the Sea Stallion, but Dar was outside, less than 100 yards from the 25 or so NVA marksmen who had just cut Chuck to bloody ribbons. As warped as time seemed at that moment, Dar knew that he had no time to grab his rifle or to run for cover. He watched the AK-47 muzzles swing in his direction as if everything had been choreographed in slow motion. Then a Huey gunship seemed to drift over them, also in slow motion, its Gatling gun revolving and firing in a silence only Dar could hear. Empty cartridges flying and dropping by the hundreds, by the thousands, dropping away and catching the light from the rising sun. It was a beautiful sight, simply from an aesthetic point of view, the sunlight glinting on all that expended brass. Suddenly, the entire mass of NVA snipers was enveloped by dust and then tumbled down and back, as if simply slapped away by the invisible backhand of God. Dar threw Chuck's body over his shoulder, grabbed the priceless plutonium cylinder, and ran for the Sea Stallion. To this day, Dar remembered nothing of the flight out to the waiting carrier except for his last glimpse of the Dalat reactor through the swirling smoke. The entire 6-story building was cratered by bullets. Dar could not have spread his hand on any part of the wall without encountering more than one pockmark. The sandbags were completely gone, shot to pieces, and the pieces then shot away. Later, Dar could not remember the landing on the carrier. He vaguely remembered the confusion on board as he was carried to the crowded infirmary. The Navy surgeon asked, "How bad are you hit?" "Not hit," Dar had said, "just cut up from ricochets and concrete chips." They had cut off his boots, cut away his filthy, bloody blouse and trousers, and sponged his bloody flesh. "Sorry, son," the middle-aged surgeon had said,
"You're wrong. You have at least 3 AK-47 rounds in you." Even as they sedated him, Dar was not concerned. He had carried Sergeant Carlos to the chopper. He could not be badly hurt. The AK-47 slugs had probably spent most of their kinetic energy in striking the reactor wall or passing through a half-empty sandbag before striking him. He did not even remember being shot. When he finally awoke after surgery and 4 days of unconsciousness, he was told that the huge carrier was now so overloaded with refugees that aircraft on deck, including the gunships and sea stallion that had saved them, were being pushed overboard into the sea to make room for more choppers carrying VIPs from Saigon. Dar slept again. When he next awoke, the city had fallen, and Saigon was now Ho Chi Minh City. The last diplomats and CIA personnel had filed onto the roof of the U.S. Embassy and been flown out by slicks, while thousands of Vietnamese allies had been held back by the final circles of Marines. Then the Marines were airlifted out under heavy fire. The carrier task force headed for home. The important South Vietnamese politicians were sleeping in officers' quarters below, while hundreds of displaced Marines and sailors literally slept on the deck, crowding under the remaining choppers and A-6 intruders, exhausted men trying to keep out of the rain that now fell constantly. Dar had agreed to tell Sid about Dalat, but had suggested he make them dinner first. "That was good pasta," said Sid when she'd finished. Dar nodded. Sid raised her coffee cup in both hands. "Will you tell me about Dalat now? I only know the barest facts." "There's not that much to tell," said Dar. "I was only there for 48 hours in 1975. But I went back a few years ago, in 1997. There's a 6-day tour leaving from Ho Chi Minh City that ends up in Dalat. Americans are discouraged from traveling in Vietnam, but it's not illegal. You can fly from Bangkok for just $270 on Vietnam Airline or $320 on the more comfortable Thai Airway. In Dalat, you can stay in a bug-ridden hotel named Hotel Dalat, or a fleabag hotel called the Ming Tum, or in a Vietnamese version of a luxury resort named the Ang Doa. I stayed at the Ang Doa. It even has a pool." "I thought you don't fly as a passenger," said Sid. "This was a rare exception," said Dar. "Anyway, it's a pretty tour. The tour bus goes along the National Road number 20 from Ho Chi Minh City past Bao Loc, Di Ling, and Duc Trung. Mostly huge tea and coffee plantations in that area, very green, and then climbs up the Pren Pass onto the south end of the Long Biang Plateau to get to the city of Dalat." Sid listened. "Dalat is famous for its lakes," continued Dar. "They have names like Xuan Huang, Ton To, Da Tin, Von Kep, Mei Lin, lovely names and pretty lakes, except for some industrial pollution." Sid waited. "There's some jungle," said Dar, "but above the city it's mostly pine forests. Even the forests and valleys have magical names. Ai An, which means passion forest, and Tin Yo, which translates to love valley." Sid put down her coffee cup. "Thank you for the tour, Dar, but I don't give a damn about how Dalat looked in 1997. Will you tell me what happened there in 1975? It's all still classified in the dossiers, but I know that you came out of there with a silver star and a purple heart." "They gave decorations to everyone who was there," said Dar, sipping his coffee. "It's what countries and armies do when they're defeated. They hand out medals." Sid waited. "Okay," said Dar. "To tell you the truth, the Dalat mission is still technically classified, but it's no longer secret. In January of 1997, a little paper called the Tri-City Herald broke the story, and it got reprinted in the back pages of several other papers. I didn't see it, but the travel agent told me about it when I was booking my tour." Sid sipped her coffee. "Not too much of a story," repeated Dar. His voice sounded ragged even to himself. Perhaps he was coming down with a cold. "In the last days before the big bug-out from Saigon, the South Vietnamese reminded us that we'd built them a reactor at Dalat. There was some radioactive material there, including 80 grams of plutonium that the U.S. officials didn't want falling into the hands of the communists. So they rounded up 2 heroic scientists named Wally and John and flew them into Dalat to grab the material before the VC and NVA overran the place. The scientists succeeded. And you went with them as a Marine sniper? Said Sid. And then? And then, really, nothing, said Dar. Wally and John did all of the work finding and extracting the stuff they were supposed to find. He managed to smile. They knew how to shut down a nuclear reactor and use those remote handlers, but they had to teach themselves how to drive a forklift. Anyway, we took the isotopes and the canister marked plutonium and hightailed it out of there. But there was fighting, said Sid. Dar went over to pour more coffee, realized that the pot was empty, and sat down. After a minute, he said, "Sure, there always is in a war. Even in a lame duck war like the one in 1975. And you fired your rifle in anger?" said Sid. It was a question. "No, actually, I didn't," said Dar.
I fired my weapon, but I wasn't angry at anyone, except maybe at the assholes who had forgotten the damned reactor stuff in the first place. That's the truth." Sid sighed. Dr. Darwin Minor as a Marine sniper, 19 years old. It just doesn't fit the person I know, sort of know. Dar waited. "Will you at least tell me why you became a Marine?" asked Sid. "And a sniper of all things?" "Yes," said Dar, feeling his heart suddenly thud against his ribcage as he realized he was telling the truth. He would tell her, and in many ways, that was much more personal than the details of Dalat. He glanced at his watch. "But it's getting late right now, investigator. Can we take a rain check on that part of the show and tell? I have some work to do before turning in tonight." Sid bit her lip and looked around the room. She had closed the curtains and shutters before they'd turned on the first lamp, but now the shadows were as rich as the orange lamp glow. For a wild second, Dar thought that she was going to suggest that they spend the night, both of them, here in the cabin. His pulse was still racing. "All right," said Sid. "I'll help you clear the dishes, and we'll hit the road. But you promise that you'll tell me soon why you became a Marine?" "I promise," Dar heard himself say. They were outside in the dark, heading for their respective vehicles, when Dar said, "The Dalat story has a punchline, sort of. It's the main reason they kept it all classified, I think. Do you want to hear it?" "Sure," said Sid. "Remember I said that the mission was really about retrieving that priceless 80 grams of weapons-grade plutonium?" "Yes." Dar jingled his car keys in his right hand. He was carrying the gun case in his left. "Well, Wally and John found the lead-lined canister marked plutonium," he said. "We got it out. The feds, in their wisdom, sent it under guard to the big nuclear facility at Hanford, Idaho, where they carefully stored it along with thousands of other canisters of the stuff." "Yes?" prompted Sid. "Well, 4 years after my first visit to Dalat, in 1979, someone finally got around to looking at it." Sid waited in the pine-scented dark. "It wasn't plutonium at all," said Dar. "We went to all that trouble to retrieve 80 grams of polonium." "What's the difference?" said Sid. "Plutonium makes atomic and hydrogen bombs work," said Dar. "Polonium doesn't do much of anything." "How could they, Wally and George or whatever, make that kind of mistake?" "Wally and John didn't," said Dar. "One of the Vietnamese reactor techs must have slapped the wrong symbol on the canister." "So what happened to the plutonium?" According to another report in the reliable Tri-City Herald on January 19, 1997, said Dar, the Republic of Vietnam spokesman said, and I quote, "The Dalat Nuclear Research Institute is currently preserving the amount of plutonium left behind by the Americans as required by technical necessity." Dar had said this lightly, but Sid's silence seemed heavy. Finally, she said, "You mean the reactor is up and running again?" "The Russian scientists helped the North Vietnamese get it operational a month after they won the war," he said. 18. R is for recon. Dar, the merciless ex-Marine sniper, spent the rest of Friday night and all day Saturday sewing and going through his back issues of Architectural Digest. Some years ago, when Lawrence was poking around amidst Dar's shelves, the adjuster had come across several years' worth of the white-spined interior design magazines and said, "Who the hell do these belong to?" Dar had made the mistake of trying to explain why he liked reading such home interior design magazines, how the pictured worlds without humans were so static, so perfect, so minded,
how that frozen forever perfection always translated in the prose to a couple, gay or straight, living in a timeless, clutterless, decision-free universe, since everything was in its place, every pillow fluffed and creased to perfection. In reality, the Architectural Digest edition was usually off the stand less than 3 months before the director and movie star who had built their perfect palace announced their divorce. The irony of the great gap between the perfectly designed, perfectly photographed homes and the chaos of real life amused Dar. Besides, it made good bed and bathroom reading. "You're nuts," Lawrence had suggested. Now Dar thumbed through almost 2 years of back issues before coming across the article he remembered. Dulles Trace's $6 million home had been built from scratch in a crowded neighborhood just below the crest of Mulholland Drive along the valley side. The neighborhood, Coy Drive, Dar found out, although not through the magazine article, of course, was comprised of relatively modest, $1 million and up, 1960s-era ranch houses, but Attorney Trace had bought 3 of the properties, had the homes bulldozed, and hired one of America's stranger architects to build him a Luxor-like post-postmodernist cement, rusted iron, and glass thing, clinging to the hillside and dwarfing all of the other homes on the ridgeline. Dar read and reread the article, concentrating on 3 pages of photographs and memorizing which of the huge windows looked out from which room. There was a small insert of the thinly smiling Counselor Trace. "The world's best legal mind," was the caption, sitting in an uncomfortable-looking Barcelona chair. His bride, Imogene, the big-breasted, then 23-year-old Miss Brazil, second runner-up in that year's Miss Universe competition, whom Dulles Trace had legally renamed Destiny because it was her destiny to marry the famous lawyer, perched on the even less comfortable-looking metal arm of the chair. Dar thought that the house itself was an abomination, all postmodernist walls going nowhere, show-off knife-edge cornices, pretentious 40-foot-high living room ceilings, industrial materials with bolts and hinges and catwalks jetting everywhere, rusting iron wings that did or signified nothing, a strip of swimming pool narrow enough to step across. But he was delighted to read about the architect's decision not to bother with such bourgeois amenities as drapes or blinds, since the tall, magnificent windows, many coming together glass to glass at sharp angles overhanging the wild ravine, served to destroy any distinction between outside and inside, and to pull the magnificent wilderness into each of the bright and varied living areas. This magnificent wilderness, Dar knew from studying his Thomas Guide and topo maps of the area, was actually the only undeveloped ridge in the area, one saved from the bulldozers by the discovery of multiple Indian artifacts and the relentless lobbying of some of Coy Drive's more stubborn residents, including Leonard Nimoy and a writer named Harlan Ellison. Sewing the ghillie suit was a pain in the ass. Dar had to take the oversized 2-piece camouflage overalls, attach netting to the whole damn thing, reinforce the front of the suit with heavy canvas, also camouflage patterned, and then sew on more tough canvas to the elbows and knees. Dar then took the several hundred irregularly cut strips of hessian, burlap, and garnished the suit, a 7-hour job of sewing the bastardly bits of cloth to every part of the net, which in turn had been sewn to the outer overalls. The front of the ghillie suit was only lightly garnished, but Dar had to apply enough strips to the back of the suit for the floppy pieces of fabric to hang down to drape on the ground whenever he was in a prone position. The wide-brimmed boonie hat he had purchased was similarly garnished, only here the Alaskan mosquito netting outfit came in handy. Dar had never worn or made himself a ghillie suit in his training for Vietnam. Marines had humped into the jungle and fought in their green or camouflage fatigues, often using branches and greenery for camouflage while waiting for the enemy, or occasionally excavating a dugout and camouflage-covered, so-called belly-hide fire position. Ghillie suits were just too damned hot and clumsy for jungle fighting. But in the mid-1970s at Camp Pendleton, just up the road from San Diego, Dar had been taught the history of the ghillie suit. Ghillies had been Scottish gamekeepers in the 1800s who developed such man-made camouflage outfits for stalking game and poachers on the Great Highland estates. German snipers had started the trend toward the modern ghillie suit in World War I, when they discarded their issued, oversized, hooded, stiff and cumbersome canvas greatcoats and constructed their own camouflage robes for use when crawling around in no man's land.
They had soon discovered the usefulness of adding a camouflaged hood that could be pulled over the head, leaving only a small slit with a gauze eyepiece for vision. Snipers also soon learned that the human eye, especially in a battlefield environment, is exceptionally sensitive to both unusual movements, say, a bush crawling along under its own propulsion, and to the slightest glimpse of the outline of a human face. The sight of a rifle barrel also tended to catch a soldier's or counter-sniper's attention very, very quickly. And so the sniper's ghillie suit had evolved this century through a harsh but very efficient process of natural selection. Today, in sniper schools such as the Royal Marine School at Limpston in Devon or the U.S. Marine Scout Sniper Schools in Quantico, Virginia or Camp Lejeune and Camp Pendleton, it is common practice for the Marine NCOs to take visiting officers from other services out onto the training field and explain the theoretical advantages of camouflage in the profession of sniping. At the end of the short lecture, 5 to 35 ghillie-suited snipers stand up, usually none of them farther than 20 paces from the startled army officers, and many of them literally within touching distance. The rule in making a successful ghillie suit is that if someone can see it before he steps on it, it's back to the sewing machine or forward to the grave. Dar was pleased in some obscure way that even today, the Marine Sniper School students were expected to make their own ghillie suits during their spare time. Some of the products Dar knew from visiting Camp Pendleton in recent years were quite original. This reminded him. He stopped sewing and cussing for a few minutes and called Camp Pendleton, making an appointment to see Captain Butler there late on Tuesday afternoon. Returning to his work table, Dar was glad that he would not be bringing his own ghillie suit along for inspection. Marines can be very insensitive sometimes. Dar finished the ghillie suit about dinner time. He tried it on, slipping into the fatigues, buttoning everything up, pulling on the boonie hat with its 3 feet of netting and mosquito screen camouflage attachments, and then went to stand in front of the full-length closet mirror to see how he looked. There was no full-length mirror, only its frame and 2 bullet holes. Dar went into the bathroom and stood on the edge of the tub to check out his new suit. The bathroom cabinet gave him only a partial view, but it was ridiculous enough to make him just want to lie down in the tub and take a nap until everything, including Dallas Trace and his alliance and his Russian enforcers, just went away. Dar thought that he looked like some low-budget Roger Corman 1961 horror movie monster, a shapeless sheepdog mass with hundreds of irregular dun and tan and soft green tatters hanging from it. He could not see his own eyes through the mosquito netting veil and accompanying camo strips. His hands were concealed by the overhanging sleeves, netting, and strips of hessian, burlap. He was no longer a human shape, merely a raggedy-ass blob looking like a pile of ambulatory hound dog ears. "Boo," he said to his reflection. The blob in the mirror did not react. Lawrence agreed to give him a twilight ride to a trailhead so that Dar could go camping. The ghillie suit and everything else Dar needed, theoretically, was crammed into his oversized rucksack. When Dar had called with the request, about 7 p.m. that Saturday evening, Lawrence had said, "Well, sure, I'll drive you to where you want to go camping, but what happened to that 9-ton land crusher you used to own? It seems to me that would do the job." "I don't want to leave it on the road where I'm hiking in," Dar said truthfully. "I'd worry about it." Lawrence certainly understood that. It was a running joke between Trudy and Dar how Lawrence invariably parked in the most distant edge of any parking lot, and then, with the curb and shrubs and cacti on one side if he could, anything to avoid dings. When Larry's car got dings, Larry's car got sold. "Sure, I'll drop you off," Lawrence had said. "I wasn't up to anything except watching a video tonight." "Which one?" "Ernest Goes to Camp," said Lawrence. "But that's okay, I've seen it." 236 times, thought Dar. Aloud, he said, "I appreciate this, Larry." "Lawrence," said Lawrence, "you want to leave your crusher here or shall I come pick you up in town?" "I'll drive out to your place," said Dar. Now, on the way out from Escondido in Lawrence's Trooper, the bulging rucksack loaded in the back seat,
Lawrence said, "Where you headed? Borigo Desert State Park, Cleveland National Forest, or are we going as far as Joshua Tree or someplace?" "Mulholland Drive," said Dar. Lawrence almost drove off the road. "Mulholland Drive? As in L.A.?" "Yeah," said Dar. Lawrence squinted at him. "For camping?" "Yup," said Dar. "Probably 2 days' worth. I've got my cell phone, so I'll give you a call when I need to be picked up." 8:30 on a Saturday night. It'll be after midnight when we get there, and you're going camping somewhere off Mulholland Drive? "Right," said Dar. "Just off Beverly Glen Boulevard, actually. You don't have to drive on Mulholland. Just through Beverly Hills and up Beverly Glen to just over the ridgeline on the valley side." Lawrence squinted at him, and then slammed on the brakes, kicked up dust in a turnout, and turned the trooper around, headed back toward his home. "You're not going to take me?" said Dar. "Sure, I'll take you," growled his friend. "But if I'm going into goddamned Los Angeles on a Saturday night and going through goddamned Beverly Hills and stopping on Mulholland after midnight, I'm going home to get my 38. He glanced suspiciously at Dar. "Are you armed?" "No," Dar said truthfully. "You're nuts," said Lawrence. Dar asked Lawrence to stop once on Ventura Boulevard. It had taken Dar 3 minutes on the internet to track down Dallas Trace's unlisted phone number, and now he used a payphone to call that number. A woman's voice answered, in a Latina accent, not sultry Brazilian, but no-nonsense Central American housekeeperese. "Mr. John Cochran calling for Mr. Trace," he said in his softest male secretary voice. "Just a minute," said the woman. A minute later, Dallas Trace's fake West Texas drawl boomed on the line. "Johnny, what's up, amigo?" It was Dar's turn to turn on a fake dialect. Speaking through his red bandana, he growled in his best East L.A. gang voice. "Cheer what's up, you honky motherfucker, turf-jumping chicken-shit bastard. If you think you can off Esposito that way and cut us all out, I mean, fuck your Russian fucking mafia, man. We know about Yappin' Chick and Zucca, and we don't give a fuck, man. Those commie fag bastards don't scare us, man. We coming for you, home." Dar hung up and got back in the trooper. Lawrence had been close enough to hear most of Dar's monologue. "Calling your girlfriend?" said the adjuster. "Yeah," said Dar. Dar had Lawrence drop him off about 200 yards east of the intersection of Beverly Glen Boulevard and Mulholland Drive. They waited for a car or two to pass until the road was dark, and then Dar was out of the trooper with his rucksack and moving quickly downhill into the tall weeds. He did not want to be arrested by Sherman Oaks police in the first 5 minutes of his mission. Lawrence drove off. Dar reached into his heavy rucksack and found the carefully wrapped
Bean night vision goggles and the small box of camouflage color sticks. The ghillie suit was heavy, but most of the weight in his pack came from optical aids he had brought along and wrapped carefully in foam. Dar was wearing black jeans, dark Mephisto boots, and a black Eddie Bauer cotton Henley. Clicking on the battery-powered night vision goggles, he saw that he had stopped just before running into a barbed wire fence. The lights of the San Fernando Valley were so bright that it caused the goggles to flare every time Dar raised his gaze above the uninhabited ridge. The counselor and his wife designed the house to take maximum advantage of the view of the city lights, the Architectural Digest article had read. The same view that inspired their former neighbor Stephen to create the unforgettable alien mothership. It had taken Dar 20 minutes to figure out that the writer was talking about Steven Spielberg, who had lived in this neighborhood long ago when he was working on Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Right now, that mother-shaped V of bright lights visible between the darker hills was just a pain in the ass, or to be more specific, a pain in the eyes. Dar removed the night goggles and used the camo sticks to paint his face and hands. The idea was to use light colors on those parts of the face where shadows were formed, under the cheeks and chin and nose, in the eye sockets, and darker colors on prominent features such as his nose and cheekbones, jaw and forehead. The important thing, both with the face and hands, was to create an irregular pattern that would keep the human brain from piecing together the outline of a human face or hands at a distance. This was a point of no return. If a Sherman Oaks PD searchlight suddenly pinned him now, he would have a hell of a time explaining the face paint. Of course, he rationalized, the night goggles and rucksack full of ghillie suit might be a problem to explain as well. Then again, so far he had not trespassed. Dar eliminated that technicality by climbing the barbed wire fence and heading out onto the long ridge, passing through the few trees that ran along Mulholland and into the scrub grass and shrubs. The ridges on either side, each about 200 yards away, were developed to capacity with homes, most with outside security lights. Between that glare and the moonlight, Dar realized that it was easier to slip along with the night vision goggles up on his forehead. It took him about 10 minutes to hike to a place on the ridgeline directly opposite Dallas Trace's mansion. Dar knew from Architectural Digest that the huge home presented a fortress-blank face to the street. High walls, windowless concrete, a basement garage with automatic doors, no sight of the main door. It must be, Dar knew, a serious problem for the FBI, NICB, State's Attorney's Office, or anyone else who was trying to carry out legal surveillance of the place. But the back of Defense Attorney Trace's home was a blaze of lights. Every room seemed to be lighted. Dar went to one knee, set the rucksack down carefully, and extracted his old Redfield AccuRange telescopic sight. The scope was only 3.9 variable magnification, but it was easier to use than binoculars and had the advantage of showing only one set of optical lenses to the sun in the daylight. Well, there was no doubt that this was the house. The 4-foot-wide pool on its strip of coral-colored concrete that made up the backyard was brightly lit, as was the almost vertical strip of mowed grass below it. Dar could make out a security fence about 20 yards down the hill, razor wire atop an outward slanted fence. The rear lights were bright enough to illuminate the hillside, but he could see extra motion detector activated lights on the wall and fence. Dar had no doubt that the fence and the lights, as well as the doors and the windows, were all hooked to state-of-the-art anti-intruder circuitry, and that both the Sherman Oaks Private Security Agency and the police would be notified if so much as an errant squirrel ended up in that yard. Mr. Dallas Trace's home was not an easy target for a lazy or careless burglar. Dar could see no one moving in any of the rooms, nor anyone visible in couches or chairs, even though a 64-inch high-definition projection TV was flickering away in one of the lower-level rooms. The magazine article had not exaggerated when it had raved about the 40-foot-high window walls on the main level. They jutted out like a ship's bow over the ravine to Dar's west. As always, when confronted with such architectural monstrosities, Dar's thoughts were, who the hell changes the light bulbs in the ceiling and washes those windows? He had come to peace with the realization that he was a Philistine of practicality at heart. Right now, practicality demanded finding a good place to spend the next 24 hours or so. Once planted in a ghillie suit, a sniper did not move in daylight unless there was pressing need to. The idea was to stay prone in one place during all the hours of the day, observing. Dar knew from experience that it was difficult to do this if one staked out one's position on an anthill or a cactus, or too many rocks, or on the opening to a rattler's den. Dar used the night goggles to search for a place just northeast of Trace's house where every window and room on this side was still within view, and found a relatively flat area below the crest of the ridge tucked in between Spanish bayonet yucca and a large ottoman-sized boulder. Another boulder behind him would shield him from daylight view of anyone strolling idly along the ridgeline. Taller grass in front should make a good viewing blind. His ghillie suit should blend well with the tall but dry tan grass growing along this stretch of hillside. But to make sure, Dar flipped up his night vision goggles, crouched with his back to the Trace house, and used a tiny shielded penlight to study every inch of the position. Moving any stone larger than his fingernail, and knowing that even those tiny pebbles left tar would be well known by sunrise, he did his checklist. Fire ants, no. Cacti, no. Snakes, no. Gopher hole, no. Dog shit, no. Fox den, no. Animal tracks, no. It was never smart to set your sniper position on a game trail. And finally, signs of humans,
Cigarette butts, shell casings, Dairy Queen cups, used condoms, no. Dar sighed, pulled out his ghillie suit and wrestled himself into it with as little noise as possible. Laid his rucksack under the extra camouflaged netting he had brought for that purpose, and lay prone, feeling the padding of the thick canvas on his elbows, knees, and belly, setting his camera with the huge 400mm lens next to him under the ghillie suit next to him, and using the red field as his spotting scope. Thus the long night began. During his training with the 7th Marine Regiment more than 2.5 decades earlier, Darwin Minor had been taught how to keep a sniper's log. He had no pencil and paper with him now, but if he had, the log might have read something like this. Date, 6/24, Saturday. Time, 2300. Place, Hill 1, Finger 1. Coord, 767502. 2310. First movement in house. Maid leaving. 2345. Mrs. Dallas Trace, Destiny, enters main room accompanied by a man. The man is blonde, well-tanned, a muscle-bound bodybuilder type. Not Mr. Trace. Probably not Yaponchik or Zucker. He looks more like the stereotype of a Beverly Hills pool maintenance man. 2350. Mrs. Trace and bodybuilder enter upstairs bedroom. Turn on one lamp. Engage in strenuous sexual intercourse. 6:25. Sunday a.m. 00:05. Bodybuilder appears ready for nap. Mrs. Trace does not. Previously observed activity begins again. 0:30. Mrs. Trace wakes up bodybuilder and ejects him from room. 0:38. Dallas Trace enters downstairs main room 1 minute after Mr. Muscles leaves by kitchen door. Trace is accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Photographed everyone with Nikon using 400mm lens and ultra-high-speed film.
Bodyguards appear too young and stupid to be Yaponchik or Zucker 00. Bodyguards check backyard pool area, sweep area with night scope. Had worried about thermal imaging, but hoped that residual heat from boulders would muddy TI scan. Bodyguards use only image intensifiers. They carry Mac 10s. 050. DT goes upstairs to check on Mrs. Trace. She is sleeping. Trace goes back downstairs to confer with guards. 115. DT makes several phone calls. 2:05. Bodyguards re-enter house. DT goes to upstairs bedroom. 2:10. Lights out in bedroom. Guards remain in main room and billiard room. Work in shifts of 2. 300. Cramp in left leg only 4 hours into watch. Too old for this crap. 450. Pre-dawn light. Make sure ghillie suit and extra camo cloth covers everything. 521. Sunrise. Was freezing all night. Already beginning to get too hot. 640. Pissed into small fissure next to boulder without moving. Violates training, but will be damned if I'm going to ruin these new coveralls this early. Glad I fasted and purged system all day sat. 7:15. No movement in DT house except change of guards. Using polarizers to see through reflection of rising sun. Partially successful. 7:35. Female jogger runs up trail 20 meters above me. Hear her Walkman. Doberman with her. Dog came down to sniff, peed on me. Was called back by jogger. 9:30. Redfield scope sees through kitchen window well enough to spot DT eating large breakfast the maid cooked for him. Mrs. DT still asleep. 10:39. Mrs. DT joins husband in kitchen. DT on phone. 11:15. DT dresses. Jeans, cowboy boots, western blue silk shirt, bison vest. 11:38. DT leaves home. 3 of 4 bodyguards go with him. 12:22. Maid leaves. 4th bodyguard led upstairs by Mrs. DT. Strenuous sexual intercourse. 12:50. Bodyguard returns to main room. 1300. Maid returns. 14:30. Heat very intense. Using water judiciously, but finish second bottle. 1 left. 14:40.
Rattlesnake crawls over my right leg and suns itself on boulder approx 1 meter to my left. 16:30. Snake leaves immediate area. 16:45. Heavy rain. Visibility still acceptable. 16:50. Last night's bodybuilder returns. He is the pool man. He hangs around under patio canopy to stay out of rain. 7:10. Mrs. DT leaves with fourth bodyguard. Poolman is called into house by maid. 2 engage in strenuous sexual intercourse in video room. 18:20. Rain ends, but rivulets of water are pouring off boulders and through my position. Maid and poolman have left house. No movement visible. 21:20. Last twilight gone because of clouds. Eyes very tired because of scope use. Eye drops almost gone. 2010. DT returns with his 4 guards and 5 unidentified men. New men look foreign. 3 of them stay in main room with DT's regular bodyguards, while 2 go upstairs with DT to office. 22:45. Long conversation. DT sits with his back to the glass, just like in his Century City office. The 2 men continue standing during the discussion. Shoot 3 rolls of high-speed black and white film using bipod to steady 400mm lens. This is the sniper team, Gregor Japonchik and Pavel Zucker. Zucker even stands 3 paces back on Japonchik's left during discussion, just as a spotter does for his master sniper. Cannot quite read the Russian's lips, although I can tell that they are speaking English, but I seem to make out the words Latino and Mexican several times. I assume they are discussing whether my phone call of the night before was a fraud. 22:50. DT is showing the 2 men photographs of lawyer Esposito and me. The photos of me were obviously taken by a long lens, 2 outside my San Diego condo and 1 at the Gomez wreck. Last 2 were taken at the cabin. Damn. 2300. Meeting breaking up. Clear images of Zucker and Japonchik. The spotter looks nothing like the FBI photo of the man, with the beard. He is tall, thin, and clean-shaven, with short cropped black hair and deeply sunken eyes. He smokes a cigarette during the discussion. I can see the anger on DT's face as the lawyer gets up to find an ashtray. Japonchik is an older man, perhaps 2 to 3 years my senior. He reminds me of some Swedish actor, can't recall his name, Bergman movies. Short blonde hair, long lined face, thin lips, always seeming to be ready for an ironic smile, blue eyes, sculpted cheekbones and chin, very large hands with long fingers, dressed in a very expensive Italian suit, does not look Russian, more Scandinavian. 2031. The 3 go back downstairs and talk to the 7 gathered bodyguards. I am certain that the 3 who came with Jan and Z are foreign, Eastern European, or Russian. Their taste in suits has not yet evolved, while the original 4 appear to be American thugs, professional but not in the Russians' league. 30:30. Rain starts again. Photographed all 10 men. Resisted urge to call Dallas Trace on my cell phone and ask for Japonchik. 30:40. Mrs. DT comes home and goes straight to bed. 30:45. Japonchik, Zucker, and 3 other Russians leave. 6:26. Monday, 015. DT makes 3 calls from his office. 042. DT goes to bed. Mrs. DT sleeping. He tries to rouse her. Fails. DT watches TV in bedroom. 150. TV off. Bedroom dark. Guards on 2 shifts. 200. Remember his name. Max von Sydow. Japonchik looks a lot like Max von Sydow. 210. 2 guards sleeping in extra downstairs bedroom engage in homosexual activity. Details not observed after initial foreplay. 235. Phone to request extraction. Lawrence displeased. 5:30. Extracted just after first light. 5:40. Lawrence inquires if I have lost my fucking mind. Dar slept 2 hours on Tuesday morning and then developed his rolls of film in the little dark room off the loft's bathroom. Some of the close-ups of the men were grainy, but all were clear enough. Next, Dar used his reverse LA phone directory to look up the names and addresses of the people Dallas Trace had called during the recon session. Dar had been able to see all the numbers punched except for one call when Trace's body had blocked the view through the scope. Several were unlisted, but he found those soon enough through Lawrence's internet skip chase service. Dar circled several locations in his LA County Thomas guide. Special Agent Warren had left 2 messages on Dar's machine, and when Dar called him back, the FBI man said that the files Dar had requested were available. Dar asked if they could be messengered over early that afternoon. Sid Olson had also left several messages. Dar called her at the Justice Center, assured her that he had enjoyed his camping trip, and made an appointment to see her at her office at an improbably early hour the next morning. A young FBI agent personally delivered the dossiers, had Dar sign 5 forms, and still looked unhappy when he left. Dar almost wondered whether he should have tipped the young man. Dar showered a 3rd time, dressed in chinos and a blue Oxford cloth shirt, and tried to wake up as he studied the dossiers before driving up to Camp Pendleton. Japanchik's file was thicker than Zucker's, but most of it was official information obtained through tapping unclassified Soviet Army sources. The KGB-related material was largely blacked out. Dar always loved that freedom of information sort of aspect to dossiers, but the outline was there for both men. Russian army snipers, active in Afghanistan, KGB paramilitary during the last years of the regime, Russian mafia ties through the mid-1990s, no recent information. There was the blurry picture of Zucker. Dar was convinced that they had photographed the wrong man. And one labeled Japanchik and Zucker with rifle platoon, which appeared to have been taken in Afghanistan with an Instamatic camera from about a mile away. Even with enhancement, the photo was nothing but grain, the faces mere blobs. Dar smiled at this page. The previous page would serve his purposes. Right now, he realized, his purpose was to get his ass up to Camp Pendleton before he was late for the appointment. Odds were that the U.S. Marines would entertain you on the drive up the I-5 beyond Oceanside, and today was no different.
Light Marine tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, followed by the occasional dune buggy with a .60 caliber mounted machine gun, roared along the campsite of the fence to the east of the interstate, kicking up dust before following ruts back into the barren hills. On the ocean side, landing craft were standing a mile or 2 offshore, while hovercraft filled with Marines roared toward the beaches, up the beaches, and then into the dunes and scrubby woods beyond the dunes. There were no interstate exits between Oceanside and San Clemente beyond the northern end of the huge base. But Dar had exited at the Hill Street Camp Pendleton exit and used one of the southern entrances to the base. Before he reached the administration complex, he had been stopped 3 times. Twice at gates complete with pop-up steel and concrete obstacles where it was confirmed that he had a 3 p.m. appointment with Captain Butler, and once by a Marine traffic cop who held him up a minute while 3 tanks roared across the access road at 40 miles per hour and disappeared back into the dunes. There were more security checks in the admin building, but by the time Dar strolled toward the last set of undistinguished concrete office huts, he was wearing his visitor badge and stepping a bit more lightly than usual. The U.S. Marine captain did not keep Dar waiting. The secretary showed him in, and Captain Butler, a tall, thin black man in desert camo fatigues that were starched to a razor's edge, jumped up from his desk and gave Dar an uninhibited bear hug that was very much non-Marine-like. "Damn, it's good to see you, Darwin," said the captain, grinning broadly. "We've missed a few of our monthly nights on the town." "Too many," agreed Dar. "It's good to see you, Ned." The captain always kept a cool pitcher of iced tea and a bowl of freshly picked lemons in his office, his one self-indulgence, Dar knew, and they went through the ice-clanking, pouring, lemon-cutting, and toasting ritual. "Absent friends," said Ned. They both drank and then took their seats. Dar on the worn leather couch, Captain Butler in the even more worn leather chair near it. Ned's grin remained. After Delot, when Dar had been rotated stateside, he used his first leave to visit his spotter's widow and 2-year-old toddler in Greenville, Alabama. He had met Edwina before, during the long training when Ned Sr. and Dar had fought each other for every point in marksmanship and fieldcraft. This time, Dar simply showed up and said that anything either of them ever needed, he would try to provide.
At first, Edwina had thought it was just a gesture, but when she'd phoned to tell Dar she was moving with the baby to California to be closer to her family, it was Dar who paid for air tickets and a moving van rather than let them travel by bus. When Ned showed an early aptitude for math, it was Dar who quietly arranged for enrollment in a private school in Bakersfield where they lived. When Dar had moved to California after Barbara and the baby's death, it was Edwina and the high school-aged Ned whom he'd spent several weeks with before getting on with his life. Dar had been ready, willing, and able to help Ned, whose SAT scores were phenomenal, get into any college or university in the country. Dar had been thinking Princeton. Ned had been thinking Marines. Ned Jr. had won 3 battle ribbons during the Gulf War, leading a recon platoon ashore while the Iraqis waited for the massive Marine invasion from the sea that never came. General Schwarzkopf had used the thousands of Marines poised for amphibious assault as a bluff, a distraction, holding the rapt attention of the hundreds of thousands of occupying Iraqi troops. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of coalition army troops and tanks did their amazing 200-mile left lateral shift without enemy detection before beginning the Hail Mary pass of an offensive that broke the back of the Iraqi army. Ned Jr. had turned 19 during the 1991 Gulf War, precisely the age his father had been at Dalat. Since the rising young officers posting to Camp Pendleton 5 years ago, Dar and Ned tried to have drinks and dinner together at least once a month. It had been Ned's frequent deployments to places unmentioned that had interfered in recent months, not Dar's schedule. They talked a few minutes about family and mutual friends. Finally, Ned set down his iced tea and said, "To what do I owe the honor of this visit?" Dar briefed the captain quickly and succinctly on the Alliance, Dallas Trace, and the Russian snipers, and then, uncharacteristically, found himself unable to finish. Even though Ned had not taken up his father's specialty in the Marines, he waited now with a sniper's patience. "If you do me the favor I'm about to ask, it may endanger your entire career, Ned," said Dar. "I will not only understand if you say no, I'm almost hoping that you'll say no. It's not just an unusual request, it's illegal." Ned smiled very slightly. "Disclaimer noted, Corporal," said the captain. 3 good friends, you've met them all, and I have some leave time coming. Whom do you want us to kill, and how much do you want them to hurt first?" Dar laughed politely, and then realized that Ned was not joking. No, he said hurriedly. "I was just hoping that I could unofficially borrow some hardware. I can return it before it goes missing on anyone's manifest." The captain nodded slowly. "We don't have any extra Abrams M1A1 battle tanks here," he said, "but would a Bradley armored fighting vehicle do?" Ned smiled when he said this, but it was the smile of a carnivore, not a jokester. Dar sighed. "I was thinking of a rifle." Ned nodded again. "It seems to me that despite regulations way back then, you came home from that Vietnam fracas with a rifle as a gift of the 7th Marine Regiment." "The Remington 700, said Dar. "Yes, I still have it." "Does it still fire?" said Ned. "It's been a few months since I had it on the range, but it was still able to put 5 rounds into the 5.5-inch square target head at 650 yards. The captain frowned. 650 yards? What's wrong with the 1,000-yard range? "I'm old," said Dar. "My eyes are old. I use glasses now when I read for long periods." "Fuck that," Ned said, and added, "Sir." The captain ran his fingers along the knife edge of his fatigue trousers. "All right. This sniper attempt against you at home, what was the opposition using?" Dar described the Tikka 595 Sporter. Ned shrugged slightly. "It's not expensive, but it's a pretty good weapon. Domestic, accurate high-power rifles tend to start at about 2,000. European sniper weapons run up from 8,000 or so. I think the Tikka retails at about 1,000. I don't think that would be the main guy's first choice in weapons." Dar nodded in agreement. "They sent the spotter after me. I suspect that the weapon was meant to be disposable in case of problems." Ned grinned again. "The spotter, huh? They don't think much of you, do they?" "There are some brilliant spotters," Dar said softly. "I used to know one who was a better shot and braver man than any top shot I've ever met." Ned looked at him for a minute. Then he gestured for Dar to follow. The warehouse was huge. Somewhere off in the shadowy distance, a forklift was humming, but other than that, they were alone. Ned opened a crate. "If you're looking to update your old M40, Darwin, this is a nice toy." Dar reached in to touch the weapon, set in its foam lining. "HS Precision HSP 7630, said Ned. "Comes with barrels and bolts for both calibers, regular NATO 7.62 rounds or .300 Winchester Magnums. The stock is made of Kevlar, graphite, and fiberglass, of course. No more splinters in Marine's cheeks, thank you. And it comes with a bipod and adjustable butt plate, much like our updated M24s.
Look, here see how the fluted barrel is locked into the receiver by an interrupted screw thread and matching bracket plate? You can pack this away in a light 23 by 17-inch carrying case and essentially have two different weapons on hand when you unpack it." "Very nice," said Dar, "but I was thinking of using the old Remington 700 and Redfield scope for regular work." Ned frowned slightly. "Why don't you just go buy a bow and a couple of arrows, Darwin?" It was Dar's turn to grin. "Not a bad idea. I hear they're quieter and a lot cheaper than suppressors." "No weapon is ever really obsolete." The captain nodded at that. "Not if it still kills," he agreed. "You set for cutlery?" "K-bar," said Dar. Ned closed the crate and repadlocked it. "Okay, you use your antique M40 for regular work up to the limits of your failing old codger vision." "What did you say that was?" "I didn't," replied Dar, "but 10 yards would be about right." "Buy a shotgun," said Ned. "Or better yet, a big mean dog." "A lady friend gave me a nice Remington shotgun," said Dar. "Well, loaned me one." Ned's eyebrows shot up, not at the mention of the shotgun, but at the phrase lady friend. Dar never spoke of lady friends. The captain said quietly, "All right, what was the special work you were interested in? Perhaps you were thinking of .5-inch punch?" "I've heard good things about the Macmillan MI987R, said Dar. "I've used it," said Ned, his voice serious now. "Very accurate. At 25 pounds, it's one of the lightest .50 calibers around. It's got a recoil that would give an elephant hemorrhoids, but most of it's absorbed by a pepper pot muzzle brake and lots of recoil pads. We even stock the U.S. Navy SEALs Combo 50 variety with a folding stock, but it's a standard 5-round magazine bolt action. Do you envision needing any rapid fire in addition to your Remington slow work?" Dar hesitated. Snipers were trained to think of one bullet, one kill. That was why the most modern Kevlar fiberglass sniper rifles had largely reverted to single-shot bolt-action form. That would be quite familiar to a sniper from the trenches of World War I. But he had the Remington for long-distance, light-caliber work. What would be his best choice for rapid fire? Ned's father had saved Dar's life several times in the 48 hours at Delot with his accurized M14 firing on full auto. Ned put his arm around Dar's shoulder and walked deeper into the corridor of crates. "Would you like to see something my fire team used in the Gulf War? It turned out to be very handy." "Sure." Ned opened a long box. "We called it the Light 50 over there in the desert. Officially, it's the Barrett Model 82A1 sniper rifle, 12.7 by 99 mm Browning, just like the .50 calibers of old. It's got a short recoil, the barrel is actually sent back 2 inches every time it's fired, and it has a huge muzzle brake. It weighs 29.5 pounds without a sight, comes with a 10-power Leupold & Stevens M3A Ultra scope, and, here's the important part, Dar, it has an 11-round detachable box magazine. It's the only semi-automatic .50 caliber sniper rifle on the market." "What would it cost me?" said Dar. "Out the door, taxes, warranty, undercoating, and optional leather seats." Ned's eyes looked very much like his father's when he gave Dar a long, searching look. "You bring it, and yourself, back in one piece, and it's yours. I'll even throw in a modern flak vest, 3,000 rounds of regular ammo, and 500 slaps." "Holy shit," said Dar. 3,000 rounds and saboted light armor penetrators? Christ, Ned, I'm not going off to war." "Aren't you?" Ned said, closed the long box, locked it, and lifting the box off the stack, handed Dar the key.
Dar was in heavy traffic on the I-5 heading back into town, wondering whether to stop and pick up a burger or just go straight home to sleep when Lawrence rang him. "They found Polly Satchel, Dar." "Good," said Dar. "Who's they?" "Eventually the cops," said Lawrence. "But first it was the Hampton Quality Pre-Processing people." "Who the hell are the Hampton Quality Pre-Processing people?" said Dar. "And can this wait?" He felt like a thief with the light 50 and boxes of ammo under a tarp in the back of the Land Cruiser. He had sweated through his Oxford cloth blue shirt during the routine drive out of Pendleton, and he still expected Marine guards to come roaring after him any second. "No, it really can't wait," said Lawrence. "Can you meet me at this destination?" He gave an address in an industrial section on the south side of the downtown. "I can be there in about 30 minutes in this traffic," said Dar. "If I absolutely have to." It was a shitty neighborhood, and he had images of his Toyota Land Cruiser being stolen and the Bloods or Crips suddenly gaining .5-inch semi-auto firepower. "You have to," said Lawrence. "If you haven't eaten, don't." 19. S is for Satchel. It had been 3 hours since the accident, and they had not extricated Polly Satchel's body yet. After one quick look, Dar understood why. Darwin had never given much thought as to how hamburgers were stamped out. He knew that they arrived frozen and pre-shaped at all of the franchise burger places, but now he saw that Hampton Quality Pre-Processing was the place. It was a large, clean, new plant in a crowded, dirty, old industrial neighborhood. Dar showed his credentials to the people demanding it. Lawrence had already been at the scene earlier and led him on a 5-cent tour through the plant. Loading docks for the beef to arrive, that room's where it's cut and separated, grinding room there. This area's where the extruded raw hamburger is put on a 5-foot-wide stainless steel conveyor belt that runs through the wall into the stamping room. The stamping room was where Polly Satchel, the one possible witness to attorney Jorge Murphy Esposito's final moments, was entangled in the machinery. Besides a medical examiner finishing some paperwork in one corner, there were 2 plainclothes detectives there, Dar knew Detective Eric Van Orden, and 5 other men wearing white coats over their business suits and surgical masks over their faces. Lawrence introduced them as 3 executive representatives of Hampton Pre-Processing International, headquartered in Chicago, and 2 of their own insurance investigators. "Nothing like this has ever happened in one of our plants, anywhere. Never," said one of the men behind the masks. "Ever." Dar nodded, and he, Lawrence, and Detective Van Orden stepped closer to the body. What made the scene especially grisly, besides the fact that Polly Satchel had been squeezed head-first through a 3-inch maw of a hamburger press, was the river of raw hamburger meat, no longer so fresh, that surrounded his sprawled body like a river current of raw flesh. "He's been working here for 3 months under the name of Paul Drake," said Detective Van Orden. "Perry Mason's chief investigator on the old shows?" "Yeah," agreed the cop. Satchel was a little weasel with a lot of TV watching time on his hands between liability claims. He always got some shit job to tide him over until the insurance checks arrived. "We've got aliases on him as Joe Cartwright, Richard Kimball, Matt Dillon, Rob Petrie, and Wire Paladin." "Wire Paladin?" said Lawrence. Van Orden gave a twitch of a smile. "Yeah. Remember Richard Boone in the old Paladin series? The gunfighter all in black?" "Sure," said Lawrence. "Paladin, Paladin, where do you roam?" he sang. "Well," said Van Orden, "the card that the gunfighter used to hand out on the show read Wire Paladin, San Francisco. Polly was never exactly rocket scientist material. He must have thought that Wire was Paladin's first name." Lawrence gave the headless, armless body a reproving glance. "Everybody knows that Paladin didn't have a first name," he said to the corpse. One of the company insurance men came over and began to speak urgently through his mask. "We know of you, Dr."
Listeners' space to absorb and reflect. Minor know your work, and we don't know who has called you in on this, but you should know right now that although this plant was highly automated, Mr. Drake should have been the only person in the room at the time of the accident. There are at least 8 mechanical safeguards against such an accident occurring while the employee was cleaning the input orifice of the stamping container. "He was cleaning the stamping container?" said Dar. "It was on his schedule for early this afternoon when the accident occurred," said Van Orden. 8 safeguards, repeated the insurance man. As soon as that T11 restraining grate was lifted, the entire line was programmed to automatically shut down. Dar ignored the split infinitive and said, "How about the other 7 safeguards?" No way that he could stop the line and lift that gate and open the compression clause to clean the stamping container without the failsafe devices shutting it down, said a company executive who had joined the insurance man. You can imagine our shock when we found all of these built-in safeguards either bypassed or eliminated from the machinery. The detective sighed and pointed to the mass of machinery and maze of circuitry inside the open stamping press panel. "This wasn't new," he said. "Polly was too stupid to bypass these things, and the murderer certainly didn't spend hours tinkering with the machinery before starting the press on Polly." The company man and the insurance man took a horrified step back when they heard the word murderer. Perhaps it was the first time the detective had used it. Lawrence pointed to the Rube Goldberg rewiring. "This has been like this for years," he said. "The failsafes obviously slowed down the process too much, so they just bypassed all this crap and had the operator, Polly in this case, shut off the power back there." Lawrence pointed to a huge red button at the far end of the line. "And then he could clean the stamping press entrance 5 times as fast, and they could get back to production." "Can someone turn the line and the press back on from outside this room?" asked Dar. The 5 company people shook their masked heads so vigorously that sweat actually flew through the air. "And Polly was supposed to be working alone?" said Dar. "He was working alone today," said Van Orden. "Signed in at 1 p.m. as usual. Would have ended his shift at 9. "Other workers been interviewed?" said Dar. Van Orden nodded. "The line shut down at the usual time when Polly cleaned the press. There are only 5 other workers in the building. It really is highly automated, and 4 of them were all outside together, taking a smoke break when the event occurred." "What about the 5th man?" asked Dar. "He was working in the back room there and has a perfect alibi," said Lawrence. "None of these guys saw anyone enter the building," said Dar. "Of course not," said Van Orden. "That would make our job too easy, wouldn't it? But there are 3 other doors where someone could have come in from the opposite street side or the alley without being seen. None of them were locked." Dar turned and looked at the river of raw hamburger and the big red button at the head of the line. "So all the killer had to do was push that button." Lawrence folded his arms. "But you notice where the button is, by the door. Even with Polly's head lowered and close to the press, he would have heard and seen a person entering the room, yet he stayed near the press." "Either someone made him stay there," said Van Orden, or he knew the person and trusted him," said Dar. Lawrence pointed to the slit where Polly's body was still embedded. There were only about 3 inches of space between the steel runway and the serrated maw of the press entrance. Polly's shoulders were visibly compressed into that tiny area. Hamburger had flowed by on either side. It looked like an obscene cartoon. "This would have been a slow death, Dar," said Lawrence. "Whoever it was who started the line did so when just Polly's fingers were in the press entrance. But you see these sort of flippers on the side, they mash the line of raw hamburger into the maw." "So Polly wasn't stamped all at once?" said Dar, seeing the real horror of the death fully for the first time. "These guys who built the machine estimate that it must have taken about 10 minutes for him to be dragged in and stuffed in by those 2 big hydraulic compression claws, far enough for his body to jam the works," said Detective Van Orden. "First his fingers, then hands, then both arms. With hamburger flowing around him and past him and getting stamped into patties with him the whole time," said Lawrence. Not for the first time, Dar wished that he did not possess such a visual imagination. "He must have screamed himself hoarse," he said. Van Orden nodded. "But the machinery was still on in other parts of the factory. It's damned loud in the rendering and sorting room, and 4 of the other 5 guys were out front smoking. The 5th guy was out back on the stacking and loading deck, and we interviewed the trucker who was with him.
Neither of them heard anything over the diesel engine of the truck running and the other noise back there. And then, finally, Polly's head would have been pulled in, said Lawrence. The last few minutes would have been silent. All 5 of the company people had backed as far away as they could at this point. Dar felt like taking pity on them and telling them that Polly Satchel had no family, no one to sue them. He had been a lonely little weasel of a small-time con artist. Now he was Hamburger. The flies were beginning to buzz en masse. "Let's go out this door to the alley," suggested Detective Van Orden. "Get some air." "Is there any question that this is a wrongful death?" asked Dar, when the 3 of them stood in the relatively fresh air of the alley. Eric Van Orden actually laughed. "No, I know about your investigation into the scissors lift accident and so forth, but there's no doubt that this is going to be pursued by homicide." "Why are all the company people allowed to hover around a crime scene?" Dar asked the detective. "I mean, I understand giving the insurance guys some access." Van Orden looked at Lawrence. "You didn't tell him about the lawsuit problem." Lawrence shook his head. "Polly doesn't have any friend or family," said Dar. "I doubt there will be a suit." Van Orden was shaking his head while giving that ironic cop smile. No, we're talking about a class action lawsuit here, Dar." Dar did not understand. "The hamburger line runs to the stacking room, back here. The last guy sorts the patties onto trays with wax paper, then slides the trays into a stacked carrier." "Oh, damn," said Dar, seeing where this was going. "And then they slide the racked carriers into a freezer truck, 1 truck every 2 hours, for fresh and efficient delivery." "You interviewed the driver," said Dar. "That meant a delivery truck was here. The patties were loaded after—" "Jesus, did he drive off with them?" 20 carriers of 400 patties each," said Van Orden. 8,000 patties. "They were delivered to Burger Biggies all over the metro area," Lawrence said glumly. "Burger Biggie was a client of Stewart Investigations. Usually, the claims against the chain were no more serious than the usual obvious slip and falls, although there was one nasty case in which a woman sued for $500,000 because she was raped while in her car in the drive-thru waiting for her order." "How many of the patties had part of—" Both Lawrence and the detective shrugged. "That's what the company guys are trying to determine," said Van Orden. "I assume there's been a recall," said Dar. "It's underway as we speak," said Lawrence. "Dar skipped dinner that Tuesday evening and went to bed early the next morning. He was at the Justice Center at 7:30 a.m., only to find Sid hard at work in her basement office. He was not surprised. Sid asked, 'How was your camping trip? I wish I could have gone along.'"
Dar felt a tingle of the pleasant sexual tension he had felt earlier around the chief investigator. Then he made himself remember the easiness, almost visible intimacy between Sid and Tom Santana and throttled back his stupid adolescent imagination. "You wouldn't have liked it," he said. "It rained." He tossed the 3 FBI dossiers on her desk and said, "I've finished reading these, and wondered if you could give them back to Special Agent Warren when you see him." Sid shrugged. "Sure. I'm sorry there's not more in those reports on Yaponchik and Zucker." "The photographs of them helped," said Dar. Sid did a slow double take. "Photographs? You mean that useless Polaroid of the Afghanistan sniper platoon? I couldn't make anything out." "No," said Dar, picking up the CIA dossier. "I mean these photographs." He opened the folder to the photos from his stakeout, which he'd inserted. Sid looked at the close-ups. "Holy shit, I don't remember." She stopped and squinted at Dar. "Wait a minute." Dar had not played poker since the Marines, so he gave Sid his best chess face. "You realize, Dr. Minor, that any illegal surveillance photographs entered into evidence would be reason enough for the defense to have the indictments, much less a verdict, thrown out." She had not stated it as a question. Dar looked puzzled. "What do you mean? You think the CIA photos were taken illegally?" Still squinting, she looked again at the grainy close-ups of Yaponchik and Zucker. Dar had used the same font as the CIA had used to label each photograph before photocopying them several generations to get the fuzzy look he wanted. Sid looked at him for a minute, bit her lip, looked at the photos again, and said,
Well, it's always possible that I missed these, I guess. Well, get these in circulation right away. For all the grain, they're good photographs. Those CIA boys know their business. Dar waited. Yapan Shik, the older KGB guy, looks like someone, she mused. Max von Sydow? Said Dar. Sid shook her head. No, Maximilian Schell. I've always thought that Maximilian Schell looked sexy, in a dangerous, sinister sort of way. Dar snorted. Great, he tried to kill me, and you think he looks sexy in a dangerous, sinister sort of way? Sid looked at Dar. Well, I think you look sexy in a dangerous, sinister sort of way. Dar did not know what to say to that. After a minute, he said, So, how's the investigation going? Wonderfully, said Sid. I guess you've heard about Polly Satchel. I saw Polly Satchel, said Dar. How does that translate to wonderful? Now we have 4 obvious murders, said Sid, as happy as Martha Stewart with a new blend of paint. 4, said Dar. Esposito, Satchel, and Donald Borden and Jenny Smiley, said Sid. Oakland PD got word last night that a scavenger working in a landfill near the bay found 2 big garbage bags that had been uncovered by a dozer. They were leaking, both Richard and Jenny, said Dar. We've only got the dental records confirmed on Borden, but the other corpse was a female. Cause of death, said Dar. Double tap to the head for each of them, said Sid. Her phone rang. Before picking it up, she said, 22R, probably from a Ruger Mark II target. Short range, very professional. Then, good morning, Olson here. Dar looked at the photographs of Yapanchik and Zucker, studying them as if he had not already been memorizing them for 24 hours. Sid said, really? Where was it mailed from? Uh-huh. Did you have your lab dust it for prints? Uh-huh. You have a match on all of them already? Uh-huh. Well, I guess sometimes we just get lucky. In fact, Dar and I got lucky with one of these old CIA files. Yeah, I'll bring them over and show you in an hour or 2. Yeah, bye. She hung up and looked at Dar with a heavy gaze that many suspects had felt in this very same interrogation room over the decades. You'll never guess what Special Agent Warren received in the mail. Dar closed the CIA dossier and waited, showing mild interest. An envelope, no return address, no prints, mailed from Oceanside yesterday. Yes, said Dar. Photographs, said Sid. Glossy 8x10s. Pretty good resolution. 7 men. At least 4 of them are seen talking to Dallas Trace in the photos. 5 of the men have been identified already. Dar showed his interest. 2 Russian mafia whom we didn't know were in the country, said Sid. One of them a known ex-KGB strongman who worked with Yapanchik in the good old Soviet days. The others, said Dar. 3 of the other 4 are known mercenary bodyguards and hitmen, said Sid. They all have rap sheets. One of them was a made guy until he killed one of his boss's friends. Dar whistled. That brings the Organized Crime Task Force and RICO into this, doesn't it? Sid ignored the question. Quite a lucky break. First finding these lost CIA photos, then this. Dar nodded agreement. Sid leaned back in her chair and said, Okay, where were we? How the investigation is going, said Dar. Sid nodded toward a tall stack of reports, video cassettes, audio tapes, and files. Tom and the 3 FBI people have made contact with the helpers of the helpless through coyotes and various emergency rooms. They came into the net by different ways, but are in the same group of recruits now. The helpers run a sort of swoop and squat training school. We already have a dozen names, and it's only been a few days. Great, said Dar. And you know about the special AIU? AIU? Said Dar dubiously. The task force's Special Accident Investigation Unit, said Sid in her no-nonsense voice. You're on it. In fact, you're the head of it. Oh, said Dar. It's headquartered at Lawrence and Trudy's place, said Sid. I'll meet you guys out there later this afternoon when I get a break from working on these new photos. I should know what the IUD is investigating, said Dar. Sid sighed. Just a string of little accidents that seem to be murders, she said. Esposito, Polly Satchel, Abraham Willis. Willis, said Dar. "Oh, the Capper attorney who died up near Carmel." "The Gomezes," continued Sid. "Mr. Fong. Dickie Kodiak, a.k.a. Dickie Trace." "I guess I'd better get up to Escondido," said Dar. "It sounds like I'm pretty busy." "I'll see you later this afternoon," said Sid. Lawrence and Trudy were devoting afternoons to task force business. Their dining room had been turned into an extension of Sid's task force headquarters, with corkboards all around the long table, a whiteboard, projectors, a VCR with a small monitor, and a gateway laptop with a dedicated modem line just for constant updates on the data and graphics related to the accidents under investigation. Dar, Lawrence, and Trudy quickly divvied up investigations according to who had done the most work on the original. Lawrence took the Fong, Satchel, and Gomez cases because his clients had involvement in 2 of them. Dar planned to reopen the Richard Kodiak file and continue investigating Esposito's scissors lift death. He told Lawrence and Trudy about the various photographs that had come to light. "Interesting," said Lawrence. "Do you have copies of these photos by any chance?" "I just happen to," said Dar. "Does Dallas Trace live up on Coy Drive near Mulholland and Beverly Glen?" said Lawrence. "I wouldn't really know," said Dar. "Well, I do. I looked it up the other night after dropping you off on your field trip," said Lawrence. "All right, let's see these bad guys." They all studied the photos for a while. Dar knew that neither Lawrence nor Trudy ever forgot a face after studying it for a case. Eventually, they decided to start work on the Abraham Willis case because none of them had been involved with it. The CHP and Carmel police had emailed and faxed their full files to Sid, and Sid had added her task force investigation materials to the 4-inch thick file before giving it to Lawrence and Trudy. For a while, the 3 read in silence, looking at photos and accident scene sketches, passing materials around. The accident seemed straightforward enough.
Listeners, space to absorb and reflect. Counselor Abraham Willis, a San Diego-based lawyer who lent his name to injury mill cases and Capper referrals, had left his office early on a Friday afternoon to drive up to Carmel for the weekend. Witnesses interviewed in Santa Barbara said that he had dinner and several drinks there, and the owner of an inn near Big Sur was able to identify Willis as someone who had stopped in late that evening and had another drink before driving on to Carmel. Willis had been alone in both the Santa Barbara restaurant and the Big Sur Tavern. A little before 10 p.m. on that same Friday night, Willis had evidently pulled his 1998 Camry off the road into a turnout at a scenic view on a cliff between Point Lobo and Carmel. There was no one else at the turnout at that time. "We know that turnout," said Lawrence. "It has a gorgeous view north toward Carmel." "Couldn't have been much of a view at 10 p.m., said Trudy. "Maybe he had to take a leak," said Lawrence. "Or just wanted to get some ocean air to shake off the effect of the drinks," said Dar. "Didn't work," said Lawrence. According to the CHP reconstruction, Willis had then climbed back in his Camry, put it in drive rather than reverse, crashed through a small wooden fence at the apex of the turnout, and plummeted, car and all, 60 feet to the boulders below. "Why no guardrail?" asked Dar. Trudy sketched the scenic turnout on a napkin. "See, there's guardrail on both sides of the turnout, then the parking spaces between with low concrete wedges, then 30 feet or so of grass with a gravel path, then this low wood fence with a row of reflectors. It's just to warn pedestrians not to walk beyond there to the cliff's edge." "How far from the fence to the cliff's edge?" asked Dar. "About another 30 feet to the actual cliff overhang, then a sheer drop. But there are a couple of boulders there. Notice that Willis's Camry struck one of them. The driver's side door was found up there on the cliff top, not on the boulders below." "I noticed that," said Dar. "It doesn't make any sense." The NICB investigator agreed with the CHP investigator that Willis couldn't stop the car and was trying to jump when the car door hit the boulder, said Lawrence. The impact knocked him back into the passenger seat, and then the car went over the edge. "Why couldn't Willis stop the car?" said Dar. "Even if he hit the accelerator rather than the brake initially, he had almost 60 feet in which to stop." "Drunk," said Trudy.
Spontaneous acceleration followed by brake failure, said Lawrence. Trudy and Dar gave him sarcastic looks. Spontaneous acceleration only occurred on TV magazine exposés, and total brake failure was almost as rare as fatal meteor strikes. The CHP photographs of the body were suitably grisly. Willis had been thrown from the car upon the initial impact with the sea rocks, and the car had rolled over him before finally coming to rest. The Camry was also in pretty bad shape. Someone had reported the smashed fence at about midnight, and the CHP found the wreck and body a little after 1 a.m. The crabs had gotten to Counselor Willis, but not so badly that his secretary could not identify the body. Willis had been married but divorced years before, in New York State, and no family had claimed the body. "Okay," said Trudy, "let's look at occupant loading on the restraint system." They went through the CHP report. They went through the Carmel police officer's report and the sheriff's report. They looked at the NICB investigator's report. They studied the photographs. Sid showed up then. The chief investigator looked exhausted but happy. She noticed the intense concentration of the group and said nothing after the initial greetings. Finally, Trudy held up a black and white photo of the interior of the '98 Camry. The car had struck the boulder's hood first, so the incursion into the passenger area was total. The crumpled steering wheel and dashboard actually ramming the passenger seats, the windshield completely gone, and the roof crumpled down on the driver's side almost to seat height. "What's wrong with this photo?" said Trudy. "Only one airbag deployed," said Lawrence. "On the passenger side," Dar said, and grinned. "Got them." Sid was frowning. "I don't get it." Lawrence was on the phone immediately, calling the Carmel sheriff. Willis's Camry was still being held as evidence, unceremoniously stacked out behind an auto body shop in town. "Carmel doesn't have anything as mundane as a junkyard," said Trudy, as Lawrence began talking quickly with the sheriff. "Well then, can you send a deputy or someone over to look at it?" Lawrence was saying. "We need this information now." Lawrence listened and nodded. "Have him take a cell phone so that we can talk to him directly." "What? Okay, then I'll hold." Lawrence covered the mouthpiece with his hand and said, "The deputy doesn't have a cell phone, but they'll patch through his radio call. I guess the body shop is about 200 meters from the sheriff's office." "I don't get it," Sid said again. "What are we looking for?" "Occupant loading on the restraint system," said Trudy. Sid shook her head. "There wasn't any," she said. "I read all of the reports. They're sure that Willis wasn't buckled in when he went over. He was actually catapulted out through where the windshield would have been if it hadn't popped out at the same time." "But look at the photo," said Dar, sliding it over to the chief investigator. Sid looked at it. "On the passenger side," she said. "But I'm not sure what that proves. Probably an airbag sensor malfunction, don't you think?" Trudy shook her head. "Sensor malfunctions are so statistically rare that we can almost rule it out," she said. She paused while Lawrence spoke with the deputy via their radio patch-through. "Okay. Yes, hi, Deputy Soames. Lawrence Stewart here, Stewart Investigations. Are you standing by the Willis Camry?" "Okay, good. Yeah, I bet it is." "Uh-huh. That's a good one, Deputy." "Deputy, would you look at the driver's side seat for me?" And Lawrence listened a moment. "Yes, Deputy, I know it's all smashed to hell and squashed and bloody on that side. I'm not asking you to get in the driver's seat. The driver's side door should be missing." "It is? Well, good. We're talking about the same car then." Dar slid more photos in front of Sid. She looked at the one of the Camry's left front door lying by the boulder on the cliff top and bit her lip. "Now please look down at the base of the seat, Deputy. Yes, right where the seatbelt is attached to the frame there. There's a small enclosure there, see it? Good. Is there a red tag sticking up?" Lawrence listened a few seconds. "A red tag," he repeated. "It should be quite visible. It would read, 'Replace seatbelt.'" He listened. "You're sure? Thank you, Deputy." Lawrence returned to the table. "No tag." If Mr. Willis had been belted in, the restraint system would have undergone a 1.7 G load, said Trudy. We could see the effects on the harness and the inertial reel, of course, but Toyota also has that little tag that pops up to remind the repair people to replace the belt restraint system after an accident. Sid still looked puzzled. But both the CHP investigator and our people knew that Willis wasn't belted in, she said. Dar lifted a transcript. His secretary said in an interview that Willis always belted up. He told her more than once that he'd seen too many cripples and highway KIs. But he was drunk that night, said Sid. Legally, but certainly not falling down stupid drunk, said Trudy. Not drunk enough to mistake reverse gear for drive or his accelerator for a brake pedal. Plus, even when you're drunk, you do things out of habit. He would have buckled up even if it took him 2 or 3 fumbles. Sid rubbed her chin. But I still don't see the significance of the passenger seat airbag deploying. There had to be weight on the passenger seat for the airbag sensor to deploy that airbag, said Lawrence, looking at the crushed interior and the single deflated airbag.
During the fall, he must have fallen over against that seat, Sid said, saw the fault in the statement, and immediately added, "No." "Right," said Dar. During the fall from the cliff, Mr. Willis was in free fall with the rest of the Camry. He wasn't buckled in, so he was essentially levitating, floating above the seat like a shuttle astronaut in orbit. "No weight on the seat, so the sensor doesn't deploy the airbag," said Lawrence. "Not even during the terrible impact on the boulders." "But the airbag did deploy," mused Sid. "On the passenger side," said Trudy, with a grim smile. "But not during the impact with the sea rocks." "The wooden fence," said Sid, getting the entire picture now. "But if Mr. Willis was in the passenger seat when the Camry hit the flimsy fence, doing just 35 miles an hour as the CHP analyzed, why didn't the driver's side airbag deploy?" Dar finished for her. "Someone had to be driving. Unless the driver bailed out before the impact with the fence," said Sid, speaking to herself. "Someone rapped Willis on the head, knowing that the injuries would not be sorted out from the traumas of the fall, propped him on the passenger side, drove the Camry at the little wooden barrier, then jumped out on the grass just before the car hit the fence, knowing that the Camry would keep going to the cliff's edge. So the driver's airbag didn't deploy during the initial impact with the wooden barrier because the sensors knew that there was no one on the driver's seat," said Lawrence. "The same reason the driver's side bag didn't deploy during the impact with the rocks below. It's not just because Willis was in free fall as the other investigators reasoned, he was floating around on the passenger side." "But he was ejected through the driver's side of the missing windshield," said Sid. Dar nodded. "I'll have to do a computerized graphic reenactment, but the ballistics math looks consistent with the initial impact of the left front of the Camry on the boulder. Because of the principal direction of force vector, the occupant, not belted in, airbag already deflated, would have been launched tangentially across and out, passing over the hood on the driver's side. Whereas if the passenger side airbag had deployed on impact with the rocks, he probably would have been pinned in the wreckage," said Sid, seeing the whole thing now. "Which explains why the Camry's driver's side door hit the rock up above before going over the cliff edge," said Trudy. "It wasn't Willis trying to get out. The door was just still swinging open after the murderer jumped out on the grassy berm before the impact with the wooden railing." Sid was looking at the grisly photos. "Those arrogant bastards. They're so arrogant they're just stupid." Sid's cell phone rang. She got up from the table as she answered, listened, then came back to the table. She was sheet white. Even her lips were bloodless. She grasped the table edge and literally dropped into her chair. Her hands were trembling. Dar and Lawrence leaned closer. Trudy hurried out to get a glass of water for the investigator. "What?" said Dar. "Tom Santana and the 3 FBI agents who went undercover with him," said Sid, forcing out each word. "That was Special Agent Warren. The CHP found all 4 bodies crammed into the trunk of an abandoned Pontiac just half an hour ago." She took the glass of water from Trudy and sipped it with shaking hands. "How?" began Dar. "All 4 shot twice by a rifle," said Sid, her voice steadier but her face still pale. "1 headshot or 1 heart shot each, probably medium range." "Good Christ," said Lawrence. "Who in his right mind shoots 3 FBI agents and a state fraud division investigator?" "No one in his right mind," said Dar. "Those miserable, arrogant fucks," said Sid, her hand shaking again, the water in the glass spilling. Dar knew that now the shaking was from pure fury. "But now we know who tipped Trace and his shooters," she said. "Who?" said Trudy. There were tears in Sydney Olson's eyes, but she actually attempted a smile. "Come to my task force meeting tomorrow morning at 8, she said, her voice a whisper. "You'll find out then." 20. T is for sympathy. Sid's Thursday morning task force gathering was one of the more efficient meetings that Dar could ever remember attending. She'd insisted on leaving immediately after the call the previous afternoon. Dar had agreed to stay, but before he ate, he walked the perimeter to make sure they were safe from snipers. He thought that they were. The Stewarts' sprawling home was on a steep hillside above the road, with open pasture and then a dense woods below them to the south. It was more than 800 yards to the tree line, and even from there, the angle was very bad for a shooter. The only way people in the house would be visible to the south would be if they walked far out on the overhanging patio, and the 3 of them had already discussed the inadvisability of doing that. The house was set lower than the street to the north, but there the houses were tightly packed and heavily landscaped, the traffic brisk on the street outside, and Larry and Trudy had adequate security on their doors and shutters on their north-facing windows, so that offered no opportunity for a sniper. Still, after dinner, Dar had driven around the neighborhood at twilight, making sure that everything looked and felt right before heading home. Nothing looked or felt right during the 8 a.m. task force meeting. Sid herself looked exhausted, and the others all seemed sad or distracted or irritated for being gathered so early. It was pretty much the same group as in the previous Friday's meeting. Sid, Polson, Special Agent Warren, and another FBI man, and Bob Gauss, who had once been Santana's boss. Next to Warren sat Lieutenant Barr from LAPD Internal Affairs. Larry and Trudy sat to the right of Dar across the table from this group. Lieutenant Frank Hernandez and the CHP's Captain Sutton sat on Dar's left, and at the far end of the table was a new face, District Attorney William Restanzo. Restanzo looked every inch the blow-dried, white-haired, firm-jawed, once-and-future politician he was. Sid opened the meeting without preamble. "You all know that 4 people working for this task force were murdered yesterday," she said. "Investigator Tom Santana, Special Agent Don Garcia, Special Agent Bill Sanchez, and Special Agent in Charge Rita Foxworth. All 4 were lured to a remote place in the county under pretext of training for swoop and squat accident fraud and shot from concealment by a high-powered rifle." Sid paused and took a breath. "The details of the murders are not pertinent to this task force meeting, and the investigation is ongoing under the supervision of Special Agent in Charge Warren." Detective Hernandez looked around the group. "If the details aren't pertinent, why were we summoned here, Investigator Olson?" Sid met the officer's stare. "To arrest the person responsible for those murders," she said. No one spoke. Dar saw Lawrence shift slightly and knew he was making his holster more accessible, perhaps unconsciously. "We knew there was a leak from high up months ago," continued Sid, "but it was Tom's idea to announce his going undercover to this group. We tapped the phones of most of you." Sid waited for protest, but there was just a general clenching of fists, squinting of eyes, and thinning of lips. No one spoke. "And what did the wiretaps reveal?" Captain Sutton asked, his smoker's voice a rasp this morning. "Nothing directly," said Sid. "The person who had been paid off must have suspected that he or she was under suspicion. There was no illegal activity heard or recorded under the wiretap surveillance authorized." "Then how?" began Hernandez. "The person under surveillance avoided even local payphones," continued Sid, "which was wise, because payphones near this suspect's apartment had been tapped. What the suspect did use was a special cell phone purchased by agents of the Fraud Alliance and registered under a fictitious name." We believe there were several of these phones given to the suspect to be used for emergency contacts. Sid unbuttoned her blazer, and Dar could see the 9mm Sig Sauer holstered on her belt. Then she turned toward the Nickby attorney, Polson. What you didn't think of, Jeanette, is that we wanted this person bad enough to follow all of the major suspects with cell phone scanners. Sid stabbed a button down on a tape recorder. Polson's voice could be heard static-lashed and tinny, but quite recognizable. Santana from Fraud Division and 3 FBI agents have gone undercover to make contact with your helpers of the helpless. A man's deep voice said something unintelligible. "No, I don't know the agents' names," came Polson's voice. "But it's 2 men and a woman, and they should be coming into the country via the same coyote and contacting the helpers at the same time Santana does. That's all I can tell you now." The man's voice rattled again, but this time the words money and transfer and usual amount could be heard. Attorney Polson shot up out of her chair as if propelled by a huge spring. Her face was deep red, and the cords stood out on her pretty neck. "I don't have to listen to this shit. This is nonsense. You can't get any real information to your fucking grand jury after 6 months, so now you're framing me with this." She started striding past Sid toward the door. "You'll have to reach me through my attorney." Sid grabbed the taller woman by the arm, spun her around, and slammed Polson's upper body down onto the conference table, while she pinned both arms behind her. Sid swept a pair of cuffs off her belt and had the woman handcuffed before Polson could lift her head from the table. "You have the right to remain silent," began Sid. "Fuck you," began Polson, but Sid grabbed a hank of her hair and slammed her face back onto the tabletop. "Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law," continued Sid in a calm voice. "You have the right to an attorney." She pulled Polson's handcuffed wrists high above and behind her, causing the woman to gasp and shut up. "We'll take over here, Chief Investigator," said Warren. He and the FBI man next to him each took the now weeping Polson by an arm and led her out of the room, still reading the Nickby attorney her rights. When the door was closed behind them, Sid wiped her hands on her linen slacks, as if they were dirty. "We've traced $115,000 transferred to a secret account that Attorney Polson set up 8 months ago," she said. Sid's voice had stayed steady during all of this, but now she paused long enough to draw a breath. "Our regular task force meeting will be held a week from tomorrow. District Attorney Restanzo has agreed to join the task force and will be present at our next meeting. I hope to be able to announce some real developments by then." Sid looked around the table. "Some of you knew Investigator Santana. I've known him and been close friends with him, his wife, Mary, and their 2 children for 4 years. Tom's funeral will be held tomorrow, 10 a.m. in Los Angeles, at the Trinity Catholic Church in Northridge, just off Reseda Boulevard near the State University campus. We'll let you know about the arrangements for Special Agents Garcia, Sanchez, and Foxworth." During Santana's funeral, Dar realized that he had not been in a Catholic church since the funeral for David and Barbara. Afterward, people milled in the sunlight outside the church for a while. There would be a private graveside ceremony, and Sid asked if she could talk to Dar afterward. Dar nodded, seeing his dark suit and glinting sunglasses reflected in her dark glasses. She had not cried during the funeral, nor when she'd hugged and spoken to Mary Santana and the 2 children. "Name a place and time," said Dar. "Lawrence and Trudy want us at the Esposito accident site by 4 for a demonstration," said Sid. "After that, your condo. I'll be there." Lawrence's cell phone rang as Dar and the adjuster drove back to San Diego in the newly repaired NSX. "Bingo," said Lawrence. "One of the photos?" said Dar. "Yep. I showed them to the few guys who were working the construction site that Sunday. Not Vargas, the foreman. He didn't want to cooperate, but to the other guys, and 2 of them made a positive ID. They each saw this guy walking around with a hard hat. They hadn't recognized him, but figured he must be some contract laborer for that weekend." "One of the Russians?" asked Dar. "No, the New Jersey ex-mafia guy, Tony Constanza."
Will they testify in court? Who knows, said Lawrence. I didn't tell them that this was a murder case with ex-mafia hitmen involved. I just showed them the pictures. If I knew what it was all about, I wouldn't testify. District Attorney Ristanzo was standing on the construction site with 3 of his underlings, and none of them seemed very happy about getting their wingtips muddy. 2 uniformed police officers had cordoned off the area around the scissors lift and were standing guard, holding the curious construction workers at bay, while Lieutenant Hernandez stood with arms folded. Trudy had the video cam set on a sturdy tripod. Lawrence was standing under the raised scissors lift precisely where George Murphy Esposito had been standing when he was killed. As during the original accident, there was a quarter-ton of lumber on the massive lift bed 36 feet up. Hernandez was explaining, "There's been controversy over whether this was an accident or should be added to the wrongful death files already involved in this alliance case. Mr. Stewart has the answer." He gestured toward Lawrence, who nodded at Trudy. The red light on the camera came on. Lawrence cleared his throat. "All right. We all know that autopsy evidence and circumstantial evidence surrounding the death of Attorney Esposito suggests that he could not have pulled the hydraulic screw loose on the pillar there and died as he did, in under 2 seconds, without the front of his torso being sprayed by hydraulic fluid. The coroner's photographs show clearly that only the cuffs of Mr. Esposito's trousers and the soles of his shoes were sprayed with the fluid. Several workers on the site here have identified photographs of a man they say was present on the Sunday Mr. Esposito died. That man is a certain Tony Constanza, a former mafia informer now in the employ of attorney Dallas Trace." "I don't like the term mafia," said District Attorney Ristanzo. "Mafia equates with Italian and Sicilian and is a slur on a specific ethnic group. Everyone knows that the so-called syndicate has long since moved away from dominance by any single ethnic group. We prefer the term organized crime." "All right," said Lawrence. "For the record, Mr. Tony Constanza used to be a member of that wing of the multi-ethnic, multiracial, equal opportunity, organized crime syndicate, which, even today, is composed primarily of Siciliano and Italian Americans and is commonly known as the Mafia." "All right," continued Lawrence, looking at the district attorney. "If you're going to prosecute this, you need proof that it was murder, not an accident. I'd like to show you that proof. I'm currently standing where Mr. Esposito was 2 seconds before this scissors lift lost all hydraulic pressure and collapsed on him, crushing him in the scissors mechanism. Would anyone like to join me here while we reenact the accident?" For a minute, no one moved. Then Dar stepped under the platform next to Lawrence. He had no idea what his friend was up to, but he trusted his professionalism. Dar's black bally shoes and the cuffs of his Armani suit trousers were getting splattered with mud, but that did not bother him. He knew how to spit-shine shoes. "Mr. District Attorney, would you like to loosen and remove the hydraulic adjustment screw?" said Lawrence. The huge platform loomed 30 feet above his head and above Dar's. "It's muddy over there," said Ristanzo, who was obviously still pissed off at the mafia thing. "I'll do it," said Lieutenant Hernandez.
He squished through the mud to a spot just outside the shadow of the platform, next to the main hydraulic post. Lawrence paused as Sid Olson crossed the lot in a quick walk. "Sorry I'm late," she said, a bit out of breath. "We were just going to show how this works," said Lawrence. "Lieutenant, would you please unscrew and remove the hydraulic adjustment screw?" Dar flicked a glance at Lawrence. The 2 men were standing casually enough, arms folded, the massive platform weight a palpable presence above them, but Dar was mentally figuring if he would have time to grab Larry and throw both of them out from under the falling scissors lift in time. It was a simple equation with a simple answer: no. Hernandez shrugged and began turning the massive screw counterclockwise. It moved, there was a gurgle of hydraulic fluid, and the platform shifted 6 inches downward. "Oh shit," said Hernandez, jumping away. "All the way out, please," said Lawrence. The homicide lieutenant approached the post as if it were a live rattlesnake. Ever so gingerly he put his arm around it and touched the screw. He turned it another half-notch. The platform seemed to quiver in anticipation of its massive collapse.
"All the way out, please," repeated Lawrence. The screw stopped turning. Hernandez leaned on the massive lug nut, changed hands, tried harder. Then he tried both hands. The fucking thing, excuse me, Mr. Restanza, the thing won't budge. Lawrence walked over to the post, and Dar followed, happy to be out of the death zone. Lawrence put his hand on the massive bolt and screw and waited for Trudy to zoom in. "Mr. District Attorney, Chief Investigator Olson, Lieutenant Hernandez, gentlemen, this screw is in its regular setting, just as it was on the day that Attorney Jorge Murphy Esposito died. There is no chance that Counselor Esposito removed the hydraulic screw by accident. As you've seen, the screw was designed to be adjusted slightly by hand, but beyond 2 turns, it requires at least a medium-sized wrench to be turned further. Basic engineering." Lawrence turned and looked at Sid and the district attorney. "Whoever killed Mr. Esposito, and we have witnesses who will place the former mafia hitman Tony Constanza here at the time of Esposito's murder, must have held a gun on Mr. Esposito while removing this screw with a wrench." "We didn't find any wrench at the accident scene," said Hernandez. "Exactly," said Lawrence. He signaled for Trudy to shut off the video, and he walked out of the shadow of the scissors lift with Dar following. Trudy and Lawrence dropped by Dar's condo for a drink before heading back to Escondido. Sid seemed to be in no hurry for the talk she had asked for after Tom Santana's funeral. "Okay, we have the Esposito thing nailed with Constanza as the man," said Trudy. "The Willis case up at Carmel has been reopened, and the FBI have taken possession of the Camry. They're going to use every forensic trick they know to find a print or fiber or something. Warren is going all out on this one," said Sid. 3 field agents dead," said Lawrence. "I wouldn't wonder." "Is Dallas Trace just crazy?" asked Trudy. "He's been a defense counsel for 30 years. Doesn't he know that the one thing you don't get away with in this country is killing law enforcement people?" Dar cleared his throat. "I don't think Trace is running things anymore, if he ever was," he said. The other 3 looked at him. "This behavior is Russian," continued Dar. "Their crime bosses run the country. If government bureaucrats or police get in the way, they murder them. That's simple." "That's true," said Sid. "They have no RICO statutes over there, or anything similar that allows federal or local police to really crack down on the bastards. The Russian mob owns and runs the distribution of coal, natural gas, alcohol, half the foods available, and electric energy." Trudy said, "So you're saying that the Alliance brought in the Russians to organize things, but that now the Organizatia is calling the shots?" "That's my bet," said Dar. "I think Dallas Trace and the others who wanted to get in on the capper business climbed onto a tiger, or maybe I should say onto a bear, and now it's all they can do to hang on and not get eaten." "It's too late for that," said Sid, her gaze distant. "They've gone too far. They're all going to get eaten. Even the Russian bear. And slowly, I hope." "So, what would you like to talk about?" asked Dar when the stewards had left. Sid sat on the sofa across from Dar's chair, lost in thought. Her head came up, and she met Dar's eyes with that intelligent, blue-eyed, attentive gaze that had first called to Dar. "Actually, I don't want to just talk," she said. "I wanted to make a suggestion." "Yes," said Dar. "I want to come up to the cabin with you this weekend," said Sid. "Not to play bodyguard, and not for a strategy session. Just you and me getting away together." Dar felt the words jolt him. He hesitated. It might not be very safe around, he had been going to say me, but he said, "the cabin." Sid smiled. "Where is it safe if they keep coming after us, Dar? If you don't want to go away with me, it's okay, but let's not worry about being safe right now." Dar understood that the sentence had more than one meaning for her. "Do you need to drive back to the hotel to get your stuff?" Sid kicked the small duffel bag she'd carried in with her earlier. "I'm already packed," she said. While driving out of town together in the Land Cruiser, his old rifle and the loaned weapon and ammunition under tarps in the back, a few groceries, steaks, fresh salad, a bottle of wine in the back seat, Dar suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he was being presumptuous, but if she felt the way he did, she might not be spending the night in the sheep wagon. "Damn," thought Dar, "I should have stopped at a drugstore before we left town." He suddenly blushed. For years he'd been totally faithful to Barbara, and then there had been no one. Sid touched his arm lightly. He looked over at her. "Do you believe in telepathy?" she said. She was smiling again. "No," said Dar. "Me either," said the chief investigator. "But can I pretend that it exists for a minute?" "Sure," said Dar, returning his gaze to the road, and hoping that his neck and cheeks were not as red as they felt. "We may be in the same dilemma here, Dar," she said, "not being young and modern enough to think out all the implications of this, but there's a certain advantage." Dar kept his eyes on the road. "I led a really dull life as an FBI trainee before marrying Kevin," she said, "and Kevin and I were faithful to each other. We just didn't work out. And for a bunch of reasons, there's been no one since. Barbara and I were like that," said Dar. I've chosen not to." She put her hand on his arm again. "You don't have to say anything, Dar. I'm just saying that it's your call. We're not kids. Maybe all this stupid abstinence on both our parts gives us something special to share in this day and age." Dar glanced at her. "You keep doing this sort of thing," he said, "and I will believe in telepathy." They arrived at the cabin just at dusk. The light was thick and golden, even through the nearly closed shutters. "Do you want to have a drink and dinner now?" said Dar. "No," said Sid. She took her holster off her belt, removed 3 clips of ammunition in their neat leather belt holders, and set them on the dresser. It had been so long since Dar had helped undress a woman that he had almost forgotten that the buttons were backward. Out of her clothes, Sid looked all gold and white in her plain underpants and bra. They kissed. Dar remembered how hooks and eyes worked, and he unfastened them without fumbling. Sid's breasts were full and heavy, her hips wide. A grown woman. "Your turn," she said, helping him pull his t-shirt over his head. She unfastened his belt buckle. "I've been wondering since I met you," she whispered after another kiss, her breasts compressing against his bare chest. "Are you a boxer shorts or jockey shorts kind of guy?" She unzipped his fly and helped him step out of his chinos. "Oh my," she said.
"Habit I picked up way back in Vietnam days," said Dar. "No one wore underwear in the jungle." "How romantic," Sid said with a smile, but this time, as she hugged him, her right hand went lower and found him. The sheets were cool. Sid swept the pillows aside. Dar kissed her mouth, kissed the pulse throbbing at the base of her throat, kissed her breasts and long nipples. Their fingers interlaced even before they began making love. Sid kissed him deeply and long. Their fingers intermeshed more tightly as her arms spread above her head, his palms against hers, his arms pressing hers down into the sheets, every square inch of his flesh aware of hers. They had dinner at around 11 p.m. Dar grilled the steaks outside, wearing only his bathrobe, while Sid tossed the salad, fried some potato wedges, they were too impatient to wait for baked potatoes, and let the Cabernet Sauvignon breathe. Dar was hungry as they sat down to eat. Sid was obviously ravenous. He had forgotten. It was that simple. Of course, he remembered the pleasure of sex. That was impossible to forget. But he had forgotten the thousands of small pleasures of intimacy with a woman, of lying naked with her in dim light and talking before sheer physical imperative reasserted itself, of showering together and turning the simple act of washing each other's hair into a pure form of lovemaking, of laughing while walking around in bathrobes and bare feet, starving, rushing to get dinner ready, of being happy in the moment. They each had a glass of Macallan single malt for dessert and sipped it in front of the fire. The night was warm and the screens were open, letting in the rustle and scent of the pines and the occasional noise of nightbirds or yip of distant coyotes. But they had lit a fire anyway. Then the scotch was left only half consumed on the side table, and they were in bed again, more passionate than before. Sid crying out at the same instant Dar did, each of them abandoning the boundaries of self at the same instant. They lay touching then in the sweat-soaked sheets, the air rich with the combined sexual scent of themselves. "All right, it's time to tell me," Sid said softly. Dar propped himself up on one elbow. "All right," he said.
Tell you what, why you joined the Marines and became a sniper." Sid's eyes were bright in the dying firelight. Dar actually laughed. He had been expecting something a bit more romantic. Sid's voice was soft but serious. "I want to know why someone as intelligent and sensitive as young Darwin Minor joined the Marines and became a sniper." Dar lay on his back and looked at the ceiling. He found himself strangely unprepared to explain this because he never had before, not even to Barbara. "I've already told you I was interested in the Spartans, but I didn't really tell you why." He paused. "I was scared," he said at last. "I was a scared kid. At age 7, I remember the day, the afternoon, where I was, the curb I sat on, when the realization hit me. At age 7, I knew that I was going to die someday. I was already an atheist. I knew there was no afterlife. The thought scared the shit out of me." "Most of us encounter that sooner or later," Sid whispered, "but usually not that young." Dar shook his head. "The fear wouldn't go away. I had night terrors. I began wetting the bed. I was afraid to be separated from my parents, even to go to school. I was aware that not only did I have to die, but so did they. What if they died while I was away in Miss House's third-grade class?" Sid did not laugh. After a minute, she said, "So you joined the Marines to find courage, to get over that fear?" "No," said Dar, "not really. I graduated from high school early, finished college in 3 years with a degree in physics, but all the time, what I was really interested in was death and fear and control. That's when I started studying the Spartans and their ideas about controlling fear." He rolled over to look at her. The Vietnam War had started. Sid set her palm flat on Dar's chest. He could feel the coolness of her fingers. "And so," she said very softly, "the U.S. Marines." Dar shrugged slightly. "Yeah," thinking that perhaps the Marines would still know the secret science of controlling fear. "Something like that," said Dar, realizing how stupid all of this sounded. "Did they?" He chewed his lip a moment in thought. "No," he said at last. "They had preserved a lot of the disciplines started by the Spartans, tried to live up to their ideals, but had lost most of the science and philosophy which lay behind and beneath the Spartan mindset." "But a sniper," said Sid. "The only snipers I've met are on SWAT and FBI tactical teams, but they seem to be outcasts." "Always have been," said Dar. "That's probably why I gravitated in that direction. Whereas even Marines are taught to be part of a bigger organism, snipers work alone, or in teams of 2. Everything has to be factored in: terrain, wind velocity, distance, light, everything. Nothing can be ignored." "I can see why you would gravitate to that," whispered Sid. "Always thinking." "The guy who set up and ran my sniper school was a Marine captain named Jim Land," said Dar. "After the war, I read something that Land wrote for a little sniper instruction manual called 'One Shoot, One Kill.' Want to hear it?" "Yes," whispered Sid. "More sweet nothings, please." Dar smiled. Captain Land wrote, "It takes a special kind of courage to be alone with your fears, to be alone with your doubts. There is no one from whom you can draw strength, except yourself. This courage is not the often seen, superficial brand, stimulated by the flow of adrenaline. And neither is it the courage that comes from the fear that others might think you are a coward." "Catalepsis," whispered Sid. "You told me about that before." "Yes," Dar said, and continued. "For the sniper, there is no hate of the enemy, only respect of him or her as a quarry. Psychologically, the only motive that will sustain the sniper is knowing he is doing a necessary job and having the confidence that he is the best person to do it. On the battlefield, hate will destroy any man, especially a sniper. Killing for revenge will ultimately twist his mind. When you look through that scope, the first thing you see is the eyes. There is a lot of difference between shooting at a shadow, shooting at an outline, and shooting at a pair of eyes. It is amazing when you put that scope on somebody. The first thing that pops out at you is the eyes. Many men can't do it. But you did it, said Sid. At Dalat, you looked into human eyes and still squeezed a trigger. And that's been your survival secret for all these years. What's that? Said Dar. Control, said Sid. The constant pursuit of apophobia, avoiding possession at all costs. Maybe, said Dar, uncomfortable with the psychoanalysis and all his blabbing that led to it. I haven't always succeeded. The 410 shell with the firing pin imprint, said Sid. Agreed Dar. That was 11 months after Barbara and the baby died. It seemed logical at the time. And now, not so logical, he said. He turned and took her in his arms. They kissed. Then Sid pulled her face back far enough to focus her gaze on his. Will you do something for me tomorrow, Dar? Something special, just for me. Yes, he said. Will you take me soaring? Dar chewed his lip again. You've been flying. You were up his ski sailplane. You know mine only has one seat. And will you take me soaring tomorrow, Dar? Yes, said Dar. 21. U is for updraft. First, there was the silence. The high-performance, two-person twin steer glided through the air as silently and purposefully as a red-tailed hawk soaring and lifting on unseen thermals. The only external sound was the soft rush of air over the metal and canvas skin of the craft, and since their airspeed was low, that was hardly any sound at all. When they had passed 8,000 feet of altitude, Dar had had them both put on their oxygen masks. She had leaned forward to check that Sid's was working properly, and because of the masks, they did not speak.
Only the soft hiss of oxygen acted as undertone to the movement of air outside. Second, there was the sunlight. It was a brilliant day, blue sky, only a few stacked lenticular clouds over the lee slopes of the high peaks, visibility otherwise unlimited. Sunlight prismed on the clean canopy, which gave them a 360-degree view from 12,000 feet. To the west, beyond the ridges and mountains and deep-running faults, gleamed the Pacific. To the south and east burned the brightness of high desert and the Salton Sea. Easily visible to the north was the smog bank held in by the hills east of Los Angeles, and the great red expanse of the Baja flowed south beyond the smog banks over Tijuana and Ensenada. Third, there was the closeness. If it had not been for his 5-point harness straps, Dar could have leaned forward over the low rear instrument console and wrapped both of his arms around Sid. Dar could smell the shampoo that he'd lathered in his Sid's hair that morning. He remembered the water and shampoo running down over her shoulders and breasts when he had rinsed her hair, squeezing the water out, the soap bubbles glinting on her breasts and nipples in the morning sunlight. Dar shook his head and concentrated on flying the aircraft. When they had arrived at Warner Springs glider port that morning, Steve had been surprised but happy to loan Dar his twin steer. He would not accept a rental fee. And Ken had been surprised to see Darwin Minor there with a woman. Dar had done a long pre-flight inspection of the high-performance two-seater, and then he and Sid had gone over the parachute procedures for the third time. "Steve didn't make me wear a parachute," said Sid. "I know," said Dar, "but if you fly with me, you wear one of these." His older parachute had been freshly repacked, and now he had cinched and tightened and adjusted until it fit Sid perfectly. The morning grew later and hotter as Dar went over and over the instructions on kicking free of the plane and pulling the ripcord, controlling the risers, spilling air from the chute to change direction, bending knees on landing, and other anxiety-producing details. Finally, Sid had said, "Have you ever bailed out of a glider?" "Never," said Dar. "Have you ever used a parachute?" "Just once, about 10 years ago," said Dar. "Just a regular skydive to make sure I could do it if I had to." "And?" "It scared the everlasting shit out of me," Dar said truthfully, and then began going through the instructions again. They had argued briefly about Sid bringing along her SIG semi-automatic and the magazine clips on her belt. Dar pointed out that there was no need for handguns in a sailplane trip and that the holster, weapon, and 3 leather-wrapped extra magazines would just get in the way of the parachute harness and restraint belts. Sid had pointed out that she was a law officer and it was her legal duty to have the weapon with her at all times. Dar gave up that argument, warning her that the weapons would become a literal pain in the ass half an hour into the flight. He had brought the oxygen because of Ken and Steve's enthusiasm over the day's prospects of wave soaring, a glider's most dramatic means of gaining real altitude. And it took several more minutes for him to instruct Sid on how to stow the small oxygen canister and use hand signals to communicate when the mask prevented conversation. One important item, Dar had said, as Ken's tow plane began pulling them west into the breeze. If we go to oxygen, don't throw up in the mask. What do I do if I get sick? There's a little bag tucked into the right side of your seat there. Take the mask off, throw up in the bag, put the mask back on. Wonderful, Sid had said as the twinister lifted off. You're really making me look forward to this flight. Sid had not shown any signs of sickness during the flight. In fact, she'd shown only exhilaration as they were towed west toward the mountains into the so-called phone gap, a whirling rotor of upward spiraling air between the stack of lenticulars and the mountains, and released on the upwind side of it. Dar had soared them around and back, working the rotor like a ski slope lift, flying across the invisible elevator of lift in repeated sweeps. He had been careful to point out that even on a beautiful, clear day such as this, there might be a lot of turbulence upon entering the rotor. "Are the wings supposed to do that?" she had asked over her shoulder, looking dubiously as the twinister seemed to be imitating a snow goose trying to get airborne. "Absolutely," said Dar. "If they don't flex like that, they break. Much better to flex." Having mapped the wavefront through successive approximation, Dar flew through the turbulence of the outer waves again and found the true center of lift. After that, the ride was silky and soundless and breathtaking. "My God," Sid had cried, "it's like we're in an elevator." "We are," said Dar. "It doesn't seem like we're moving at all in relation to the ground, the mountain," said Sid. "We aren't right now," agreed Dar. "The wind's strong enough to give us great lift right now, but our ground speed is 0. I'll have to make another turn and cast in a minute, or we'll be blown back toward those lenticulars and lose the rotor. But for now, we're in perfect balance." Sid had answered by putting her hand back over her seat and Dar's low console. He hesitated only a second before reaching out and holding it, squeezing it. At 8,000 feet, he had them dutifully go to oxygen, just to be cautious. They continued the smooth soar and climb, circling to the right, then hanging on the lift like a hawk balanced on an invisible pillar of a thermal, watching the sky get bluer and the horizon grow. Dar held a mental three-dimensional map of the controlled and uncontrolled airspaces in this part of California, ranging from Class A to Class G, and he knew that they were well within an E-space. This meant that they were within controlled airspace, but nowhere near a control tower, flying on visual flight rules. They could fly up to a ceiling of 18,000 feet above mean sea level, which was where the jet routes and commercial lanes began. He leveled the sailplane by flying out of the rotor at 14,500 MSL and widened their circles while increasing their airspeed to keep altitude. Dar had Sid take the front stick and control the aircraft for a while, showing her how to take slow turns without stalling or losing too much altitude. Sid loosened her mask and asked, "Can we do some acrobatics?" Dar frowned but lowered his mask again, feeling the bite of cold in the air. "Do you mean aerobatics?" "Whatever," said Sid. "Steve told me that you can do loops, rolls, all sorts of things in this special kind of glider." "I don't think you'd like those," said Dar. "Yes, I would," said Sid. "Put your mask back on," said Dar. "You're getting hypoxic, I think." But he added, "And hang on, but not to the stick. Keep your feet away from the pedals." They were still in the lift zone, crabbing fairly dramatically as Dar kept the twinister's nose to the breeze, and now he put the nose down to gain some airspeed. Without shouting another warning through his mask, he used the ailerons to put the sailplane through a snap roll, while simultaneously using the rudder and elevators to keep the twinister's nose aimed at a point just above the horizon. The sailplane recovered perfectly. "Wow!" shouted Sid. "Again!" Dar shook his head, but then, aware that he was showing off, for a girl, he thought, he banked right, dropped the nose below the horizon line to gain some airspeed, applied constant up elevator while fine-tuning the aileron and rudder, and put the twinister through a 360-degree barrel roll while flying a descending helix around their invisible horizontal axis. The sky and earth traded places once, twice, 3, 4 times. Dar leveled off, checking his real altitude, glancing at control surfaces, and fiddling with the McCready speed ring bezel around the variometer to estimate his best transit time to the next thermal. "More!" shouted Sid. Dar brought the nose up until the glider lost lift at its angle of attack, and they stalled. The effect was roughly the same as stepping into an empty elevator shaft. The nose dropped, and the twin austere plunged directly toward the Earth, now some 10,000 feet below them. It was as if someone had cut the strings that held them aloft, and the elegant sailplane had turned into so much dead metal and useless fabric, falling like an aluminum coffin dropped out of a cargo plane. Sid screamed, and Dar felt guilty for a minute until he recognized the scream as one of pure joy rather than terror. He loosened his mask and said, "You'll have to save us from this." "How?" "Push the stick forward." "Forward?" cried Sid through her mask. "Not back?" "Most assuredly not back," said Dar. "Forward, gently at first." Sid pushed the stick forward. The wing surfaces began finding lift, and slowly, under Dar's guidance, she pulled them out of the stall until the variometer told them that they were no longer losing altitude. "This stupid stunt is called a wing-over," said Dar. He took the controls, told Sid to hang on, and then pulled the nose to an impossible steep pitch attitude. Their speed dropped precipitously. Just before they reached true stall speed, Dar applied full rudder to the yaw, slewed the twin austere around 180 degrees, pointed the nose almost straight down to pick up airspeed, and finally brought the plane to its normal, sedate glide attitude. "Again," said Sid. "No, I don't think so," said Dar. He removed his mask and shut off the regulator. "All this horsing around has got us down to 8,000 feet. You can take your mask off and shut off the O2. Sid did, but said, "Let's loop." "You wouldn't like a loop," said Dar, knowing perfectly well that she would love it. "Please." Before Dar could respond, a white Bell Ranger helicopter roared up to within 50 feet of them on their starboard side and leveled off at their same altitude. "Idiot," Dar began, and then silenced himself as he saw that the rear doors were missing and that a man in a dark suit was crouching in the opening. Then a muzzle flashed, and bullets struck the sailplane just behind the cockpit. Dar had listened to countless cockpit voice recorders, the 15-minute loop tape in the orange so-called black box, and in the vast majority of fatal air crashes, the pilot's or co-pilot's final words were "shit" or some other choice epithet. Dar knew from the tone that the obscenities were not outcries against imminent death, but a professional's final exclamation of outrage and frustration at his or her own stupidity, at getting into the problem or not being able to solve it, at killing everyone aboard. "Shit," Dar said as he put the nose down and rolled the glider hard left, losing altitude as he rolled. He leveled off several hundred feet below the chopper, but the helicopter flew ahead and buzzed around a full 180 degrees, roaring back within 50 feet of the twin austere, the man in the back firing as the aircraft passed. Dar had hit the air brakes, and now the twin austere stalled, simply dropped, and the bullets passed just over the cockpit. Sid had managed to extricate her 9mm Sig Sauer from the straps and harnesses, and was trying to get it in the tiny sliding portal that worked as a wind vent. "God damn it," she said, as the helicopter zoomed past them and whirled around to attack from the rear. "That guy in the back has an AK-47, she shouted. Sid slid the right vent panel open. "I can't aim from these stupid little vents without unstrapping." "Don't unstrap," said Dar. He was desperately trying to think, to find an advantage. What advantage does a high-performance sailplane have over a 200-mile-per-hour helicopter? The glider could perform a loop, and no helicopter could. Big damn deal, thought Dar. The twin austere could do a nice slow-motion loop while the Bell Ranger flew circles around it, shooting it to bits. Anything else? Well, thought Dar, we can fly one hell of a lot slower than they can. They can hover, dipshit. The Bell Ranger was coming past on their left side again. Dar could see that there were only two occupants, the pilot on the right side in front and the man in the suit with, yes, an AK-47 assault rifle in the back with both doors removed.
The man appeared to have some sort of safety strap attached, and he slid easily along the rear bench from one open door of the chopper to the other. Dar waited until the last possible second, dived for speed, and looped the twin asteer as they entered the turbulence of the phone gap rotor of vertical air. Too late, thought Dar, as he heard at least another 2 hits somewhere behind him. As they went up and over the loop, Sid holding her semi-automatic in both hands, Dar wondered how badly they were hit. None of the bullets had penetrated the cockpit yet. The sailplane had no engine to destroy, no fuel tank to ignite, no hydraulic links to cut, but its very simplicity meant that any hit on a control cable would disable them. A bullet in the ailerons could cause Dar to lose all control. Even the slugs that seemed to have passed harmlessly through the fuselage behind him were already spoiling the airflow over the glider's smooth surface, hindering control. Dar rolled during the loop, seeing the Bell Ranger hovering 100 meters to the west, waiting for them to resume level flight. Instead of pulling out of the loop, Dar kept the nose down and dived for the earth. Mistake, he thought, watching the altimeter unwind with startling speed. His instinct had been to get the sailplane down into those canyons and gullies, using the ridges for lift, trying to put something, a hill, a mountain, trees, between them and a shooter. But as soon as he saw the altitude drop below 1,000 feet, he knew that he had made an error, possibly a fatal one. This was no regular aircraft chasing them. The damned thing could turn on its own axis while flying straight ahead, bank as steeply as the twin asteer, and hover when the glider would reach stalling speeds. But Dar had committed himself. He glanced over his shoulder. The Bell Ranger was hovering above and behind, a bird of prey waiting for its victim to end its contortions before pouncing. Dar was just beginning his contortions. He came low across a wide valley, looking for a place to set the twin asteer down, sure that they would have a better chance on foot than in the air. No meadows, no open mountainsides. All trees and boulders. Ridgeline. The helicopter nosed forward in a screaming dive behind them, rotors glinting. "Can we open this canopy?" shouted Sid. "I need to get a shot." "No," said Dar. He flew the glider directly at a rock wall, found the heated ridge lift thermal less than 50 feet from the rock, and banked hard left, climbing on the thermal. The helicopter easily made the turn, matched climb rates, and flew with them just beyond rotor distance. Dar could see the man in the back grinning as he raised the AK-47. "Tony Constanza," said Sid. She had loosened her harness enough to lean forward and get the muzzle of her Sig Sauer out the open ventilation panel. Constanza fired on full automatic, even as Dar put the nose down, aiming for the ridgeline. A bullet struck the nose of the twin asteer. Another smashed the canopy, passed through between Dar's and Sid's heads, and exited through the plexiglass on the right. "Are you all right?" shouted Dar. Before Sid could answer, Dar drove the nose of the sailplane inches above the Douglas firs, knocking needles off the top trees, and then banked hard right down the narrow valley. The Bell Ranger gained altitude, clearing the ridgeline by yards instead of inches, and then roared above and past them headed south, Constanza's assault rifle firing on full automatic.
Dar flew lower than the trees, following a small river running down the center of the narrow gully. Ahead of them, the helicopter slewed, swerved, and stopped directly in their path, hovering with its open door facing them and the AK-47 muzzle already flashing. Dar banked hard left and felt 2 impacts on the right wing. Then he was through the gap in the east ridge he had noted from above. There was lift here, but he could not afford the airspeed to utilize it fully as he kept the nose down and flew down this even narrower gully, the twin aster's wingtips less than 2 meters from rock walls on either side. The Bell Ranger roared in behind them. "I need to get a shot," cried Sid again, swiveling wildly in her seat. Her harness had been loose enough that she had been thrown back and forth during the hard banks and choppy recovery. "No," said Dar, "we're already beginning to handle poorly. If we open the canopy, our aerodynamics aren't worth shit." The helicopter roared overhead at 4 times the glider's speed. Constanza was leaning out, spraying slugs in their direction, but he had a bad angle. The sailplane came into a wider valley just at the edge of the major uplift, almost back to the stacks of lent. Dar flew lower than the trees, following a small river running down the center of the narrow gully. Ahead of them, the helicopter slewed, swerved, and stopped directly in their path, hovering with its open door facing them and the AK-47 already flashing. Dar banked hard left and felt 2 impacts on the right wing. Then he was through the gap in the east ridge he had noted from above. There was lift here, but he could not afford the airspeed to utilize it fully as he kept the nose down and flew down this even narrower gully, the twin asters' wingtips less than 2 meters from rock walls on either side. The Bell Ranger roared in behind them. "I need to get a shot," cried Sid again, swiveling wildly in her seat. Her harness had been loose enough that she had been thrown back and forth during the hard banks and choppy recovery. "No," said Dar, "we're already beginning to handle poorly. If we open the canopy, our aerodynamics aren't worth shit." The helicopter roared overhead at 4 times the glider's speed. Constanza was leaning out, spraying slugs in their direction, but he had a bad angle. The sailplane came into a wider valley just at the edge of the major uplift, almost back to the stacks of lenticular clouds, and Dar banked up and left. The glider lurched from the thermals flowing up and off the rock, and they were over the ridge, soaring 1,000 feet above a wider, descending valley. "This isn't going to work down here," Dar said to Sid. "We need altitude." "We had altitude," said Sid, still holding the 9mm pistol in both hands. "Then you came down here." "I know," said Dar. "I fucked up." Dar worked the glider into the powerful vertical currents closer to the ridge just as the Bell Ranger made another sweep. Constanza was leaning out against his safety strap, blazing away, ejected brass glinting in the sunlight. Slugs struck the twin aster's tail, and Dar felt control go sluggish. Another bullet shattered the canopy just behind Dar's head. He pitched the nose up steeply, trading speed for altitude as he entered the turbulent borders of the lift column, and another bullet ripped through his seat cushion. Or was it through my parachute, Dar wondered, knowing then what he was going to do. "Are you all right?" he called again to Sid as they spiraled up, the altimeter and variometer spinning clockwise as they gained altitude in the lift rotor. The sailplane's ground speed dropped to almost nothing as they headed back west into the strength of the wind, climbing like a panicked sparrow, while the helicopter roared up and around them in a carefully choreographed helix. Dar's eyes were on the instruments. He needed at least 5,000 feet above ground level for his plan, if he could call it a plan, to have any chance of working. It was obvious that the chopper was not going to give them that kind of time. The Bell Ranger crabbed closer, the shooter leaning out the left side this time, both aircraft climbing in a slow left spiral. Sid loosened her harness further, leaned forward so she could get an angle through the narrow air vent, and fired 5 times at the helicopter. Dar saw sparks fly on the forward fuselage and then watched as Tony Constanza ducked back into the shadows of the back seat. Dar could see the heavy-set gunman shouting at the pilot. The Bell Ranger banked right and roared above them in a counterclockwise spiral. They knew that Dar would have to level off at some point. Then they could come in from the rear or from above, at some angle where Sid could not fire without shooting through the twin aster's own canopy. "Tighten your straps," Dar shouted, then explained to her what they were going to do. Sid's head swiveled around. Her mouth hung open. "You're shitting me." Dar shook his head. "Hang on." The sailplane swept right into the outer edge of the Fawn Gap rotor. The winds were stronger, and the heat of midday had added to the powerful thermal updraft, but Dar could not be sure whether the increased turbulence they encountered was from the lift or from damage to the fuselage and control surfaces of his aircraft. It did not matter. Steve's beautiful high-performance two-seater only had to hold together for another few minutes. The Bell Ranger moved into shooting range, sliding sideways as if it were on rails. Dar dived to pick up speed and then looped the sailplane.
As they passed the helicopter, bullets rained onto the aft part of the fuselage like pellets of hail. Dar felt the right rudder go slack, but he still had some control. Another bullet shattered the canopy just behind Dar's head. He pitched the nose up steeply, trading speed for altitude as he entered the turbulent borders of the lift column, and another bullet ripped through his seat cushion. Or was it through my parachute, Dar wondered, knowing then what he was going to do. "Are you all right?" he called again to Sid as they spiraled up, the altimeter and variometer spinning clockwise as they gained altitude rapidly in the lift rotor. The sailplane's ground speed dropped to almost nothing as they headed back west into the strength of the wind, climbing like a panicked sparrow, while the helicopter roared up and around them in a carefully choreographed helix. Dar's eyes were on the instruments. He needed at least 5,000 feet above ground level for his plan, if he could call it a plan, to have any chance of working. It was obvious that the chopper was not going to give them that kind of time. The Bell Ranger crabbed closer, the shooter leaning out the left side this time, both aircraft climbing in a slow left spiral. Sid loosened her harness further, leaned forward so she could get an angle through the narrow air vent, and fired 5 times at the helicopter. Dar saw sparks fly on the forward fuselage, and then watched as Tony Constanza ducked back into the shadows of the back seat. Dar could see the heavy-set gunman shouting at the pilot. The Bell Ranger banked right and roared above them in a counterclockwise spiral. They knew that Dar would have to level off at some point. Then they could come in from the rear or from above, at some angle where Sid could not fire without shooting through the Twin Aster's own canopy. "Tighten your straps," Dar shouted, then explained to her what they were going to do. Sid's head swiveled around. Her mouth hung open. "You're shitting me." Dar shook his head. "Hang on." The sailplane swept right into the outer edge of the Fawn Gap rotor. The winds were stronger, and the heat of midday had added to the powerful thermal updraft, but Dar could not be sure whether the increased turbulence they encountered was from the lift or from damage to the fuselage and control surfaces of his aircraft. It did not matter. Steve's beautiful high-performance two-seater only had to hold together for another few minutes. The Bell Ranger moved into shooting range, sliding sideways as if it were on rails. Dar dived to pick up speed and then looped the sailplane. As they passed the helicopter, bullets rained onto the aft part of the fuselage like pellets of hail. Dar felt the right rudder go slack, but he still had some control. The helicopter stayed where it was. The pilot knew that Dar would have to complete the loop. He did so, climbing into another broader inside loop. Sid fired twice from the front seat. Slugs from the AK-47 slammed into Dar's instrument console, shattering the instruments, punched 4 holes in the top of the canopy inches above their heads, and struck the nose hard enough to slew the glider to the left as he tried to climb into his second loop. The Bell Ranger held its place, waiting for Dar to pass by again. Just before the top of their loop, perhaps 500 feet above the helicopter, Dar rolled the sluggish Twin Aster until they were performing an outside loop. He felt the negative G's trying to force him up and out of the aircraft. The pressure of the restraint harness on his shoulders was painful, and he heard Sid gasp. Dar's vision dimmed and then turned red for an instant before he forced the balking sailplane into level flight and then raised the nose again. There was no more lift. The Twin Aster stalled and fell out of the sky. Dar put the nose down enough to keep some control. The helicopter pilot must have been watching their insane aerobatics, for he pitched the nose of the Bell Ranger down and accelerated up the valley. Too late. Dar's airspeed was approaching the sailplane's terminal velocity. For a precious few seconds, he could match the chopper's airspeed. He did so, attacking the right rear flank of the white, blue, and red chopper, as if the shaking, bucking Twin Aster were a P-51 coming in for the kill. Of course, Sid could not forward because of the canopy, and if she waited until they were close to the chopper and alongside it, Constanza's semi-automatic assault rifle would cut them to pieces. Neither aircraft offered a stable gun platform, but at least Dallas Trace's ex-mafia hitman had the advantage of being able to spray bullets all
The sailplane, a work of aerodynamic perfection a few minutes earlier, was now just tangled junk falling straight out of the sky. Dar lost sight of the helicopter and tried to focus on the instruments, but between the bullets that had passed through the console and the rate of deadly spin, he saw nothing intelligible. The horizon, mountains, ridges, desert were spinning by at unbelievable speed, but because Dar and Sid were still in the center of the swirling mass, there was very little sense of centrifugal force. Dar had no idea whether they were 3,000 feet high or 30 feet above the impact point. There was no noise except for ice-cracking sounds as the left wing continued to break up. Sid was wrestling with the canopy lock, but it seemed to be jammed. Dar slammed his 5-point harness buckle free, shook off the straps, and stood in the wildly spinning plane. He knew that they just had seconds in which to act, because already the spin was turning into a tumble in the direction of the shattered wing. He leaned over Sid's left shoulder and threw his weight against the second canopy latch. The broken plexiglass flew open, and suddenly the wind was cool and rushing against Dar's face and upper body, trying to pluck him up and out of the little cockpit. He held on to the low instrument console in front of him while he leaned forward to help Sid get free of her harness. "No, not those straps," he shouted over the wind as she continued wildly to unbuckle and uncinch. "That's your parachute." She stopped and stood. He saw that she had taken time to shove the pistol back in her belt holster and to secure the strap over it. He grabbed her right hand where it clutched the edge of the cockpit. "Jump when I count to 2, he shouted. "Push hard against the fuselage. We have to get clear. 1, 2. They hurtled into space. For a second, Dar saw Sid's arms go out like wings, and his blood ran cold as he wondered if she would forget to pull the ripcord. But she was just diving away from the wreckage. The twin Asteer had now started tumbling about its axis and had turned into a huge egg beater 30 feet behind them, and several seconds later he saw her sport chute blossom. He pulled his ripcord a second later. Only after the spine-jarring shaking of the canopy opening did Dar look up. He saw no holes in the fabric, no torn risers. His hands went to the riser controls, and he spun the chute around just as he heard the noise of the Bell Ranger's descent toward them. If the pilot had kept control of the helicopter, Dar knew he and Sid were dead. But the helicopter was not under power or control, at least not under much control. The vertical tail rotor blade was essentially gone, and what was left of it was chewing up the rotor assembly in great gulps. The pilot had cut the engine, which appeared to be smoking, perhaps from one of Sid's wild shots, more likely from chunks of shrapnel thrown forward from the runaway tail rotor, and was trying to auto-rotate down to safety, allowing the freewheeling main rotors to give them enough lift to survive a crash landing. The helicopter was headed straight for Sid and him. It took only an instant for Dar to realize that this was not another murder attempt. He was sure that the pilot did not want a second collision, especially with bodies and parachute fabric fouling up his rotors. But there was very little the pilot could do but ride the auto-rotating helicopter down in its mad death spiral toward the ground. There was a noise above and behind him, and Dar twisted in his harness to look. He realized then that whether he was destined to live another 30 seconds or another 50 years, he would never forget the image he saw then. Sid had taken her hands off the riser controls and had the 9mm semi-automatic held firmly in both hands. Her legs were apart in the proper shooting stance, just 1,000 feet too high, and she was emptying the SIG's entire second clip into the plexiglass windshield of the Bell Ranger. The helicopter missed Dar, but not by so much that he did not literally pull his legs up to avoid the rush of the rotors. Then the heavy machine continued to spiral down faster and faster. Sid's pistol had locked open. Dar watched her drop the empty magazine, pull the last one from her belt, and slap it into place, even as her orange and white parachute swirled her around in spirals above him. She was just a bit too far away for shouting, so all that Dar could do was point toward the risers, pull on the right one to spill enough air to send him dipping and spiraling in that direction, and then point to an open meadow area.
Sid nodded, holstered the weapon, and began tugging her riser D-rings, attempting to follow Dar into the clearing. Then both of them quit struggling and watched the Bell Ranger's last seconds 400 feet below them. The pilot was good, but not quite good enough. A helicopter in auto-rotation is essentially so much dead weight, controlled by a mostly dead stick. But the pilot managed to time the death spiral so he missed the trees and came around into a clearing and lined up, more or less, with the 30-degree slope. If Dar had been piloting a sailplane, he would have followed the rules for off-field glider landings and attempted to land going uphill, both to reduce his rollout and to use the last bit of lift the hillside offered. But the hillside offered nothing to the massive Bell Ranger, and the pilot had no choice but to land headed downhill, at a good clip, and let the skids slide along the ground like the runners on a bobsled. Even from several hundred feet up, the meadow looked smooth enough. Dar was wise to the lie of that appearance. There would be large rocks and small boulders, gullies and rock-dense shrubs, and probably larger obstacles. Whatever the Bell Ranger hit, it hit hard, the front of the skids digging in and the helicopter going nose over in an instant. The freewheeling rotors slamming into the earth 1 second later and sending a cloud of dust 100 feet into the air. Through that dust, Dar could make out the Bell Ranger tumbling end over end, the tail boom ripping free, the cockpit bubble smashing inward. The sound was audible and terrible even from 200 feet above it all. Then the mass of twisted fuselage came to a stop against 2 larger boulders about 100 yards downhill. There was a lesser noise to the south, and Dar twisted just in time to see the folded mass of the twin Asteer disappear into the tall pine trees several hundred yards away. Dar concentrated on trying to land gently, showing Sid how to do it by example. It was not much of an example. He ended up hitting a thick willow crotch first and catapulting head over heels into the weeds, coming to rest on his back with the chute dragging him across the slope. Sid landed gently 50 feet uphill, on her feet. She took 2 hops and stood there, apparently dazed, but certainly in one piece. Dar struggled out of his harness and jumped to his feet to help her out of her gear before the wind came up and started dragging her back up the slope. Suddenly, everything began to spin again. He decided to sit down for a second until the movement stopped, and he had no sooner flopped on his butt than Sid was there, free of her harness and helping him disentangle his feet from the chute fabric billowing all around him. "Come on," she said, and the 2 of them started moving down the hill toward the debris field of the Bell Ranger. Sid paused to look at the tail boom and mangled rotor pieces of their sailplane's wings still entangled, but Dar stupidly jogged the last 100 feet. He could smell the raw stink of aviation fuel in the breeze and knew that if anything ignited the passenger cabin, anyone surviving the crash would have done so in vain. The cockpit was completely smashed in. The pilot was dead, still in his harness and seat, eviscerated and almost decapitated by the twisted plexiglass and metal floor. Dar could not see in the back.
Fuel was running freely from the wreck. He pulled himself up the skids of the toppled machine and stood on the main cabin, looking down into the back seat. Constanza was not there. "Dar!" Sid shouted from 75 feet uphill, and then froze. Tony Constanza had just staggered from behind the larger of the 2 boulders. He was battered and bloody, his suit jacket and shirt almost torn off, but he was pointing the AK-47 assault rifle at Dar. "Freeze!" shouted Sid, going into a crouching stance and aiming the little Sig Sauer. Constanza gave her a fleeting glance. He was not 8 feet from Dar, and the Kalashnikov automatic weapon was aimed at Dar's chest. "I can jump him," Dar thought muddily. "No, you can't, asshole," was the more clear mental reply. "You gonna shoot me with that little thing from way back there, bitch?" shouted Constanza. "Not before I cut this motherfucker in 2. Drop your gun, cunt." Hearing that word almost made Dar leap. The AK-47 kept him standing in place. Sid lowered her weapon. "No!" shouted Dar. "I said drop it, bitch!" screamed Constanza, raising the assault rifle's muzzle toward Dar's face. Sid brought the Sig Sauer back up and fired 3 times, the shots so close together that they sounded like one continuous hammering to Dar. The first bullet blew Tony Constanza's left knee into a flap of red meat and white gristle. The second struck him high in the left leg. The third hit him in the left buttock and swung him around. The AK-47 emptied half its banana clip into the dirt. Dar jumped down and kicked the weapon away. Sid bounded down the hill in great strides, keeping her pistol trained on the screaming, rolling man the whole way. "Help me, Jesus fuck," said Constanza as she slid to a stop next to him. "You shot my balls off, you bitch." "Not likely," said Sid. She kicked him over on his belly, held the pistol to the back of his head as she expertly patted him down, and then pulled his wrists behind him and cuffed him. "Sid," said Dar softly, "didn't they train you at Quantico to shoot for center body mass at that pistol distance?" "Of course they did," said the chief investigator, "but we need this guy alive." She holstered her weapon. "Is this the only way you know how to deal with felons?" she said. "By crashing into them?" Dar shrugged. "It's what I know best." He knelt next to the whining man. "He's going to bleed to death from that thigh wound," said Dar, "if we don't do something." "Yes," agreed Sid, with no emotion visible on her face. Dar held Constanza still while Sid removed the man's belt and lashed it tight high on his upper thigh, using it as a tourniquet. He screamed when Sid put full pressure on the belt, and then he fainted. Dar sat heavily on the dry grass. "He's still going to bleed to death before anyone finds us. It'll be hours before Steve or Ken gets worried." Sid shook her head. "Sometimes, Darwin, my dear, you are such a Luddite." She took her cell phone out of her vest pocket and punched a speed dial number. "Warren," she said. "Jim Sid Olson here." "Yeah, well, we've got Tony Constanza with us, but he's hurt pretty bad. If he's going to be our star witness, you'd better get a medevac helicopter too." She lowered the phone. "Where the hell are we, Dar?" "East face of Mount Palomar," said Dar, "about the 4,000-foot level. The helicopter has a box of colored flares in the back. Tell Warren that we'll pop smoke when we hear the dust-off chopper." "Did you get all that, Jim?" said Sid. "Okay, yeah, well, sit tight." She looked at Dar. "They're sending a Marine medical chopper from 29 Palms." "Tell him that this area is thick with rattlesnakes," said Dar. "We'll sit tight," repeated Sid. "But Dar says that this hill is rife with rattlesnakes. So please tell the Marines to move their asses if you want your witness and his captors alive." She rang off. They looked at each other, at the unconscious gunman, and then at each other again. They were both wet with sweat, blue with bruises, red from blood flowing from small cuts and gashes, and sticky with dust. Suddenly they grinned at each other. "God, you're beautiful," said Sid. "I was just gonna say that to you," said Dar. Then they were holding each other and kissing so passionately that a stray boot almost woke up the moaning but still unconscious hitman. Almost, but not quite. 22. V is for Vincible. Dar was invited to be in on the arrests, but he declined. He had work to do. He heard the details later. In England, Sid explained later, the police prefer to wait for a suspect to enter his or her home before making an arrest. There is less chance of violence and of innocent bystanders being hurt that way. In America, of course, exactly the opposite is true. A home, all too frequently in America, is an arsenal and fortress. American cops prefer to make arrests in semi-public but controlled places, where the suspect can bear at the very least outgunned. The exception in this case was to be the ranch house where the 5 Russians, including Zucker and Yaponchik, were known to be hiding out, and where the FBI wanted to hit them with surprise and overwhelming force. The FBI claimed precedence and jurisdiction on the Thursday morning raids, and because of the death of 3 of their agents, no one argued. Los Angeles-based Special Agent in Charge Howard Faber personally led the tactical team of 18 helmeted, Kevlar-vested, submachine gun-toting special agents into the Century City Tower at 6:48 a.m. Pacific Time. SAC James Warren would have liked to have been there, but he had taken charge of the stakeout and raid on the Russian mafia men's isolated ranch house near the Santa Anita racetrack. Chief Investigator Sydney Olson, also decked out in a Kevlar vest labeled FBI in bright yellow, was second in command to SAC Faber on the trace assault. Like the others, she carried a Heckler Koch MP-10 submachine gun.
Dallas Trace was on the air live, his CNN Objection Sustained program airing at its usual 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Special Agent in Charge Faber and each of his tactical team leaders carried a tiny TV monitor, and they watched as the show's titles rolled, the intro music ended, and the New York anchor, another ex-defense lawyer, announced the day's topic and welcomed her friend and colleague from California, famous defense counselor Dallas Trace. The silver-haired attorney was at his usual post, at his desk, slouched back in his leather chair, wearing his usual buffalo hide leather vest, the windows behind him showing a smoggy early LA morning. 10 of the FBI tactical team agents swept through the offices, herding early bird legal secretaries, young lawyers, secretaries, and receptionists out of their rooms and cubicles, corralling them in the outer reception room where 2 agents in black Kevlar stood guard. Having secured the hallways and offices, 2 of the agents then kicked open the door to the conference room that served as the green room during the television broadcasts. 3 of Counselor Trace's 4 American bodyguards were sitting in there, watching the monitor, drinking coffee, and wolfing down donuts. They looked at the tactical team in open-mouthed surprise, and then they were down on the floor, hands behind their heads, being brusquely frisked by the FBI team members. Each of the bodyguards was carrying at least 1 firearm, and the biggest and meanest of the bunch was carrying a second pistol in his back belt and a tiny revolver in an ankle holster. 2 of the 3 also carried long-bladed folding knives that were illegal for street use. Watching their portable monitor, sure that none of the disturbance had been heard in Trace's office, Faber, 3 of his agents with HKMP-10s, and Sid waited just outside the lawyer's office.
Dallas Trace was just drawling, and if I had been the defense attorney for these poor, prosecuted, persecuted, and harried parents who are obviously innocent of their daughter's tragic death, I would be bringing lawsuits against the city when the FBI kicked in the door and the 4 agents and Sid came in with guns drawn. The 2 cameramen and the single sound man looked to their floor producer for guidance. The producer hesitated 2 microseconds, and then she gave the finger-spinning gesture for keep rolling. Dallas Trace merely looked up at the intruders with his mouth wide open. "Counselor Dallas Trace, you are under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy to defraud," said Special Agent in Charge Faber. "Stand up." Trace continued sitting. He tried to speak, obviously finding it difficult to switch gears from the mythical lawsuit he was about to announce for the poor, persecuted, and prosecuted parents of a murdered child. But before he could make a sound, 2 of the FBI men in black grabbed the attorney's arms and dragged him to his feet. His arms were pinned behind him, and Sid snapped on the cuffs. After what probably had been the longest period of speechlessness in Dallas Trace's adult life, he found his voice. In fact, he roared. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any goddamn idea who I am?" "Defense Attorney Dallas Trace," Special Agent in Charge Faber said again, "and you are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." "Silent my ass!" screamed Dallas Trace, his Western drawl magically replaced by a nasal New Jersey accent. "Tell that bitch to get those cuffs off me." Later polling showed that it was this comment, aired live on a popular CNN program, that most alienated potential female jurors. "Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law," continued Sack Faber, as the 2 men in black Kevlar stripped the lawyer of his lavalier microphone, belt pack, and wiring, and then guided Trace out from behind his desk. "You have the right to an attorney." "I am an attorney, you dipshit," shouted Dallas Trace, spittle flying. "I am the foremost defense attorney in the United States of—" "If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you," continued Faber calmly, as the 5 of them, 3 agents, Trace, and Sid, shoved past the goggling floor producer. Both cameramen were grinning broadly as they panned the lenses around to the door where the other tactical team agents waited with their weapons at parade rest. Dallas Trace looked back over his shoulder at the cameras. "Greta," he cried, calling to his New York CNN co-host. "You saw this. You saw what they did to me." And then Trace was gone. The line producer lunged for the still live lavalier mic and thrust it in Sid's face. "Why this outrageous arrest in the middle of," began the producer, before Sid interrupted with, "No comment." She and the two agents walked out the door. On that same Thursday morning, 6 FBI men and 5 Sherman Oaks plainclothes officers raided Dallas Trace's home. There was no resistance. The bodyguard who had been left behind to guard Mrs. Trace happened to be in bed with her at the time the black-garbed FBI tactical team kicked open the bedroom door. The bodyguard disentangled himself from Destiny Trace's enveloping and unyielding legs, rolled over, looked at his shoulder holster and pistol on the chair 20 feet away, looked into 4 suppressed HK muzzles with laser sights dancing small red dots across his forehead, and held up his hands. Mrs. Trace sat up in bed, apparently resisting any impulse to cover her bare breasts. One of the FBI men's attention must have strayed for an instant because a laser dot flickered across Mrs. Trace's bouncing breasts before returning to the bodyguard's forehead. Destiny Trace frowned, pursed her lips, and looked at the hulking man in bed with her, looked at the crowding FBI agents in their stormtrooper helmets, goggles, and flak jackets, frowned again, and suddenly shouted, "Help! Rape! Thank God you're here, officers! This man was assaulting me!" The Monday before the Thursday raids, Lawrence spent most of the day helping Dar set up to new surveillance cameras. "This is costing you a shitload with overnight delivery and everything," volunteered Lawrence as they carried the first video unit, its battery, cables, and waterproof camouflage tarp from the trooper into the trees along the road to the cabin. "If you'd given me a couple of weeks, I could have saved you about $1,000 on this stuff." "I won't need it in a couple of weeks," said Dar. They positioned the first camera in a tree along the side of the gravel driveway about 1/2 kilometer from the cabin. It was a sophisticated video unit, not much larger than a paperback book, with zoom lenses and a remote-controlled motor that allowed it to pan and swivel. Thin cables ran to its own triple lithium battery pack and the tiny transmitter, which were both easily concealed in the base of the rotted-out birch. The remote-controlled camera had 2 lenses, one for daylight use and the other for electronic light amplification after dark. It and the other gear had indeed cost Dar a metaphorical shitload. When the camera was properly situated, Dar drove up to the cabin and sat in his Land Cruiser while he used the remote unit to swivel, pan, zoom, and switch lenses. He practiced turning the unit on and off. He checked a reception on his portable receiving and control unit with its 3-inch black and white monitor. Then he called Lawrence on his cell phone. "Works fine, Larry." "Lawrence, come on up to the cabin and I'll fix us some coffee before we mount the other cameras. Also, I'll show you something I found in the woods." After coffee, Dar left the boxed video equipment in the cabin and took Lawrence for a stroll. They headed east toward the sheep wagon, but then cut uphill from the trail, through boulders, toward the high ridge above the cabin. From there, they bushwhacked downhill until they came to a Douglas fir about 30 meters above the cabin itself. Dar silently pointed to a bulky video camera set in a camouflaged nook in the tree. The camera's lens was aimed at the cabin. Lawrence said nothing, but inspected the thing as carefully as a munitions expert would inspect a landmine. Finally, Lawrence said, "No microphone, no pan or scan or zoom or night vision capability. It's just a fixed lens, wide angle, but it gives a good view of your parking area and cabin entrance. Plus, it has one hell of a strong battery,
An extra long play recorder, almost certainly a time-stamped feature, and the whip antenna is way the hell up there. Whoever's monitoring you can call up several days' worth of video and fast forward through it to see who's in the cabin and when they arrived. Yeah, said Dar. With that powerful a transmitter and the antenna way up there, it could be broadcast for several miles, said Lawrence. Yeah, agreed Dar. Lawrence crawled up the sap-covered lower trunk and inspected the instrument again. It's not FBI technology, Dar. Foreign. Check, I think. Crude but tough. My guess is that it's transmitting on a PAL format. That's what I thought, said Dar. The Russians? Said Lawrence. Almost certainly, said Dar. Want me to disable it? I want them to know where I am, said Dar. I just wanted to show this to you so that we don't reveal anything about our work while we're in front of this lens. Are there others? Asked Lawrence, squinting suspiciously into the dappled daylight of the forest. None that I found. I'll take a look for you, said Lawrence. I'd appreciate that, Larry. Dar had great respect for his electronic surveillance expertise. Lawrence, said Lawrence, sliding back down the tree like a noisy bear. Tony Constanza had sung like a canary after coming out of sedation for surgery on the previous Saturday afternoon.
Even though his hospital room was guarded by half a dozen FBI agents, he was obviously terrified that the Organizatia Hitmen would come after him as soon as they learned that he was alive. Constanza must have figured that his best chance was to squeal, and to squeal quickly, before Japonchik, Zucker, and the others discovered where he was being guarded. He obviously had a healthy respect for their lethal capabilities. He also had some enthusiasm for being in the Witness Protection Program and living, he was quite specific about this, in Bozeman, Montana. Constanza said that he didn't know exactly where the Russians were holed up, but that it was like a ranch house, all by itself, somewhere out beyond Santa Anita Racetrack, somewhere past Sierra Madre Boulevard, up in the Brown Hills there, with all that tumbleweed shit. The FBI had already received such an address from an anonymous mailing. It was the address of one of the phone numbers that Dar had seen Dallas Trace dial during his overnight surveillance of Trace's house. Now the FBI's own surveillance pinpointed the house and confirmed the presence of the 5 Russians. SAC James Warren assigned 23 FBI agents to carry out constant surveillance on the location, a Mediterranean-style ranch house set half a mile from its nearest neighbor, from that Saturday evening. He told Sydney Olson that he would have preferred to move in immediately, but that it would take several days to obtain search and arrest warrants for the others now being incriminated by Constanza, and any premature arrest of the Russians would have tipped everyone else. In the meantime, every move the Russians made was being followed carefully by FBI agents in vans, via undercover roles as phone company and street repair people, by video surveillance, and by helicopter. The phone line into the house was not only tapped, it was trapped. Warren had 20 more agents with tactical assault training available at a minute's notice. Pasadena, Glendale, Burbank, and LAPD SWAT teams were volunteering to help, even though they knew no details of the operation. The first arrests took place Sunday morning when LAPD detectives Fairchild and Ventura were called into separate offices by Internal Affairs divisions, told to surrender their shields, weapons, clips, and IDs, and told that they were to be formally charged with accessory to fraud and conspiracy to murder the 4 FBI agents. Ventura was informed that IAD and the FBI knew about the secret transfer of funds to his newly established offshore accounts, installments of $85,000, $15,000, and $23,000. No bank transfers had been found in Detective Fairchild's name, but the officer was informed that the investigation was still ongoing. Both detectives were interrogated. Detective Ventura hung tough, but Detective Fairchild folded. He not only admitted that Ventura had gotten him involved in the cover-up of the murder of Richard Kodiak, but said that it was Ventura who had traced Donald Borden's and Jenny Smiley's whereabouts in the Bay Area and fingered them both to Trace's Russians for the professional double taps to the head.
According to Detective Fairchild, Ventura had even bragged that for another $20,000, I would have dumped the fucking bodies myself and done a better job than those assholes. Fairchild admitted in a Signs deposition that Ventura had referred to Dallas Trace as the goose who was going to lay them both a lot of golden eggs, and that further dealings with the fraud alliance had been planned. Fairchild said that Ventura had threatened to murder him if he opened his mouth about the conspiracy. Both police officers were taken into custody. Fairchild negotiated a deal with the district attorney for leniency in exchange for turning state's evidence. Neither the FBI nor the LAP made any announcement of the arrests. The men were being kept in an FBI safe house in Malibu for extensive interrogation, and anyone calling the precinct and asking for either detective was told that they were working undercover and unavailable while the phone calls were traced. 2 of the calls came from Trace's American bodyguards, and one of them was traced to the Russian Santa Anita house. Sid expressed her concern about Dar's safety to him during the 5 days before the projected arrests of the main players, but Dar had answered easily. What's to be afraid of? The FBI are all over the Russians. Trace's American thugs are being followed. I'm safer than ever before. Sid was too busy preparing for the raids to spend time at the cabin with Dar, but she did not seem reassured. That Monday before the raids, Dar and Lawrence had also rigged fiber optic cameras in the cabin. Dar chose 2 positions, both on the south interior wall, so that the 2 lenses would cover everything in the large single-room cabin, except the closets and the 1 bathroom. Dar used his key to unlock the hidden trapdoor, led Lawrence down the steep stairs, and then unlocked the door to the storeroom. "Holy shit," said Lawrence. "Trapdoors, secret rooms. You a spy, Dar? A spook?" "No," said Dar, embarrassed that he had kept this place a secret. "I just needed a safe place to store some stuff. You understand?" "Not really," said Lawrence. He looked around the room again. My God, it looks like the last scene in that first Indiana Jones movie, that big warehouse full of crates. You got a sled named Rosebud in here somewhere? "No," said Dar quietly. "I had to burn that one winter when I ran out of firewood." He led his friend through the corridors between crates and showed him the padlocked air vent grill. "If you ever need to get out of here, just unlock this and crawl, Larry. It's about 200 feet to that old gold mine I told you about once. It eventually comes out in the steep gully east of here." Lawrence shook his head. "I don't think it'd do me any good." "There are extra keys upstairs," said Dar. "Keys for the trapdoor, the door to this room, and the grill padlocks. They're in a leather case under the ice tray in the fridge." Lawrence shook his head again. "Okay, but that's not what I meant. I just don't think I'd fit in that particular air shaft." Dar looked at the vent, then looked at Lawrence, and nodded. "Well, if you were ever trapped down here when things were unpleasant upstairs, just bolt the steel door and stay here. The room's shielded and fireproof, and the air is drawn in from the cave, so even if the cabin burns down above you, this place would be safe." "Uh-huh," said Lawrence, obviously unconvinced. "Trudy and I are going to be at our condo in Palm Springs the rest of this week," he said. "Unless you need me here, I mean." Dar shook his head. "No. And be careful in Palm Springs until we hear that Trace and the Russians and all the rest are behind bars." Lawrence only grunted and patted the pistol in his shoulder holster. They hooked the 2 fiber optic cables and their transmitter to the cabin's power supply and then to the auxiliary generator as backup. Then they ran antenna wire up through the wall and onto the roof of the cabin. After that, they hiked downhill from the cabin, keeping the cabin between them and the viewing field of the check video camera up the hill, and set up the second outdoor camera in the burned-out stump of a huge old Douglas fir, just where the grassy, open hillside began. Then Lawrence returned to the cabin while Dar took the receiver monitor, concealed in his tan rucksack, and hiked several hundred yards up the hill. "Got a picture?" came Lawrence's voice over the cell phone. "Yes," said Dar. He switched back and forth between cameras 2 and 3. The wide-angle lenses each gave a bug-eyed view of the room, but every part of the cabin except the bathroom and the inside of the closets was clearly visible on the tiny monitor screen. These lenses had no pan or zoom controls, but were effective in very low light conditions. "Now I know what you're up to," said Lawrence on the phone. "You do?" "Yeah," said the private investigator adjuster.
"You're planning a huge orgy up here and you want to get it all on tape?" Dar tried camera 4. It panned up and down the slope, showing the entire approach to the south side of the cabin. With the wide-angle lens, he could see miles across the valley to the south and zoom in on objects up to 100 yards away. On the same Thursday morning that saw the arrest of Dallas Trace, attorney William Rogers, the East LA lawyer who had helped Father Martin create the Helpers of the Helpless, was pulled over to the side of the road on his way to work. As the attorney stepped out of his vehicle, joking with the state patrol officers in their CHP car about not seeing the stop sign, FBI agents, sheriff's deputies, and LAPD officers converged on the site. Rogers was handcuffed, read his rights, and loaded into one of the cars. Sid was told by the agent in charge that Rogers began weeping and demanding to call his wife, Maria. The agents did not tell the attorney that his wife had been arrested moments before at her office headquarters for the Helpers of the Helpless. In hospitals all over Southern California, local police and FBI agents accompanied by INS officials began their sweep, interrogating and eventually arresting more than 60 helpers from a group of more than 1,000 detained. All hospitals and medical centers in California barred their doors to the helpers that same day. In the files at Maria Rogers' Helpers of the Helpless headquarters in East Los Angeles, the names of more than 100 insurance fraud cappers, doctors, attorneys, and facilitators were gathered. Dar sighted the 5th video camera on his property on Tuesday. For several hours, he hiked the hundreds of acres of property he knew so well. Finally, he decided on the best sniper nest above the cabin, a small, level, grassy area shielded by low boulders on 2 sides and by huge boulders behind it. Lying there with his old M40 sniper rifle and Redfield scope, Dar found that the range, a little under 200 yards, was almost as perfect as the view. There were clear shots between the scattered trees of the cabin, the entrance to the cabin, and the parking area west of the cabin. The roost was protected by the overhang of rock ledges behind it and by steep slopes on either side. It was perfect, too perfect. Dar went looking for a less obvious site. He found it less than 70 yards to the northwest of the first one. This second site was also tucked against large boulders, but offered only a narrow gap between slabs of rocks, the shooting site overgrown with prickly bushes, in which a sniper and his spotter could both lie prone. The site was higher than the first and offered a slightly better view while being even harder to approach from any angle without exposure. The extra 70 yards or so of range would not be a problem for the kind of modernized Dragunov SVD sniper rifle used to kill Tom Santana and the 3 FBI agents. It took Dar almost 3 hours to retreat from the site without leaving any footprints, hike all the way around the ridge to the steep rear approach to the boulders of the ridgeline, and free climb the near-vertical rock wall more than 100 feet to a point on the larger boulder above the second sniper's nest. There, he had to secure a purlon climbing rope around a boulder in order to rappel down the steep arc of the rock face to a shrub-filled ledge where he could set up the video camera, conceal it, its battery, and its transmitter with the waterproof camouflage tarp, and then hide the long broadcast antenna by running it up cracks in the rock to the summit. Dar then returned to the cabin and tested the monitor. The picture was not as clear as the transmission from the other 4 cameras, but he could clearly see the second sniper's nest from above and zoom in on the original site he had found lower down. Dar spent the rest of the morning hiking the rocky ridges and steep ravines to the northeast of the 2 sites he had found. He was not satisfied until nearly noon. Sid explained that the FBI's primary concern was the Russians. They had shown their ruthlessness and their ability to kill at long range. Several FBI tactical team world-class snipers and assault experts were flown in from Quantico. At night, with no muss or fuss, 8 of the surrounding houses in the Santa Anita Hills above Sierra Madre Boulevard were evacuated and taken over as observation or command and control centers for Special Agent Warren's task force. Every movement the Russians made was followed. Tail cars and lead cars changing off, helicopters at 8,000 feet watching through powerful optics, and by the time the 5 Russians drove their 2 Mercedeses back to the ranch house on Wednesday evening, the TAC team had grown to 62.
By this time, FBI snipers in ghillie suits had laboriously crawled to within 150 yards of the house on all sides. The FBI shooters were armed with the most modern equipment available, modified Delisle Mark V sniper rifles firing 7.62mm rounds in either standard or subsonic combinations. The rifles were descended from Dar's venerable Remington 700 bolt-action model, but had evolved about as far as space shuttle pilots had from the first African Australopithecine hominids. The weapons utilized heavy match barrels with integral suppressors, silencers to the layman, which, when combined with subsonic ammunition, allowed for accuracy at ranges of more than 200 yards. The rifles made no sound, not even the smack of a bullet breaking the sound barrier. Mounted on each Delisle Mark V was a single, lightweight, integrated sight, which combined a powerful telescopic sight with an image-intensifying night sight, an infrared rangefinder, and a thermal imager. The FBI snipers could kill at 200 yards in the rain on a starless night through light fog or smoke. The rest of the FBI assault teams were outfitted with Kevlar helmets, full body armor, gas masks, infrared goggles, fully suppressed submachine guns with laser sights, .45 caliber fully automatic pistols, and stun grenades known in the trade as flashbangs. For the 5 a.m. assault on Thursday, the lead team would go in behind a barrage of tear gas projectiles fired through all the windows and use a man-carried hydraulic battering ram to take down the front door. Then, the first 3 TAC teams would enter the building by all available first-floor windows and doors. Waiting in the garage of the nearest house was a fully armored tactical assault vehicle with its own battering ram. 5 helicopters were tasked to the assault, and each of them carried master marksmen. 2 of the helicopters were equipped to drop men on lines for rapid assault from the air. "Hardly seems like a fair fight," Sid Olson suggested to Special Agent in Charge Warren on Wednesday afternoon. Warren had given her the slightest of smiles. "If it becomes anything near a fair fight," he said, "I deserve to be fired." Sid had nodded and called Dar at his condo to see how he was doing. Dar was doing fine by Wednesday afternoon. He had used the morning to catch up on work in his warehouse apartment, documenting the fatal Gomez swoop and squat, and preparing a computer-animated reenactment of Attorney Esposito's death by scissors lift. He chatted with Sid a few minutes, telling her that he was going up to his cabin to get a good night's sleep while she and her colleagues did all the hard work the next day. He asked her to be careful, promised to see her on Thursday, and wished her luck. Dar had spent all of the previous afternoon and evening zeroing his 2 weapons. Using the ravine to the east of the cabin, it was 60 feet wide where the gold mine opened into it, narrowing to less than 20 feet up the hill parallel to where Dar had found the potential sniper roost. He fired off several hundred rounds of ammunition from both his old M40 bolt-action and the Loner Light 50. Dar used a new purchase, a $3,295 pair of new Leica Govid BDI range-finding binoculars to double-check the range with the Leica's built-in laser rangefinder as he set out targets at distances of 100 yards, 300 yards, 650 yards, and 1,000 yards. Dar was capable of thinking in meters, but like most old-time snipers, he did range-finding calculations in yards. He was pleased that his visual estimates of target distance in each case fell within 5 feet of the laser's readout. The Leica's rangefinder itself was guaranteed to be accurate to within 3 feet at 1,100 yards. Although Dar had fired the M40, the old modified Remington 700 hunting rifle, occasionally on shooting ranges in the past few years, he still had to reacquaint himself with the weapon. When he had been trained as a young Marine, it was discovered that Dar had 20/10 vision, which meant simply that what was perfectly clear for a person with 20/20 vision at 100 yards was just as clear to Dar at 200 yards. Even before Dar had decided for certain on becoming an outcast through advanced sniper training, he had qualified as an expert rifleman at Parris Island boot camp. In the time-honored tradition of the Corps, riflemen could qualify in 3 categories: marksman, sharpshooter, and, very, very rarely, expert rifleman.
Dar had qualified as expert rifleman on record day with 317 points out of a possible 330, a distinction that was rare enough that his commanding officer had told him that only a dozen Marines had equaled it going back to World War II. The first 317 score had been made by a Marine who went on to be a famous writer and biographer. The qualities that went into superb marksmanship included the control of breathing that was so important, extraordinary eyesight, patience, the ability to fire a weapon from several positions, and the ability to factor in distance, gravity, wind, and the weapon's unique quirks with every shot. Another important and underrated requirement was cleverness with adjusting the rifle's sling, a skill difficult to teach but which had come naturally to young Dar. Now, almost 30 years later, Dar knew that his eyesight had deteriorated to a mere 20/20 for distance shooting, but the comfort with the weapon, the ability to adjust the sling properly without thinking about it, the sense of proper range and ability to zero the weapon, the ability to fire easily and accurately from a prone, kneeling, sitting, and standing position, all these remained. Dar took great care that Tuesday afternoon to zero the M40. His modified Redfield scope was fitted with mil-dot reticles as well as elevation and windage turrets. He adjusted the elevation turret according to the different ranges he was firing and clicked the windage turret left to right to compensate for the lateral effects of wind on the bullet. The zero of the weapon was simply the setting required to put a shot exactly on target center at any given range, with no wind blowing. Here, the ravine came in handy because it blocked the prevailing winds from the west and allowed Dar to zero the weapon at all distances during lulls when there was no breeze whatsoever. During advanced sniper training at Quantico and again in Vietnam, Dar had set his own accuracy requirements. Firing match-grade ammunition such as he was using now, Dar was not satisfied unless he could group his shots within a diameter of 20 millimeters at a range of 100 yards, 125 millimeters at 600 yards, and 300 millimeters regularly at 1,000 yards. The final goal was not as generous as it sounded, Dar knew, because it took a bullet fired from his M40 approximately 1 second to travel 600 yards, but a full 2 seconds to travel 1,000 yards. 2 seconds is an eternity in ballistics. Wind variations come into play over such a huge amount of time. And if the target is moving, forget it. Dar spent 5 hours on Tuesday firing the M40 from all 4 positions: prone, sitting, kneeling, and standing. He would assume the position, feeling the sling snug tight and right, the stock tight against his cheek, a spot weld of contact between his cheek and his on the small of the wooden stock, trigger finger positioned on the trigger with no contact with the side of the stock, his breathing so calm as to be imperceptible. And then he would close his eyes for several seconds. If, when he opened his eyes, the crosshairs in the scope were still precisely on his previous aiming point, he knew that he had obtained a so-called natural point of aim. The hardest thing for Dar to recapture was trigger control. This had come natural to him in the Marines, but he knew from firing range practice that he had to work to find it now. Trigger control was nothing more complicated than taking up the slack at precisely the correct point in his breathing cycle while he fine-tuned his aim, then squeezing the trigger the extra millimeter needed without moving the rifle in any way. It was not complicated, but it took mental focus, muscle control, and breathing control. Having zeroed the M40, Dar took targets down into the open field below the cabin and fired scores of rounds in actual wind conditions. Tuesday was a windy day, and in a steady 15-mile-per-hour wind, the 7.62 millimeter bullet would drift 4.5 inches off target at 200 yards, a disturbing 20 inches off target zero at 600 yards, and a ridiculous 48 inches off target at 600 yards. Of course, the wind was almost never steady. Dar knew that the new generation of snipers went into battle with pocket calculators or, in the more sophisticated weapon systems, mini-computers in the actual scope with electronic wind sensors attached. Dar thought that this was a waste of human brain power and basic senses. He had been well trained to gauge the wind.
Less than 3 miles per hour, and one can hardly tell if the wind is blowing, but smoke drifts. Gusts of 5 to 8 miles per hour will keep tree leaves in a constant motion, and Dar had long since learned the sound of different wind values in the ponderosa pines and Douglas firs that surrounded his cabin. Any wind between 8 and 12 miles per hour kicks up dust and grit, blows loose leaves, and can be seen in swirls and dust devils. Between 12 and 15 miles per hour, the tiny birch trees in the field would be constantly swaying. Dar had instinctively known, even as a young Marine sniper trainee, that the wind's speed is only a small part of the equation. The wind direction must also be properly sensed and factored in. Any wind blowing at right angles to his direction of fire, from 8, 9, 10, and 2, 3, 4 o'clock positions, was a full-value wind. Any oblique wind, 1, 5, 7, 11 o'clock, would be accorded only half value. So, a 7-mile-per-hour breeze from his 9 o'clock position would be rated as a 3.5-mile wind when he made his lateral adjustments to the scope. Finally, if the wind was blowing directly at his firing position, or from the rear, 6 or 12 o'clock, Dar would factor in only minimal effect on the bullet, a slight drop in velocity firing into the wind, a corresponding rise in velocity with a tailwind. Being a sailplane pilot had honed his skill in sensing wind velocity and direction. Once these factors of range and wind were taken into account, preferably in microseconds, then Dar just used the old Marine marksman formula of range, expressed in hundreds of yards, multiplied by wind velocity, expressed in miles per hour, and divided by 15. Dar could perform this calculation instantly and instinctively even after all these years. Lying and kneeling out in that long grassy field all Tuesday afternoon, Dar kept the small video monitor tuned to camera 1 activated beside him, making sure that no one was driving up to the cabin while he was practicing. Sometimes wearing his ghillie suit, sometimes in his green slacks and field shirt, Dar fired at regular range targets and paladin targets and concentrated on achieving MOA and sub-MOA groups.
Even after he was achieving these groupings regularly, in slightly gusty conditions, and at all of his preset ranges, Dar reminded himself of one crucial point. These targets are only paper. On Wednesday evening, just before dusk, all of the FBI men on the Russians' ranch house perimeter came to full alert. By this time, 8 tactical team snipers in ghillie suits had wormed their way to within 150 yards of the house and all 3 sides of the property bordering the street. 3 of the snipers were in the tall grass less than 5 yards from the manicured lawn. At 4:30 p.m., the only telephone call of the day came in. It was trapped and played back on the FBI tape recorders. Voice: "Your dry cleaning is ready, Mr. Yale." Voice thought to be Gregor Yaponchik. All right. The FBI traced the call within seconds. It had come from a Pasadena dry cleaning establishment. Warren had an agent call the place and ask if Mr. Yale's dry cleaning was ready yet. The manager said that it was, and confirmed that he had just called to inform Mr. Yale of that. The manager apologized for not being able to deliver the dry cleaning, but explained that the unincorporated area north of Pasadena was outside their normal delivery area. The agent calling assured the manager that this was all right. At 8:10 p.m., a white van pulled up and 3 Hispanic men in gray shirts and work pants got out. The van had a yard service ad on its side, and Special Agent in Charge Warren had his people on the phone within 10 seconds, checking with the company to see if this was a legitimate visit. It certainly did not seem kosher at this hour. It was. The yard service people assured the special agents that this was the weekly service and that it had been held up because of van problems and complexities at the previous customer's home. Sid later explained that Warren was tempted to tell the service company to call their people and to get them the hell out of there now. But the 3 yard men had already begun their work, mowing the yard, clipping the shrubs, and cutting up a small dead tree. And the FBI man decided that it would draw less attention to let them finish. It was almost dark.
One of the workmen went to the front door, and agents in the house a quarter of a mile from the Russian's place got a clear photograph of Pavel Zucker talking brusquely to the quickly nodding yard worker. Zucker closed the door, and a second later the garage door went up. In the dim light, the FBI people could make out heaps of leaf bags next to the two Mercedeses in the garage. The workers were fast-racing through darkness, and they mowed the lawn in a rush, coming within feet of the face-down and flattened FBI snipers in the higher grass. Once, one of the yardmen stopped his mower, picked up what looked like a metal horseshoe, and tossed it into the high grass beyond the yard, almost braining an FBI marksman. It was almost full dark when the mowing and pruning was done, and the FBI watched carefully as the three workmen disappeared into the garage and reappeared a moment later carrying the bulky leaf bags. "Count them," commanded Sack Waring over the radio link. "The leaf bags," said some unfortunate special agent. "No, you moron, the workers. Make sure that only the three who went into that garage get into the van." "Roger that," came the confirmation from observers and marksmen. The three went in and came out, tossing the leaf bags in the back of the van and stowing other detritus. The porch light and small driveway lights came on automatically. Lights in the house switched on as the van drove away. "Shall we intercept them?" asked the special agent at the outer perimeter. "Negative," said Warren. "Their boss said that they're working overtime and they're headed home from here. Let them go." The snipers in the grass and the observers in the houses and passing high-altitude helicopters switched to night vision. Everyone there would have preferred planning the assault for 3:30 a.m. when the Russians would be at their groggiest, or better yet, all asleep, but because of the timing of the other arrests, it had been decided that the assault could commence no earlier than 5 a.m. Warren and Sid and the others had decided that it would be worth the extra risk of a dawn assault just to make sure that Dallas Trace and the others targeted for arrest that morning heard nothing on the morning news. Dar had also fired the Barrett Light 50 for several hours into Tuesday evening. That was a fascinating experience. The rifle came with a bipod, but it was still a beast to manhandle around, weighing 29.5 pounds without the telescope and measuring an inch more than 5 feet long. A monster. Adding the M3A ultra-telescopic sight and a few cartridge boxes to the load reminded Dar that he had a bad back. On Wednesday, Dar did his work at the condo, talked to Sid briefly in late afternoon, took the Remington Model 870 shotgun out from under the bed, loaded it, filled his pocket with some extra shells, and carried his overnight bag to the Land Cruiser. He looked around carefully in the basement parking garage before walking to his vehicle. It would be embarrassing to go through all this preparation and then have a pissed-off Russian shoot him with a .22 pistol in his own parking garage. None did. Dar drove out through Wednesday traffic. He wanted to arrive at the cabin well before dark, and he did. Stopping on the long gravel driveway to the cabin, he activated the various video cameras one by one. Nothing on the road ahead. No one in the sniper points high above the cabin. No one immediately visible in the field below the cabin. No one in the cabin. Dar drove the rest of the way, carried in his bags and some groceries, and made dinner. He thought about calling Sid, but knew that she would be busy at the Tactical Command Center all that evening. What the hell, he thought. I'll hear about it on the radio tomorrow and read about it in the evening paper. He sipped some coffee. I hope. Somewhere around midnight, he double-checked that the cabin doors were locked and turned off the lights. A fire still burned in his fireplace, filling the warm room with flickering light, and he left a soft light in the kitchen and another next to the bed. Instead of going to bed, Dar took the shotgun and the receiver monitor, moved the strip of carpet slightly, unlocked the trapdoor, and went down into his basement. The lights came on automatically. He left the shotgun propped up against the outer wall, unlocked the steel door, and crossed the storeroom to the ventilator grill. Unlocking the heavy padlock there, he inspected the dusty vent with his flashlight and then crawled on his elbows and knees the 220 feet, breathing much more heavily than he liked, until he came to the second grill. He unlocked it, slipped out into the old gold mine, and found his plastic-wrapped M40 rifle and the heavy rucksack right where he had left them the day before. He pulled on the marine-issue flak vest stored in the pack, hefted the heavy rucksack, and slung the rifle comfortably on his right shoulder. Water dripped in the old mine shaft. Puddles were everywhere and often 6 inches deep. Dar splashed through them, still using the flashlight for illumination. He was wearing waterproof hiking boots and his green slacks and camouflage field shirt loose over the heavy vest. On his web belt was the black steel K-bar knife in its scabbard. His cell phone was in his shirt pocket, but it was turned off. Once he reached the entrance to the mine, he doused the flashlight and stowed it, pulling out the LLB night goggles. There was no moon, and the ravine was filled with shadows. But Dar let his eyes adapt naturally and kept the night vision goggles raised on his forehead as he found his way up the ravine, up the narrow path on the east face of the gully, and continued climbing toward his pre-selected spot.
It was a beautiful night. A few clouds, cooler than most summer nights, but perfect for a hike. The FBI assault team battered down the front door of the Santa Anita ranch house at precisely 5 a.m. Agents fired tear gas projectiles through all of the windows. Other agents at the door tossed flashbangs into the living room and lunged inside, laser beams stabbing for targets through the smoke. Living room empty. Agents held ladders while other agents threw themselves through the bedroom windows as the FBI snipers covered them. No one in the bedrooms. Special Agent Warren led the first assault team from room to room on the ground floor and then up the stairway to the second floor. 2 helicopters landed on the lawn while 2 more hovered overhead, brilliant searchlights shining down through the dissipating smoke and the brightening twilight. FBI men in the choppers fired more tear gas through the second-story windows. No one on the second floor. No one in the kitchen. No one in the basement. It was one of the last teams to reach the building who radioed in the report. Dead bodies in the garage. Warren and a dozen others, everyone bulky in their body armor and helmets, goggles and gas masks dangling, converged there within 20 seconds. The 3 dead Hispanic men were stripped to their underwear. Each had been shot once in the head. But only 3 got in the van last night, began a young special agent. "The goddamned leaf bags," said Special Agent Warren. "Shall we expand the perimeter?" asked a helmeted figure. Warren sagged back against the doorframe, clicking the safety on his suppressed HK-MP10. "They could be in Mexico by now," he said dully. Nonetheless, Warren was on the radio a second later, alerting headquarters, authorizing helicopter and ground searches for the yard service van, confirming that the CHP, LAPD, and other agencies had to be briefed immediately, and authorizing a national manhunt. A message was relayed from the Malibu safe house where detectives Ventura and Fairchild were being kept. It seemed that Fairchild, who was cooperating with the investigators, had been allowed to go for a brief escorted walk on the beach the previous afternoon. The FBI agents had not known that there was a payphone just off the beach, but Fairchild had been allowed out of sight for several seconds to urinate in the bushes, and this morning one of the agents took a walk on the beach and found the phone. He immediately checked to see if there had been any outgoing calls from it. There had. One of 15 seconds duration had been made at 4:30 p.m. The call was to Detective Fairchild's brother-in-law, who ran a dry cleaning establishment in Pasadena. "Damn," said one of the agents. "Damn, heck and spit," said another. "Fuck me," said Special Agent in Charge Warren, who had no immediate bureau supervisors on the scene. "I bet Fairchild got more money than Ventura. He just hit it better." "Shall we tell Special Agent Faber and Investigator Olson about the Russians?" asked the primary dispatcher. Warren looked at his watch. It was 5:22 a.m. The Dallas Trace assault was still more than 90 minutes away. "Faber and his people are in position and on radio silence," he said. "I'll call Cassio, the agent in charge of the Century City security perimeter covering the assault team's backs, and tell him that we're sending another dozen TAC team agents to reinforce him." "Do you think the Russians will try to rescue Dallas Trace?" asked a goggly agent next to Warren. The special agent in charge actually laughed. "Not a chance in hell. These guys know that the balloon has gone up. They're not going to drive from one ambush into another one. We'll tell Faber and the rest of the assault team after they do their thing." Warren's voice lost all traces of humor then, and he said something most un-bureau-like.
And I want that LAPD cop, Fairchild, castrated. Sid received the page 8 minutes after the FBI had driven Dallas Trace and his 3 bodyguards away in separate vehicles. She was standing on the street outside the Century City office tower, busy shaking his sweat out of her hair and ripping the Velcro tabs loose on her bulletproof vest. But she stopped everything when she saw the number on the pager. Warren explained the situation in 2 sentences. "Dar," said Sid, looking at her watch. "Investigator Olson," said Special Agent Warren. "These Russians aren't amateurs. They have a 10-hour head start on us. They're not going to waste it on some stupid revenge attempt. They're probably in Mexico by now." Whatever he said next was lost as Sid shouted, "Get 2 FBI choppers with TAC teams out to Dar's cabin now!" and then flipped shut the phone, picked up her submachine gun, and ran full speed for her parked Taurus. She had no idea that her cell phone transmission had been garbled and that Special Agent Warren had understood none of it. 23. Wait is for wait. It seemed like a long night to Dar. He told himself that perhaps this was because he was not used to lying on a cold stone ledge all night waiting for a group of strangers to come try to kill him. Nope, he reassured himself, that couldn't be the reason. The position he had chosen was a rocky outcrop on the east side of the wooded ravine. The slabs of rock on which he lay were about 260 yards above the cabin, with a clear view of the parking area and entrance through gaps in the trees, and even more important, at approximately the same elevation as the 2 sniper roosts he had identified to the west. The slab, the very word disturbed him a bit, lay in a natural fissure in the rock with 2 shooting channels, one looking downhill toward the cabin and the parking area, and the other offering a small slot in the rocks that was perfect for direct fire against the sniper positions. The bad news was that the stones to the east and north of him were higher than his roost and angled downward, which would create a nasty ricochet problem if someone actually started shooting at him from either of the obvious sniper's roosts to the west. He hoped that it would not come to that. Dar had stored the Barrett .50 caliber in the rock niche under a waterproof tarp, and now he was lying on that tarp wishing he'd brought a closed-cell foam pad. The 25-pound body armor he was wearing over his blouse was thicker than a police-issue Kevlar vest. It was modern Marine issue and incorporated a thick ceramic chest protector that could stop a 7.62 mm rifle bullet at medium range, but that also made it extra stiff and uncomfortable. "I'm getting old," he thought. The Barrett Light .50 was on its bipod on the slightly down-tilting slab, leaving room next to his position for extra ammo, the Leica range-finding binoculars, and the receiver monitor. His old M40 sniper rifle lay under camo cover and waterproof plastic in the other gap to his right, ready to be used in an instant if he had to fire on the other sniper positions. Dar figured that if the Russians did not come that night, they would not be coming at all. His plan was relatively simple, and it did not include any real heroics. If, by any chance, the Russians showed up at his cabin before the FBI nabbed them, Dar had his cell phone charged and programmed with Special Agent Warren's and Sid's numbers. Dar always thought of his cabin as being at the edge of the world out here, but the line-of-sight cell phone reception was excellent. This was, after all, Southern California. None of the people who had built expensive cabins out here to get away from it all could afford to be out of touch for even an hour. Dar hoped that there would be no shooting, that he would just lie low in his duck blind while the Russians waited for him to come out of the cabin until the FBI helicopters roared in with the real professionals. But if he was detected, he was ready to return fire and at least keep the Russians occupied until the cavalry arrived.
His position was almost as strong defensively as the reactor at Dowlat had been so many years ago, moated by the ravine, impossible to approach unseen from the west or south in the direction of the road and cabin, and difficult to climb to from the east. Dar had brought along his ghillie suit so that if the Russians' return fire got too nasty, and Dar considered any return fire nasty, he would slip into the camouflage suit and head for the fields below the tree line to the east. By the time the Russians reached this side of the ravine, Dar should be all but invisible below, and the FBI should have arrived in force. I'm absolutely paranoid, thought Dar, soon after beginning his post-midnight vigil. Why the hell would the Russians come after me again? But in his heart, he knew why. Both Gregory Yaponchik and Pavel Zucker had been trained and had operated as snipers. Dar knew that of all the soldiers on Earth, only snipers are specifically trained to stalk another individual. Marines and army grunts might end up with small units stalking small units or even a single enemy, but only the sniper is trained to use stealth, concealment, and ambush at long range to kill another specific individual. And always first on the sniper's kill list was the most dangerous threat, the enemy sniper. Dar did not know if the Russians or their American employers had access to his Marine file, but he could not risk assuming they did not know he had been a sniper once. More than that, Yaponchik and Zucker had been tasked to kill him 3 times, and 3 times they had failed. If Dar knew anything about a sniper's mentality, and he did, he knew that someone like Yaponchik would have an intense feeling of frustration at leaving this particular job unfinished. Dar remembered a cartoon he'd once seen of a king sitting on his throne. I'm paranoid, the king had thought, but am I paranoid enough? The night passed slowly. Making sure that there was no glow to reveal him, Dar switched the monitor from video camera to video camera, using the night lenses for the outdoor cameras. No movement on the road. No movement, or at least none detectable, in the broad fields down the hill from the cabin. No one at the sniper's nests 300 yards opposite him. No uninvited guests in the cabin. Dar found one channel of his brain mulling things over. He allowed it to mull as long as it did not disrupt his focus. He thought about his years reading the Stoic philosophers. He knew that the average person thought of the Stoics, if he thought of them at all, as proponents of a stiff upper lip and don't whine philosophy. But the average person, Dar knew, was only half a bubble off moron center. He and Sid had talked about it. She understood the complexity of the Stoics' writings, Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. She understood dividing life between those things that one had no control over and where the maximum courage was called for, and those elements that one could and should control and in which caution was prudent. This had been part of Dar's life and thinking for so many years that he found it surprising that he was reviewing and critiquing it on this night of all nights. No longer talk at all about the kind of man that a good man ought to be, but be such, wrote Marcus Aurelius. Dar had tried to live this maxim. What else had Marcus Aurelius taught? Dar's nearly photographic memory brought back a passage. Let this always be plain to thee, that this piece of land is like any other, and that all things here are the same with things on the top of a mountain, or on the seashore, or wherever thou choosest to be. For thou wilt find just what Plato says, dwelling within the walls of a city as in a shepherd's fold on a mountain. Well, here he was dwelling literally within a fold on a mountain. But now he thought of the sentiment behind the statements, both Plato's and Marcus Aurelius's, and he knew in his heart that he did not agree with the core of it. After Barbara and the baby's death, Dar could no longer live in Colorado. It had taken a while to accept, but soon enough it had become that simple. This place, this mountain, this place near the seashore had been a new beginning for Dar, and now it had been violated. The Russians had tried to kill Sid and him not far from here, and they had taken pictures of him at this very place. Dar felt no fury, no approaching catalepsis. He had damped his feelings down for so many years, turning to the humor found only in irony for his salvation, that he felt no anger controlling him now. But as he lay on the mountainside waiting, he had to admit that his hope was that the Russians might come for him. Despite all logic to the contrary, the hope burned in him like a cold fire. Every time Dar had ever visited an accident scene, he had thought of Epictetus. Tell me where I can escape death. Discover for me the country. Show me the men to whom I must go, whom death does not visit. Discover to me a charm against death. If I have not one, what do you wish me to do? I cannot escape from death, but shall I die lamenting and trembling? Therefore, if I am able to change externals according to my wish, I change them,
But if I cannot, I am ready to tear the eyes out of him who hinders me." Epictetus might have scorned the impulse, but Dar had to admit that he was quite ready to tear the eyes out of the Russians if they came at him again. Thinking this, he felt the long K-bar knife in its sheath on his belt. He had spent an hour honing that knife the previous evening, and another hour spraying and coating it, even though the thought of sliding cold steel into another human being's body made him want to throw up on the spot. Some person asked, "How then shall every man among us perceive what is suitable to his character?" "How," he replied, "does the bull alone, when the lion has attacked, discover his own powers and put himself forward in defense of the whole herd?" Damn Epictetus anyway. Dar did not consider himself a brave man nor a bull, and he had no herd to protect from the lion. Sid, came the thought, unbidden, but he had to smile at that. Even as he lay here, hiding in his nook in the rocks in the middle of the night, 40 miles from the city and danger, Sid was protecting the bad guys. It was she who was protecting the herd from the lion. Dar spent the hours shifting to get comfortable, keeping watch through his goggles and monitor, listening to the breeze stir the pines, while instinctively estimating the wind velocity, and generally deconstructing the philosophy upon which he had based his entire life. "Thou art a little soul bearing about a corpse," Epictetus had taught. Having seen so many fresh corpses in his life, Dar could hardly argue. But during the last few weeks, during the moments with Sid, he had not felt so much the corpse animated by only a little spark of soul. He had to admit to himself he had felt alive. By 5 a.m., tired and sore but still wide awake, Dar had reviewed all of his ontological and epistemological underpinnings and realized that he was an idiot. Be like the promontory, Epictetus had taught, but it stands firm and tames the fury of the water around it. Well, fuck that, thought Dar. Didn't Epictetus ever go to the seashore? Didn't he know that sooner or later every promontory gets battered down and washed away? Probably the Aegean did not have waves like the ones Dar watched every week at the edge of the Pacific. The sea always wins. Gravity always wins. After more than 10 years of trying to be a promontory, Dar was tired of it. Pre-dawn light crept over the hillside. Dar put away his night vision goggles, but kept toggling the camera views. The access road was empty. The cabin was empty. The field below was empty. The sniper sights were empty. By 7 a.m., Dar felt a surge of relief mixed with a strange disappointment.
The raids were all scheduled to have begun by now. Sid had told him that much, and he understood that the Russians were to be rounded up before the American civilians. By 7:30 a.m., Dar was tempted to say the hell with it and just hike down the hill, prepare himself a big breakfast, call Sid, and get a few hours sleep. He decided to wait a bit longer. Sid would still be busy now. At 7:35 a.m., Camera 1 showed movement on the driveway. A huge black Suburban with tinted windows moved slowly past the camera position, stopped, and then backed into the slight turnout across from the surveillance tree. 5 Russians got out. They all wore black sweaters and slacks, but Dar recognized Yaponchik and Zucker at once. The older Russian, he still reminded Dar of Max von Sydow, seemed almost sad as he handed out the weapons to the others. The 3 younger men headed down the road and out of immediate camera range carrying their AK-47 assault rifles. Even on the small video screen, Dar could see that they were also armed with knives and semi-automatic pistols on their belts. Yaponchik and Zucker also had holstered sidearms, but they were the last to pull their weapons from the back of the van. 2 Sniperskaya Vintovka Dragonovas, sniper rifles of the type that had killed Tom Santana, and the 3 FBI agents. Dar had to smile. Even with all their money, the Russians stuck with the weapons they knew best. Sentimental, he thought, feeling the wood stock of his own antediluvian sniper rifle. Dar saw that both weapons had 10-round detachable magazines and a combination flash suppressor and compensator to reduce muzzle jump and flash. He had noticed that the other 3 Russians' AK-47s were also fitted with suppressors. Evidently, this group wanted to stop by, kill Darwin Minor silently, and get on their way. Dar knew that the SVD had some serious limitations as a sniper rifle. It was accurate enough out to a maximum range of 600 meters, but at 800 meters, it had only a 50% chance of hitting a stationary, man-sized target. Theoretically, this gave Dar's longer-range M40 a great advantage. But unfortunately, it was only 300 yards to the cabin, and less than that between the two sniper roosters and the one Japonchik and Zucker seemed headed for. Dar used the cameras to watch the Russians deploy. One of the men with a submachine gun appeared on the southern slope below the cabin, crawling through the high grass. Two entered the woods above the cabin. Japonchik and Zucker came into camera range high up on the hill, paused, and then selected the less obvious of the two sniper positions. Dar's video camera had a perfect view as the two older Russians settled into the tiny redoubt and ranged in their weapons and spotting beer. Dar's heart was pounding wildly. Time to call in the cavalry, he thought. He pulled out his cell phone, checked that the charge was good, he had brought an extra battery, and lifted his thumb to punch Special Agent Warren's pre-programmed emergency number. That was when more movement on the video screen caught his eye. Dar had set the monitor to cycle through the 5 camera positions. Now he could see Sid Olson's Taurus driving past the parked Suburban, pausing, and then driving on to the cabin, right toward the waiting Russians. 24X is for terminate. Dar immediately tapped the pre-programmed number for Sid's cell phone. She did not answer. He let it keep ringing while he slid forward and studied the area around the cabin with the gyro-stabilized Leica DBI glasses. There she was. Sid had gotten out of the Taurus with a Heckler Koch submachine gun raised and ready, her shoulder bag slung behind her. She was approaching stealthily, and Dar guessed that she had muted her phone or turned the damned thing off. She was still wearing a Kevlar vest from the FBI raid, but the black body armor was hanging loose, not tightened by the side Velcro. A perfect through-the-ribs heart shot at this range. Dar felt his pulse racing and his mind going blank. He had lost track of the two Russians with their assault weapons. They were somewhere in the woods not far from Sid, and he could think of no way to warn her. Concentrate, goddammit! Dar struggled to get his breathing and pulse rate under control. Sid was 50 feet from the cabin door now, visible through the trees for a second, and then obscured. And still he could not find the Russian gunners. Dar popped his head up long enough to use the binoculars on Japonchik and Zucker's sniper's position 300 yards west of him. He could just see the top of Zucker's head and the barrel of Japonchik's SVD. Zucker was spotting with binoculars. Dar had memorized the field of fire from both of those positions and knew that Sid would be visible and within perfect range in just a few more steps. Before Dar dropped back into his ledge slot, he saw Zucker whispering into a radio. Shit! The Russians could communicate and Dar could not. Sid came into the open, her attention focused on the cabin. She looked confused, as if she expected a different situation. She took a careful step, the HK submachine gun with its diopter sight raised and ready, swiveling to look first at the wooded hillside to her left and then at the cabin door ahead. It's locked, thought Dar, trying to send the information through the sheer force of will. No extra key out there. It's locked, Sid. Dar pulled the M40 sniper rifle to him, started to peer through the scope in preparation of sending a warning shot in her direction, and then had a better idea. He lifted the binoculars instead. Sid started toward the cabin door. If he had left the cabin unlocked, the Russians might have let her enter before coming in after her, trying to bag both of them. But once she tried the door and found it locked, once they realized that he was not inside, Dar had no doubt that they would cut her to ribbons. Dar laid the M40 next to him, glanced at the monitor where camera 3 showed the third Russian closer on the south slope, less than 30 yards from the porch, and then sighted through the binoculars again. The Leica was equipped with a Class 1 laser, but the device was meant for range-finding flashes, not for projecting a constant beam. Nonetheless, by tapping the red button atop the binoculars as quickly as he could, Dar sent a red laser dot flicking and dancing almost at Sid's feet. She looked down, in a long second of confusion. Dar hoped that none of the Russians could see the winking red spot on the pine needles.
Just as Sid realized what she was looking at, I aimed the binoculars at her chest and continued tapping the red button. The range kept flashing in the digital display to one side. 264 yards, 263 yards, 262 yards. But Dar ignored it and kept the red dot winking on the black body armor directly above Sid's left breast. She dropped and rolled as if a trapdoor had opened up to swallow her. There were soft coughs from the forest, a slight noise from the ridge above, and bullets began to rip at the spot where Sid had been standing a second before. He held her in the binoculars long enough to see her roll behind a fallen Douglas fir trunk, and then splinters and chunks of rotten wood were flying everywhere as the unseen gunners in the woods continued firing with their suppressed AK-47s. The lack of noise made the firefight seem unreal. A second later, reality reasserted itself as Sid lifted her HK MP-10 above the level of the fallen tree and sprayed bullets at random into the woods. That noise was quite audible. The effect was negligible. Move, move, don't stay in that spot. Yapanchik can fire through that rotten tree. This time, the telepathy seemed to work. Dar saw Sid roll just as the DVD bullets, the Russian sniper weapon, could fire at semi-automatic rate, tore through the 30-inch trunk as if it were made of papier-mâché. Dar decided it was time to get in the fight.
He rolled to the Barrett Light 50, sighted into the stand of pines, firs, and birch just uphill from Sid, and opened up. The noise was terrific. Dar had almost forgotten that the first 5 magazines he had laid out were loaded with slap rounds, saboted light armor penetrators capable of punching through 19 millimeters of steel at a range of 1,200 meters. The effect on some of the trees was dramatic. One entire young ponderosa pine was clipped off about 12 feet above the ground and came to earth with a crash. A giant Douglas fir absorbed a heavy round, but the entire 200 feet of tree rocked back and forth as if in a high wind, while wood chips and sap flew everywhere. The rapid fire did not throw off Dar's aim, although there was precious little to aim at. "I'm killing a lot of trees," thought Dar. The automatically ejected brass, rattling and rolling on the slab next to Dar, offended his sniper sensibilities. He had been trained to police all his cartridges, but he ignored the aesthetics of the situation, slapped in a second magazine, regular 12.7 by 99 millimeter rounds this time, firing standard 709 grain bullets, and blasted away into the woods, trying to sense movement or muzzle flashes. The heavy fire from above must have rattled the Russians. Their firing stopped. Sid appeared to have run out of ammunition. For a second, all was silence except for the ringing in Dar's ears. "I fucked up," he realized. Too late. Totally fucked up. Dar swiveled the Barrett 50 caliber until the cabin's doorway filled the sight. He slapped in another magazine of slap rounds. The first shot tore a 5-inch hole in the wood above the door handle. The second shot blew the lock to bits. The third shot blasted the door open and half off its hinges. "Go, go," he thought toward Sid, and then did something that should have been fatal. He went to his knees, swinging the heavy Barrett 82A1 Light 50 toward Yapanchik and Zucker, propping the long weapon on the rock. If they had already sighted and ranged him, Dar knew he would die instantly. He caught a glimpse of Zucker's head, binoculars trained 20 yards or so to Dar's right, still hunting, and then he loosed off the 7 shots left in the magazine. The armor-piercing shells seemed to explode around the Russian's niche in the boulder, throwing sparks and hunks of granite 50 feet into the air. One shot, too high, struck the boulder above the firing position and unleashed a small avalanche of pebbles and shards. But Dar was fairly certain he had not hit either Russian. He dropped back into his own slot, could no longer find Sid in his sight, and flicked the monitor to the inside cameras. Sid had made a successful dash for the cabin and was hunkered down near the bedroom window. The Russians near the cabin were spraying the building and window with automatic weapons fire, throwing glass shards across the bed, splintering wood, ripping into couch cushions, and making Sid flinch back to the corner. The door was still hanging open and ajar behind her. Dar saw at once that she had run out of ammo for her HK MP-10 and had left the extra magazines outside with her shoulder back.
And telephone, he thought grimly. Sid was crouched with her 9mm SIG Pro pistol held in both hands, facing the open door, and obviously waiting for the first Russian to come through that opening. Dar pulled his phone from his web belt and dialed the cabin number. There was no sound from the tiny TV monitor, but he saw Sid jump and look over at the phone. Answer it, thought Dar. Please, answer it. There came a brief lull in the Russian's fire, and Sid lunged for the phone, pulled it off the table, and threw herself back into the corner. Dar kept shifting his vision from the small monitor to the light 50 scope, ready to cut down the Russians if they made an assault on the open door. Sid! Dar! Where are you? Up the hill! Are you hit? Negative. All right, listen. There's a trapdoor to the basement. The opening's right at the end of the long rug on the right side of the bed, about 4 meters from you. The keys are under the ice tray in the refrigerator. Dar, how many? You've got 2 of the Russians in the woods above you with suppressed AK-47s, said Dar. Yaponchik and Zucker have sniper rifles farther up the hill. 1 guy south of the cabin. Dar activated camera 4 on the south slope. The Russian was under the porch and moving to the side of the cabin, obviously ready to rush the back door. Under the porch and ready to enter, finished Dar. Get the keys, go! He laid down covering fire into the trees as he watched Sid's tiny image dash through the room, throw the ice tray out of the refrigerator, grab the small leather case, and rush back to the side of the bed. Yaponchik and Zucker both started firing. Dar could hear the cough of their inadequate suppressors. But more impressive was the splintering of the north wall as the 7.62mm rounds slammed through the thin wood where Sid had been crouched in the corner a moment before. The slugs blew Dar's favorite lamp to pieces and ripped into the hardwood floor. Dar wanted to lay down cover fire, knowing well that the 2 snipers would be lying out of sight, but he had to see if Sid made it into the basement. She was fumbling with the keys, dragging the phone across the floor to her as she did so. I can't get the narrow key, said Dar. That's it. The trapdoor came up and the basement light came on. Sid looked around her. The 3rd Russian came in through the porch doorway and opened fire. Sid ducked behind the raised trapdoor, but the bullet struck the varnished wood and knocked her back and down. She dropped out of sight into the basement, and Dar saw her 9mm pistol sliding across the floor, obviously knocked out of her hand by the force of the trapdoor hitting her. He could only pray that the metal-lined hardwood trapdoor had stopped the slugs. The cabin cameras showed the other 2 Russians coming in the front door now, covering each other as one knelt and the other hovered above him, both weapons swiveling. The 3rd Russian, standing near the trapdoor, gave the all-clear signal and pointed toward the floor. The Russian by the trapdoor removed something from his belt. Shit, thought Dar, grenade of some sort. Before Dar could fire, the first Russian to enter the room had lifted the trapdoor, dropped his grenade in, and threw himself away from the entrance. The blast blew open the trapdoor. Dar saw that the basement light had been knocked out. The entry was just a black square in the polished wood floor now. And then he saw the 3 Russians gather around the trapdoor and aim their weapons into that darkness. Using the video monitor as his reference point, Dar aimed the light 50 and fired off 2 slap rounds. The first one penetrated the wall just to the left of the window frame and struck the Russian who had dropped the grenade. The armor-penetrating shell entered the small of the man's back and blew his spine, internal organs, and rib cage out through his chest, exiting the cabin by blowing a wide hole through the south-facing windows. The second slap round struck the fallen corpse's head and exploded it. He saw both of the other Russians flinch and fall, one of them obviously struck in his unarmed arms and face by skull fragments. Dar shifted his aim to where the unwounded killer was lying in the corner, right where Sid had been a few moments before, and he fired the 3 remaining slap rounds in this magazine through the wall there. 2 of the rounds missed, high, as the Russian crouched into a tight fetal position, but the 3rd one struck him just above the ankle, blowing his foot off and propelling it and a shank of white bone across the room, almost striking the last crouching Russian. Dar slapped in another magazine and only then realized that he himself was under heavy fire. Both Yaponchik and Zucker must have been firing. The heavy 7.62 slugs were striking the rocks to the east, west, and north of him.
Some of the better-aimed shots sent slugs down his east-west sniper trough, and the bullets whined by inches below his boots before ricocheting up and out. The other ricochets, the ones from the tilted slabs above and behind him, were as bad as he'd feared. Bullets ricocheted into his rucksack. Another slug struck his Leica binoculars and flung them far out over the ravine. Then one struck the back of his marine flak vest directly between his shoulder blades. The impact wasn't too bad, he thought, no worse than someone hitting you in the back with a small sledgehammer. It knocked the wind out of him for a full minute and dimmed his vision as red as a 3-gob loop in the sailplane. Maybe it penetrated and severed my spine, he thought dully and distantly, feeling his back. There was a nice hole in his camouflage blouse, but the heavy vest he was wearing underneath was intact. He could actually feel the flattened slug in the ceramic and metallic fiber. Jesus, he thought respectfully, and that's only a ricochet at 280 yards, with much of the slug's velocity depleted in the original strike. There were both physical and philosophical implications to consider, but before Dar could get his mind and body fully back online, other bullets whined around him. He checked the video monitor. The last surviving, or at least the last functioning, Russian in the cabin had belly-crawled over to the open trapdoor and was now spraying the basement with his AK-47. Dar did not see how Sid could have survived if she had been in the basement corridor rather than the locked storeroom, but he decided it still would be best if he killed that Russian. The problem with that plan was that the slap rounds might well penetrate the floor as well as the last Russian and kill Sid if she was lying wounded in that basement corridor. Dar's safe room was steel-lined, but the basement corridor had only regular flooring between it and his armor-penetrating shells. He removed the magazine of slap rounds, tapped a regular .50 caliber magazine twice on the rock next to him, and slapped it into the light .50. Ignoring the sniper fire that was ricocheting off rocks to his right and back into his niche from rocks above, Dar used the monitor to help him sight on the Russian as he controlled his breathing, steadied the crosshairs reticle on the patch of wall behind which the Russian was lying, and gently squeezed the trigger. No good. The first 3 .50 caliber rounds penetrated the wall easily enough, but they were deflected slightly, striking around the Russian. Also, it looked to Dar as if the .50 caliber rounds were penetrating the floor. He would have to use the M40 and hope that he would get a shot through the window. The Russian was distracted by the heavy caliber shells striking around him, and he looked over his shoulder at the perforated wall. Dar could see on the monitor that the Russian was calling to his comrade in the corner, but the man who had just lost his foot was curled in a ball and evidently quite unconscious. A dark pool was visible all around his leg. As Dar grabbed the modified Remington 700 from its hiding place under the ledge of rock, a bullet ricocheted twice and cut across the back of his thighs just below his buttocks. Dar gritted his teeth rather than scream aloud and looked over his own shoulder. He couldn't see anything because of the bulky vest and loose camouflage blouse, but when he put his right hand back, it came away quite bloody. He decided that he would operate under the assumption that it was just a fat and muscle groove wound with no serious arteries struck. He would know soon enough if he was wrong. Dar sighted through the Redfield scope, still watching the TV monitor, which had miraculously survived the ricochets so far, with his open left eye. As with all scientists using a microscope or telescope, Dar had been taught as a sniper how to concentrate with his scope eye while keeping the other one open to aid in ranging and peripheral vision. The Russian in the cabin appeared to have been distracted by the .50 caliber slugs. Now he got to one knee and peered into the dark basement opening, obviously hoping to see a body to report to Zucker and Yaponchik before hastily leaving the area. The Russian leaned forward, peering down the ladder. Suddenly there was a flash, and the gunman's white oval of a face on the monitor became an irregular patchwork of grays and blacks. The body flew backward and landed with arms open, AK-47 flying across the floor. Dar held his fire and watched. Bullets whined above him, and one ricocheted no more than a millimeter from his right ear. A calm part of Dar's mind was reporting to him that the sniper fire against him had lessened in volume. Obviously, there was only one SVD firing against his position now, which meant that either Yaponchik or Zucker, probably Zucker, had moved out to flank him. But the main focus of Dar's attention at the moment was that black square on the video monitor.
Sid's head and shoulders came up quickly, a shotgun even quicker. She swiveled, holding aim, seeing the 3 dead Russians but checking every visible corner of the cabin. Dar had to grin. She had found the Remington 870 shotgun he had left in the hallway, probably opened the safe room door, and perhaps hidden in the room or at the very least behind the steel door, during the grenade and AK-47 attack. Dar reached for the cell phone on his belt to call her. The cell phone had been shot away. Shit. He saw her run to the receiver of the phone still lying on the floor, but then he saw that the phone itself had been blasted to pieces by one of his .50 caliber rounds. He watched her toss the receiver aside and then crawl over to the Russian with the missing foot. She pulled a radio from his belt and the microphone from where it was strapped high on his left shoulder. Dar could see her listening, and he knew that she could speak Russian. Good girl, he thought, glad that Sid could not hear the sexist comment. There was no way that he and she could communicate right now, but at least she might get some information on what the 2 surviving Russians were planning up the hill. Which reminded Dar to abandon this position before Zucker showed up behind him and opened fire into the stone trench. The SVD fire was still slamming off the rocks inches above Dar's head, and it was so wonderfully aimed that Dar instinctively felt that it was Yaponchik, the top shot, who had stayed behind, ordering his spotter to flank Dar. Of course, Dar had taken some care to choose a position where he could not be flanked that easily. His field of view and easy killing zone still commanded the area near and above the north side of the cabin, so it was doubtful if Zucker would head downhill in that direction to cross the ravine where it shallowed out. There was 0 chance that Zucker was going to climb down into the ravine and simply hope there was some way up its vertical east wall where Dar would not hear him coming. So Zucker had left the sniper roost and was working his way north and east closer to the ridgeline, almost certainly moving very slowly through the thick forest and foliage there, hoping or knowing that there would be an easy crossing somewhere up there where the ravine narrowed and was at its deepest. Dar knew that the Russians had been here before, so he assumed that they had checked out the entire area. Any decent sniper would have. That meant that they both knew about the fallen log that crossed the ravine near the waterfall. Reichenbach Falls, Dar had unofficially named it. The wide fir had fallen many years ago and was slippery with spray from the falls and overgrown with moss. The walls of the ravine opened onto it from small, thickly shrubbed gullies on either side. Dar estimated the ravine to be about 60 feet deep there, with overhanging ledges and nothing but ragged boulders below. Tucking the light .50 under the ledge to protect it from Yaponchik's deliberate ricochets, Dar glanced a final time at the monitors. Sid was crouched near the window with the Remington shotgun at port arms, obviously awaiting developments. He took his M40 rifle and crawled slowly backward and out of the trench, sliding below the ridgeline and rocks there, out of Yaponchik's field of fire for the first time. He spent 10 seconds checking to see how badly wounded he was. The backs of his legs burned as if someone had branded him, but the blood was already coagulating, stiffening his ripped trousers, so it couldn't be a serious wound. A quick pat confirmed that it was indeed a groove wound, shallow, deeper in his right leg than his left. He was also surprised to discover that the ricochet that had destroyed his cell phone had also passed through his web belt and embedded itself in his right side, directly under the skin above his hip bone. It hurt no more than a bruise, but Dar knew that it had driven quite a bit of dirty fabric into him, so it would have to be cleaned and dressed and the slug removed if he was to avoid infection. He'll deal with that later, Dar thought, and began running north through the woods, keeping his rifle ready, making as little sound as possible in such thick woods. He made sure that his head was always below both the rocks along the ravine and line of sight to Yaponchik. His legs burned, and he realized that the groove wound was as much along the cheeks of his ass as through the backs of his legs. How undignified, he thought. He listened to his own panting and to the jingling of extra magazines and M40 ammo in his camo fatigue pants and blouse. Dar knew that he was in a race for his life. If Zucker had jogged to the log bridge, he would have arrived first, found a good firing position, and could easily kill Dar as he came crashing uphill through the trees.
But Dar's subliminal memory confirmed that Japonchik had not been firing solo for very long before Dar had noticed it and bailed from his position. Most important, snipers were trained for stealth and caution, and it took a fool to run blindly through the woods the way Dar was. Zucker, Dar knew, was nowhere near as desperate as Dar was at that moment, and odds were that he would not be moving so fast. Dar reached the shallow gully, not more than 1.5 meters deep, filled with ferns and brambles, which ran about 4 meters to the fallen tree over the ravine. He was alive. So far, so good. But he was panting so hard that he couldn't hear if anyone was in the weeds here with him. Dar undid the clasp on his K-bar knife, feeling lucky that the knife scabbard had not been shot off his belt along with the cell phone, and began crawling toward the tree, rifle aimed. There was no one else in the gully on this side. The log looked longer and narrower than Dar remembered it, and the ravine much deeper. Spray rose from the rocks below. Dar knew that this fissure, not as deep but still formidable, ran several hundred yards north, almost all the way to the ridgeline. To cross there, a sniper would have to come out of the trees and expose himself along that ridgeline. Dar caught his breath and peered through the ferns at the 20 feet of fallen log. The mossy surface was wet. Only one old branch might serve as a handhold along the way, and Dar was certain that it was rotten and would not hold his weight if he went off. He had often noted this log in his hikes up the hill, but he had never crossed it. Why should he? It would be a profoundly stupid thing to do. Dar got to his knees and exposed his head and shoulders, inviting a shot if Zucker was waiting somewhere across the ravine. That would have been Dar's strategy if he were up here alone, hide and wait for Zucker to cross the log. But he was not alone here. Sid was pinned down in the cabin, and Japonchik could go after her at any time. 10 seconds passed and there was no fatal shot. Dar slung the M40 across his back, difficult to get to, but guaranteed not to fall into the ravine unless he did, and then jumped out onto the log and started the crossing. Pavel Zucker, a slim, mean-faced man, jumped out onto the log at the same instant. Dar didn't know which of them looked the more surprised. Zucker had not been able to see Dar from his waiting point in the opposite gully, and Dar certainly had not sighted the Russian before this. Both men had slung their rifles similarly, and there was neither time nor sufficient balance to go for them, so each went for the weapon at his belt. Dar pulled his K-bar knife. Zucker pulled an ugly little semi-automatic pistol and aimed at Dar's face. They had both come too far out to turn back, and were now separated by only 9 feet or so. Dar froze. "Isn't this just like a stupid American?" said Zucker, his accent thick. "Bring a knife to a gunfight." An old joke, thought Dar, crouching near that one protruding branch. Still holding his K-bar knife in his right hand, Dar used his right boot to give that branch a heavy kick just where it entered the trunk. It broke off, just as Dar had thought it would, but not before rocking the entire tree 20 degrees to the right and then back. Zucker fired twice, the second bullet passing an inch or so over Dar's head. Then the Russian dropped to straddle the log, hanging on with his left hand, until the rocking stopped, trying to steady the pistol with his right arm. He fired again. Dar had been ready for the sudden motion and kept his balance, even while jumping forward, knife coming around, left hand grabbing at Zucker's right wrist. The 9mm slug hit him along his left side, sliding off his heavy body armor but knocking Dar off balance. He would have fallen then if he had not dropped and straddled the tree trunk as well. The two men were inches apart now, Zucker grabbing and holding Dar's knife hand, Dar desperately gripping Zucker's gun hand, keeping the muzzle aim only inches away from his forehead. Zucker fired again. The bullet took a tiny slice out of Dar's left ear. The entire tree bridge was rocking. Dar could hear the water hitting the sharp boulders 60 feet below and could feel the sweat loosening his grip on the Russian's right wrist. They were face to face now. Dar could smell the smaller man's breath and easily see the customized finger-grooved grip on the Kar 9mm, as well as the fluorescent yellow front sight and ugly orange paint on the rear sight. The two struggled in sweaty silence.
The cool, analytical part of Dar's mind sent the message, the CAC Customs car has a 6.5-pound trigger pull, while the adrenaline-filled majority of his brain told the useless analytical part to shut up for Christ's sake. Dar realized that even though he was slightly stronger than the wiry Russian, Zucker was going to win this game. All the Russian sniper had to do was bend his wrist enough to get the muzzle aimed at Dar's head, while Dar had to turn the knife around and into full contact. Though he was ducking his head as far forward and out of range as he could, it was time for a strategy change. Just as the black muzzle opening was rotating steadily towards Dar's temple, he threw his head and shoulders back instead of forward, ripping his right arm free by jerking it back violently. He almost dropped the knife, but managed to hang on to it as he leaned far back as Zucker fired, creasing Dar's scalp this time. Then Dar brought the knife around the side, low and fast under the Russian's blocking left arm, using more energy in the motion than he thought his body still possessed, stabbing toward the belly with a vertical blade and then tugging up as hard as he could, precisely as he had been taught at Paris Island more than 2.5 decades earlier. The Russian said, "Oof," as the wind was knocked out of him, but then he smiled broadly, showing poorly cared-for Russian teeth, mostly steel.
"Kevlar vest, American asshole," said Pavel Zucker. And then, having the leverage over Dar in this awkward choreography, he rotated his weapon further. Dar's slick grasp slipped a little more until the yellow forward sight was aimed directly at Dar's right eye. Suddenly, Zucker's smile faded and he looked thoughtful, perhaps a bit disappointed. Dar remembered the same look on the faces of childhood friends when they were being called in by their mothers just as the playing got good. Zucker looked down at his belly and at the blood pumping and squirting out over the handle of the K-bar knife and Dar's clenched fist. He was frowning in real confusion now. Dar knocked the car pistol out of Zucker's suddenly strengthless grip and then grabbed for the Russian's vest, but Zucker was already tilting, sliding, falling, gone. Dar caught a last glimpse of the Russian's eyes, still alert and asking an unspoken question, even as the blood quit pumping to the sniper's brain, and then the man fell out of sight, into the spray. Suddenly, Dar was busy keeping his own balance as the tree bridge rocked from the energy of Dar tugging the blade free of Zucker's midsection. Dar drove the knife into the center of the log and hung on with both hands until the rocking stopped. Panting heavily, his body debating as to whether he should vomit now or later, Dar looked down through the mist at the broken form 60 feet below. The water ran thick and red downstream from the corpse. Zucker's pale face was still raised, the mouth open wide as if still trying to ask a question. "Kevlar doesn't stop knife blades," panted Dar, answering Zucker's unspoken question. "Especially blades sprayed with Teflon." "Might be a good idea to get off the log," the banished analytical part of his mind suggested diffidently. Dar crawled on all fours the last 10 feet, pulling himself into and up the shallow gully on the other side, seeing the boot prints where Zucker had hidden behind a fold in the rock before attempting the crossing. Dar was acutely aware that his middle-aged body wanted to call it quits for the day. He vetoed that idea and crawled slowly up and out of the gully, sheathing his K-bar knife after wiping the blade on ferns, and then unslinging his M40. There were 4 possibilities. He knew that Yaparnchik would not be at the sniper's nest. He was either downhill finishing off Sid, or running for his Chevy Suburban, or in another good position and waiting to shoot Dar, or executing some combination of the previous 3. Getting slowly to his feet, banishing the daemon of catalepsis that threatened to possess him, Dar held his rifle at port arms and began moving west through the woods. 25. Y is for Yaponchik. Dar's sniper crawl westward was slow and stealthy and according to the manual. He kept his head down, his mental map of the terrain clear, staying aware of the sun's position, using every bit of cover and natural camouflage available, his rifle cradled in his arms as he slithered forward slowly on his elbows, belly, and knees. The 100-yard-per-hour advance would have earned him high marks at Quantico, But Dar soon realized that at this professional rate, he would arrive at the cabin about 3 weeks after Yaponchik had shot Sid and driven off. He paused to think about this, using the red field to scope the high ground to his right and the clearing to his left, when suddenly a burst of SVD fire and another, much quieter cough of automatic weapons fire helped make up his mind. For a second, Dar thought that the unmistakable double cough of the poorly suppressed AK-47 meant that there had been a 6th Russian there, but then he realized that he had underestimated Sid. She may have used up her HK ammunition, but there were at least 3 AK-47s in the cabin with her, and the Russians had been carrying extra banana clips out the wazoo. Sid was loaded for bear, and evidently she had flushed one. Yaponchik's suppressed SVD sniper rifle fired again, soft stutters of 3 rounds each time. And Dar noted the location. Downhill and to his left about 80 yards. The AK-47 coughed loudly back from the direction of the cabin. Dar actually closed his eyes a second as he visualized the last few minutes. Yaponchik had gone against Dar's expectations and had moved downhill, which made sense, Dar now realized. The expert Russian sniper had surrendered the high ground, but had put himself closer to his vehicle, while choosing a spot that was probably perfect for picking off Dar as he crept along, paying more attention to the hill above him. Dar knew that Yaponchik would not have revealed himself to Sid's view from the cabin doors or windows, which meant that Sid had moved outside the cabin. Dar's guess was that she had headed out the south door, down the hill, and then back up near the parking lot, probably concealing herself in the boulders there. She must have gotten a glimpse of Yaponchik through the AK-47's optics. Dar realized that he would not have been at all jealous if she had killed the Russian son of a bitch for him, but from the sound of the firefight, Yaponchik was still very much alive. Dar stood up and ran like hell, crashing through underbrush, tripping and rolling once but never losing his rifle or knife, leaping downhill. He could see the boulder that was his destination, and estimated that it was uphill and about 50 yards east of Yaponchik's position. From there, he and Sid could put the Russian in defilade and a crossfire vector without endangering each other. Dar slid belly first behind the boulder as 3 SVD rounds slammed into the top of it. Yaponchik may not have seen him, but obviously had heard him coming. Good. Dar crouched behind the boulder, ready to fire around its west end if and when Yaponchik returned Sid's fire. But although the AK-47 coughed twice more, there was no response from the Russian sniper rifle. Shit, thought Dar, he's disengaging. There came a burst of SVB suppressed fire from near the parking area, and Dar heard Sid shouting from the distance, "Dar, he's shooting up our truck and car." And then more SVD coughs, and then silence. Dar was moving again, sliding downhill, keeping the thicker of the trees between him and the parking area, but trying to flank Yaponchik. He reached the edge of the cabin clearing and assessed the situation quickly. All of the tires were shot out on the Land Cruiser and Taurus. He could see Sid just west of the cabin, curled behind a protective boulder, but there was no sight of Yaponchik. He whistled once. Sid saw him and shouted, "He went down the road on foot. I was afraid to come out because I don't know the range of his weapon." "Stay where you are," shouted Dar. "Keep around the east side of the rock." He went to her, moving from rock to rock, sprinting and weaving and dodging through the open areas, hoping that Sid could get off a clean return shot if Yaponchik killed him now. He made it without getting shot and slid behind the boulder next to Sid. He could see that her face and hands were cut and bleeding. "You're hit," they both said at the same time. "I'm okay," they both answered simultaneously. Dar shook his head and touched Sid's right arm, looking at the cuts on her wrists and hands. He realized that the lacerations on her face were also much more bloody than serious. "Shrapnel?" he said. "Yeah, I was behind the door, but there was a lot of steel ricocheting around that corridor when that guy dropped the grenade," said Sid softly, still crouched low. "There's blood all over you, Dar." Dar looked down at his body armor. "All of this belongs to Zucker," he said. "Dead?" Dar nodded. "But your side and back," said Sid. "Turn around." Dar did so, feeling the stabs of pain from his right side and the backs of both legs. "That's not Zucker's blood," said Sid. "It looks like they shot your ass off."
"Great," said Dar, feeling suddenly queasy. Sid actually peeled back some of the rags of his camouflage trousers to look at the wound. "Sorry, it's a deep graze. The bleeding's almost stopped."
"Your ear's a bloody mess. And what's with the blood on your side, under your armor?" "Ricochet," said Dar. "Just under the skin. Not important. Let's concentrate on Yapachik." They peered around opposite ends of the boulder, jerking their heads back instantly. No shots. The Land Cruiser and Taurus looked sad, sitting there on 8 flat tires. "I think he's disengaged," said Dar, heading for the Suburban. "It's parked about a half-mile down the road," began Sid. "I know." Dar rubbed his cheek, smelled blood, and looked at his hands. He rubbed his right palm against his trouser leg. That did not help. "If we go after him," began Sid again. "Shh, give me a second," said Dar. He closed his eyes, remembering the access road and distances as well as he could. He doubted Yapachik would be running down the road. The Russian would know that trucks and cars could be driven on their rims, for one thing. Most likely the sniper would be staging a careful, tactical withdrawal, moving from sniper point to sniper point, waiting for any pursuit. Dar guessed that he still had a few minutes before Yapachik got to the Suburban. After that, the sniper would be the FBI's problem. But there was one part of the access road visible to the cabin, a hard curve with a steep embankment on the northwest side and no trees on this side. It was about a mile down the driveway, not long before the access road met the highway. A vehicle would be visible in the gap for only a few seconds before turning right back into the trees and then onto the highway. He might have time. Dar handed his M40 to Sid. "Use this rather than the AK-47 if he comes back." As he struggled out of his heavy vest, he noticed for the first time that she was carrying binoculars on a strap around her neck. "Where'd you get those?" "From the Russian whose foot you shot off," said Sid. "Is he dead?" The binoculars made sense to Dar now that he thought about it. Yapachik would want to use as many of his colleagues as spotters as he could. Sid shook her head. "He's unconscious and in shock, but I used my belt to tie off his stump. He lost a lot of blood. He'll be dead unless the good guys get here soon." "We can't call," Dar began, and then shut up as Sid held up her cell phone. Obviously, she had taken time to retrieve her bag from in front of the cabin. "Warren's on the way," she said. Dar nodded. "All the more reason just to hunker down and call it a day." Dropping his heavy flak vest on the ground, he said, "Stay alert. Use my bolt action if Yapachik comes back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes." Dar ran like hell, learning that it hurt quite a bit to run with a 7.62mm groove in the back of his legs, more so now that the adrenaline rush had receded somewhat. It was especially painful as he slid down the grassy slope just beneath the cabin, ran under the long porch, climbed to find the trail past the sheep wagon, and slid down the steep hill above the gold mine entrance to get to the ravine. He could feel fresh blood soaking his tattered fatigue pants as he wheezed and panted his way up the steep trail on the east side of the ravine, and then jogged just below the rock-rimmed ledge to his previous sniper's roost. Dar had to pause a second above the trough, not just to catch his breath, but to wonder at the number of ricochets that had scarred the stone where he had been lying. The poncho and rucksack containing his handmade ghillie suit were shot to tatters. At least 2 of the Light 50 magazines had been perforated like tin cans on a shooting range. His video monitor had been blasted to shards by a wayward ricochet, which ruled out Plan A. So much for watching to see when and if Yapachik reached the Suburban. Dar jumped into the slit and pulled the .50 caliber Barrett Model 82A1 out from under the rock overhang. The Light 50 had not been hit. Dar quickly filled his oversized pockets with both slap and regular ammo magazines and then jogging back along the rim to the base of the ravine. He had forgotten how heavy and unwieldy this so-called Light 50 was. The 10-power telescopic sight did not make it lighter. While in the Marines, Dar had always pitied the radio men and heavy weapons guys humping their monsters, PRC-77 Assess Scrambler-Descrambler radios, or their M60 machine guns, or their M79 Thumper 40mm grenade launchers. He wondered if all of them, who survived, had ended up with bad backs later in life.
By the time he scrambled up the last slope from beneath the porch and joined Sid behind her boulder, he was not only bleeding freely again from both wounds, but was soaked with sweat. At least he'd had the presence of mind to take the 25-pound body armor off. "No movement," reported Sid. "I've been using the glasses rather than the scope on your rifle." Dar nodded his approval. "No sounds?" "I haven't heard the Suburban start up, but then it's way the hell down the road." "But you're sure it hasn't passed that open spot?" said Dar. "I said no movement, didn't I?" said Sid, a bit crossly. Dar took the light 50 and jogged to his left down the slope a bit, keeping out of line of sight with the woods or road nearby. Moving toward a flat-topped boulder just above the last little stand of fir trees before the hillside became grassy pasture. When he had successfully crossed the space without drawing fire, he gestured for Sid to join him. Dar had set up the light 50 on the flat top of the boulder and was lying prone, reading the mil-dot scope reticles and adjusting the wind and elevation settings. The wind was a minor factor today, even out here in the open, with only slight gusts below 3 miles per hour. But at this distance, Dar knew, even the slightest factors had to be entered into the equation. "You're shitting me," said Sid, staring at the distant patch of open road through her borrowed pair of 7x50 binoculars. "That has to be at least a mile away." "I estimate about 1,700 yards, said Dar, still working with his settings. "So a little less than a mile." He tried to get comfortable with the weapon again, getting the spot weld of his thumb and cheek around the stock and slowing his breathing. In the far distance, they heard a V8 engine roar to life. "Good," said Dar. "Unless he's coming back here, we know where Yapachik is now. And he has about half a mile to drive to that curve. You're not seriously thinking of—" "Spot me," interrupted Dar. "I only have time for a couple of practice shots." He peered through the M3A ultrascope. "I'm going to aim for that boulder on the cut just where the road turns right again." "Which boulder? The dark one or the light?" "The light," Dar said, and squeezed off around. The unsuppressed blast and gas recoil made Sid jump. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't see the hit point." "That's all right," said Dar. "I think I missed the whole fucking hillside." "Spot me." He fired 2 more rounds. "I see the second strike," said Sid, excited now. "About 30 meters short of the road. Shall I use meters or yards?" "Shit," said Dar, making more adjustments. "It doesn't matter. Meters is fine," he said, sighting again. He had 2 rounds left in this clip, and he knew that the Suburban would be appearing in seconds. He fired off the last 2 rounds, made no effort to spot their impact, ejected the clip, and clicked in another magazine of slap rounds. "They both hit the cut," said Sid, working hard to keep her binoculars steady. "One about a meter to the right, and the other about 1.5 meters high and to the right of the light boulder." "Got it," said Dar, making final adjustments. "Close enough for government work. Now I'm going to keep my eye in the scope, so you tell me as soon as the hood of the Suburban appears. You'll only have a second or two to—" "I know," said Dar. "Don't speak until it appears. Just say, now."
Sid was silent, looking through her optics while Dar blinked away fuzziness in his right eye, found the correct eye relief, that is, the perfect distance of about 2.5 inches between his eye and the glass of the scope, forced his left eye to stay open, and concentrated on the crosshairs. At this range, he would have to lead the truck, and to do that, he had to estimate its speed. The road was bad, and the curve was sharp, but Dar doubted if Yaponchik would be driving slowly to save wear and tear on the Suburban suspension. If he were Yaponchik, he'd try to take the turn at 30-some miles per hour. There would be a lot of dust as the Suburban braked to make the curve. The image in Dar's scope was blurred by near-vertical, shimmering waves. Dar knew this phenomenon as a boiling mirage, which was created by heat waves rising across the great distance. It helped him figure wind velocity. If the parallel ripples had been leaning just a bit more to the left, Dar knew that on a day with 80-degree Fahrenheit weather such as this, the wind would be moving the mirage waves at a speed of 3 to 5 miles per hour. Since they were almost vertical, it meant that there was no appreciable wind at that instant. Also, Dar knew instinctively that the higher temperature was going to increase the muzzle velocity of the light 50 slugs, already leaving the barrel at a minimum velocity of 2,800 feet per second, and that meant that each bullet would strike a bit higher than usual on the target. But the day had turned muggy. Dar gassed about 65% humidity, and the added moisture made the air denser, which offered more resistance, which would slow the bullet some. Dar added these factors into his elementary equation. The range, 1,760 yards, was his final estimate, all the while wishing that he had his Leica with the laser rangefinder. Back times a wind velocity of 1.5 miles per hour, divided by 15. He made a half-click adjustment to his elevation sights and waited. In the second or two left before engagement, Dar realized the absurdity of the situation. At this range, with this ammunition, factoring in for gravity alone meant that his aiming point was more than 16 feet above the window level of the vehicle. The target would be moving almost at right angles to Dar's field of fire, which was good, but if Japonchik was braking to only 30 miles per hour for the sharp curve, Dar would have to lead the moving vehicle by 20-some feet. Dar had already estimated that he only had about 35 feet from the time the Suburban became visible before it would pass his aiming point. He could not track this target, so he would have to trap it, which meant that the Suburban and the slap rounds had to arrive at the aiming point at the same time. Luckily, the Suburban was one big fucker. All right, factor in the time it would take for Sid to give the warning, and "Now," said Sid. Dar was just at the end of his breathing cycle, and now he held his breath and gently squeezed the trigger once. Trying to ignore the recoil while resetting the crosshair of the reticle on precisely the same part of the boulder, he fired again, sighted, fired again, sighted, fired again, sighted. Something dark entering his peripheral field of vision now, and fired again. "Hit," said Sid. "Just one?" asked Dar, jumping to his feet and using the Redfield scope on the lighter M40 for his own viewing. The Chevy Suburban had lurched to the right and embedded its right front quarter panel in the road cut just beyond the boulder that had been Dar's aiming point. Through the scope, it looked to Dar as if he had missed the cab but put 2 armor-piercing rounds into or through the massive V8 engine block. The hood had been blown off, and the windshield was a mass of fracture lines. A third slug appeared to have shredded the left rear wheel, and probably the axle beyond as well, Dar guessed. And there was the shimmer of fire rising from the back of the truck. There had been no massive and instant explosion, but Dar knew that if he had ignited the Suburban's gargantuan fuel tank, the truck would burn very nicely. The flames became visible then. Dar kept the scope on the passenger side door, knowing that the doors on the right of the big truck were wedged against the dirt and rock cut. For a moment, Dar was certain that Gregor Japonchik was going to burn to death. Black smoke was already rising into the morning air from the now freely burning back of the vehicle. But then the door opened and Japonchik stepped out casually. He was carrying a weapon, but the shape did not look right, not even through the mirage shimmer and distortion, to be the suppressed SVD he had been using above the cabin. "He has a rifle," said Sid, just as Dar dropped to his knees, lay prone, and used the 10-power ultrascope on the Light 50 to get a better look. "Shit," Dar said very softly. Japonchik's face was still a blur through the mirage ripples, but Dar could recognize the make of the rifle by a glimpse of its unusual 5-round rotating spool magazine. "Scharfschützengewehr 69, he muttered to himself. "What?" said Sid, lowering her binoculars. "Austrian-made SSG-69 sniper rifle," said Dar, watching the Russian walk off the road and down the steep hillside toward the near mile of field that separated them. "Much better than the Russian rifle he was using near the cabin. This baby is accurate to more than 800 meters. Sid looked at him, and out of the corner of his eye, Dar saw the concern on her face. "But your 50 caliber has a better range, doesn't it?" "Yeah," said Dar, standing again and studying the advancing man through his Redfield scope. He was a tiny figure rippled by heat waves. "You can kill him long before we're in range of his rifle, right?" said Sid. "Right," said Dar. Japonchik had entered the sunflowers and high grass of the meadow and was walking straight toward them across the broad brown expanse. Dar began slinging his M40 to a proper support. He emptied his pockets of everything but 3 magazines of 7.62 mm ammo and jumped off the boulder. He began walking down toward the field. Sid ran after him. "Go on back to the boulder," Dar said softly.
"Fuck you," said Sid, although without heat. "What is this, some sort of machismo bullshit?" Dar was silent for a second. Then he said, "Yeah, maybe. Or maybe Yaponchik is just coming this way to surrender. He could have run into the woods going west, you know." Sid looked at Dar as if he had turned into an alien life form. "So you think he's bringing along this SSG-69 or whatever to aid in his surrender? To give you as a victory gift?" "No," said Dar. "I think he wants to get in range so he can kill me." "Us," said Sid. Dar shook his head, glancing over his shoulder at the Russian walking toward them. Yaponchik was about 1,400 yards away now. "Go on back to the rocks, please, Sid." "I said fuck that," repeated Sid. "Shall I get the AK-47? "It's useless at these ranges," said Dar. Sid shook her head. "If I knew how to adjust the sights on that 50 caliber up there, I'd blow Yaponchik's head off. He killed Tom Santana." "I know," said Dar softly. He turned and continued down the slope to the field, pausing only when he realized that Sid was still coming with him. "Please, Sid." "No, Dar." Dar sighed. "All right. Will you be my spotter?" "What do I do?" "Just what you did up on the rock. Stay about 3 paces behind me and to my left. Keep him in your glasses. Let me know where my shots are hitting." Sid nodded grimly, and the two slid down the steep and pebbly slope to the beginning of the meadow. Dar lifted his old M40 and gauged distance through the Redfield reticles. His guess at Yaponchik's height had been about 5'11", so that would put his current range at 1,200 yards and closing. He and Sid began walking through the high grass. The brown stalks slapped softly against their legs and left seeds on the cotton of their trousers.
Dar reached a point about 50 yards from their boulder and stopped. "Well, let him come to us," he said softly. Sid was watching the Russian through her glasses. "That's a nasty-looking weapon," she said. Dar nodded. "The Steyr Company developed it for the Austrian army," he said. "Synthetic polymer stock. It has a customized butt made adjustable with spacers." "I always wanted one of those," said Sid. Dar glanced at her, astounded at her grace under pressure. "I think he's mounted a Collis ZF-69 sight on it," he said at last. "Is that important?" asked Sid. "Only because the ZF-69 sight is graduated for very accurate firing out to 800 meters, said Dar. "So we might expect him to take his first shots about then." "What's his range now?" asked Sid, looking through her binoculars again. "About 1,000 meters." Dar raised his M40, slung it tight, and began clicking the elevation settings. "He's coming slow enough," said Sid. "He's sure as hell in no hurry." "It's a nice day," said Dar, seeing Yaponchik's face clearly for the first time. At that moment, Yaponchik lifted his SSG-69 to port arms and then raised it to sight through the oversized scope. He was still walking. "Turn sideways," said Dar. He glanced behind him. "No, not to the left. I have to stand this way because I shoot right-eyed and right-handed, but you turn the other way, so your right side is to him." Sid did so, but said, "What the hell is this, some 18th century duel? Is the idea that my ribs are going to stop the black powder pistol ball?" Dar had nothing to say to that. Yaponchik had stopped and was ranging them. Dar checked the reticles in his sight and figured the range at about 1,000 yards. Sid said, "Tell me that your rifle is a far superior piece of American engineering than his, Dar." "My rifle is a Vietnam-era piece of shit compared to his," admitted Dar, "but I'm used to it." "Okay," said Sid, in a tone that said all banter was over for the day. "Ready to spot you." Dar adjusted his eye to the sight again. He could see Yaponchik's face at this range. It should not be possible, he knew, not from 1,000 yards, but he could swear that he could see the Russian's cold blue eyes. Yaponchik's muzzle flashed. There came a ripping sound from the grass 5 yards in front of Dar. A puff of dust rose. An instant later, 2 loud cracks echoed across the wide field. The sonic boom of the bullet, and then the second part of a double clap, the unsuppressed sound of the rifle firing. Dar watched as the older man smoothly operated the bolt action. Dar could actually see the spool magazine rotate as the next bullet was chambered. How many rounds did a Steyr SSG-69 spool magazine hold? 5 or 10? Dar knew that he would find out. He watched as Japonchik removed the spent cartridge by hand and carefully set it in his trouser pocket just below his black body armor. Dar suddenly realized that he was not wearing his own vest. Fuck it, he thought, and sighted. The Russian began walking forward again. Dar waited. Shooting at a moving target smaller than a Chevy Suburban was rarely a good idea at such a range. When Japonchik stopped and raised his rifle again, Dar stopped his breathing and squeezed the trigger. "I didn't see it hit," said Sid from her place behind him. "I'm sorry, I didn't see the—" "Did you see a puff of dust anywhere ahead of him?" asked Dar as he worked the bolt action, retrieved the cartridge, and set it in his blouse pocket. "No." "Then I was high," said Dar. Japonchik's muzzle flashed again. Dar heard the whine of the slug passing his right ear before the double crack of the shot itself. Dar had to admit that Japonchik was ranging him fairly well, and the Russian did not require a headshot since Dar had no vest. Dar banished the thought and concentrated on vision and calculation. Japonchik fired again. The bullet struck halfway between Dar and Sid, throwing pebbles and dust 4 feet in the air. Dar kept his stance, blinked away shimmers, and lowered his aim slightly. He had to be impressed by the professional fluidity with which Japonchik worked the bolt action, pocketed the cartridge out of old habit, and resumed his perfect sniper stance without lifting his face from the ZF-69 sight. Dar fired. The recoil made him lose Japonchik for a second. "Short," cried Sid. "How much?" But Sid was already providing the information. "About a meter short. Right on line, though." Dar nodded and lifted his sights. He heard rather than saw the wind come up as the grass rustled and his torn blouse lifted slightly in the breeze. He adjusted his sight 2 clicks to the left. Japonchik had already squeezed the trigger. "Only 1 bullet left in that magazine," thought Dar. "I hope." The slug threw up a geyser of dust a foot in front of Sid. She did not flinch. Luckily, there had been no rock for the bullet to ricochet from. Dar heard and felt the breeze strengthen slightly, saw the rippling mirage lines tilt a little farther to the left and then a little more, not quite horizontal but close to it. He estimated the wind at 6.5 miles per hour, gave his elevation screw another half-click left, reached his exhale spot on his breathing cycle, held his breath, and fired. "Hit!" cried Sid. "I think—" Dar did not have to think. He knew it had not been a clean headshot. He could still see Japonchik's face and cold blue eyes staring, but there had been a spray of red mist. The instant seemed to drag on for long minutes, although only a second or 2 elapsed. Dar had time to action the cartridge out and chamber the next round, his eye never leaving the sight, before Japonchik fell. Unlike the movies in which humans are thrown violently backward from many yards from even a pistol shot, Dar had never seen a shooting victim do anything more dramatic than crumple. That was what Japonchik did now, still holding his sniper rifle at port arms. "Neck, I think," said Sid, her voice thick. "I saw it," said Dar, "right at the base of the throat, just above the vest line." They began walking toward the downed man, Sid removing her 9mm semi-automatic from its holster, when Dar suddenly stopped. "What?" said Sid, sounding slightly alarmed. "Nothing," said Dar. He had slung his M40 over his shoulder. Out of curiosity, he extended his right hand, then his left. There was no shaking whatsoever. "Nothing," he said again, feeling a great hollowness rise within him and threaten to carry him away. "Nothing." They began walking again. Japonchik's crumpled form did not stir. Sid and Dar were only 30 yards away and could actually see the red spray of arterial blood on the grass and the Russian's head tilted back at an impossible angle, when the skies above them filled with noise. Both stopped and looked up. 2 of the helicopters had marine markings and the third one had FBI lettered on the side. The FBI chopper landed between them and Japonchik's body. Dar turned, ripped the Velcro off Sid's vest, lifted the Kevlar over her head, and held her in her arms. All around them, the grasses swayed wildly from the madness of the rotor's blast. "I love you, Dar," said Sid, her words lost in the engine roar, but perfectly understandable. "Yes," Dar said, and kissed her softly.
26Z is for zoological. It was 10 days later, a Sunday morning, when Dar's condo phone rang at 5:30 a.m. "Shit," muttered Dar sleepily. "Ditto," said Sid, propping herself up on one elbow. "Excuse me," said Dar, grunting slightly with pain as the stitches in his side stretched. He reached across Sid's bare breasts to get the phone and felt clumsy as he lay on his belly to answer it. He had never learned to sleep on his stomach, but the slowly healing wound just below his backside gave him little choice. Sid claimed that she did not mind when Dar forgot in the night, rolled over on his back or side, and awoke shouting and cursing. The bullet in his side had been no problem. The emergency room medic had given Dar a local anesthetic and dug the slug out in 15 seconds. "Hardly worth coming inside for," the medic had said.
Should have just used the drive-through. Oddly enough, it was his ear that still gave him the most problems. There was still some plastic surgery in the future for that. Lying on his stomach, using the wrong ear, he answered the phone. "Darwin Minor here." "Lawrence Stewart here," came Lawrence's happy voice. "Dar, you've got to see this." "No, I don't," said Dar. Trudy got on the line. It sounded like their cell phone. "Yes, you do, Dar. Trust us. This is going to be a tricky reconstruction job. Bring both your regular camera and your digital." Dar sighed. Sid pulled the blanket over her head and sighed even more heavily. "Where are you?" said Dar. If it was more than 10 miles away, they could forget it. "The San Diego Zoo," said Lawrence, obviously pulling the phone back. "The zoo?" Sid lifted her face above the covers and silently mouthed a word. "Zoo?" "The zoo," said Lawrence. "Trust me, you'll never forgive yourself if you miss this one." Dar sighed again. "Hurry," said Lawrence. "And say good morning to Sid and invite her along too." The adjuster broke the connection. Dar looked at Sid. She shrugged. Dar always thought that her shoulders were cute and said, "Why not? We're awake now." "It's Sunday," Dar reminded her. "We have a tradition of spending Sunday mornings a little differently." Sid laughed. "Tradition," she said. "One precedent, some tradition." He touched her cheek. "I think it's a tradition," he said softly. "Shall we shower together?" "I heard Lawrence say we needed to hurry," said Sid. "Okay," said Dar. "I'll shower first." They stopped by a Dunkin' Donuts to get coffee and sustenance. The cups were hot, napkins around them did not help much. And Dar was doing quite a balancing act, moving the cup from hand to hand while shifting. Sid just tried to keep from spilling her own coffee. She knew by now how picky Dar was when it came to the NSX's leather upholstery. "Have you decided yet?" she asked as they took the zoo exit. "Decided what?" "You know what. You said you'd give me an answer by Sunday. Today's Sunday." She tried to sip the hot coffee without spilling it as the black sports car zoomed up the curling exit ramp. Dar sighed again. "I don't know," he said. "Come on," urged Sid. "You've seen the depositions from Dallas Trace and Constanza and that surviving Russian." "The one you saved with the belt tourniquet?" said Dar nostalgically. "Yep," said Sid. "Anyway, you've read their testimony. This fraud group, the Alliance, is even bigger than we thought. We're going after the New York boys and girls next, and then the Miami area." "You don't need me," said Dar. There were police cruisers at the open gate to the zoo. The patrolman glanced in, saluted Dar, and waved them on. "No, we don't need you," agreed Sid. "But now that this is a joint NICB-FBI operation, nationwide, it would sure be fun to have you along. Just try it for a year." "I hate handguns," said Dar, turning into the parking lot. He could see the Stewart's Isuzu Trooper parked by a coroner's ambulance and 5 more police vehicles. "You wouldn't have to carry just because you're on the task force," said Sid. "Just stay home, wherever that will be, and work on your analyses and computer reconstructions while I'm out in the field. And then, in the evening, I'll hang my shoulder holster on the headboard, and we'll make love before dinner." "You don't wear a shoulder holster," pointed out Dar. "Damn it, Dar, you can be such a pain sometimes."
Dar parked, and they got out into the warm July air and began walking toward the distant glare of yellow accident scene tape. "Sid," he said softly, "why didn't you tell me that I almost fucked up the whole investigation for you guys?" Sid drank the last of her coffee, tossed the cup in a receptacle, and looked at him. "The photos, you mean, and tracing the Russian's phone number? It doesn't matter, Dar. The photograph of Constanza that Lawrence used to identify Esposito's killer was taken by the FBI guys in their observation post across from Dallas Trace's place. Why didn't you tell me about that?" And Sid touched his arm. "It doesn't matter, Dar," she said softly. "The defense could use that if it had been a real factor in the arrests, but they'll never hear about the illegally taken photos or the phone number. The FBI got all the same stuff legally anyway. But I almost screwed everything up." Sid stopped. Dar was surprised to find her smiling at him. "Look at it this way, Dr. Minor. Now you don't have to testify in any of these trials. Just send a few reconstruction videos to Lawrence. That means you'll be free to head back east with the task force and me in August." "New York in August," said Dar, realizing as he said it that he was deciding to go. Sid squeezed his hand, and they walked past the yellow tape and through the door to the large animal enclosure where the police were gathered. The zoo's assistant curator was trying to explain. "Carl's taken care of Emma for 15 years, more than 15 years, she said between sobs. Her face was red, and she kept wiping the mucus from her reddened nose. "Carl really loved Emma. He's been so worried about her the last 2 weeks. Constipation in an elephant can be fatal, you know." "Emma's the elephant?" confirmed Lieutenant Hernandez. "Of course Emma's the elephant," said the assistant between sobs. "She was wearing long yellow rubber gloves." In the next enclosure, the elephant in question gave a trumpet that sounded as sad as Dumbo's mother calling to her baby. "And now they'll probably have to destroy her," said the assistant, her shoulders heaving with sorrow. Hernandez patted the distraught woman on the back. Lawrence, Trudy, Dar, Sid, and half a dozen uniformed police officers were gathered around the 3-foot-high and 7-foot-long heap of elephant excrement. A pair of human legs protruded from the near end of the heap. The trousers were well creased and the same khaki green as the other zookeepers' uniforms. "It reminds me a little bit of that scene from the first Jurassic Park movie," said one of the cops in soft but amused tones. "It reminds me of the Chuckles the Clown episode of the old Mary Tyler Moore Show," said another cop. "What did Murray Slaughter say in that episode? Something like, 'We're lucky nobody else died.' You know how hard it is to stop with just one." "That's because Chuckles was dressed as a peanut in a parade when the elephant shelled him," said the first cop. "This zoo guy wasn't in a peanut costume." "No, but," said the second cop, lamely trying to save his joke. "Shut up," said Dar. To the kneeling medical examiner, who so far had studied only the deceased's feet and legs, Dar said, "When did this happen?" "We think a little after midnight," said the ME. "And how could it happen?" asked Sid. The medical examiner got to his feet with a groan. "Miss Haywood there says that Carl, that's Emma's keeper here, had been worried about the elephant's constipation for days. Evidently, last night, about 3 hours after closing time, he mixed Emma a serious laxative, mixed with oats and various grains. He overdid it on the laxative part, though." "Boy, did he," said a third cop. "Jesus," said the youngest cop. "I've heard of projectile vomiting, but I've never seen a case of projectile—" "Shut up," Dar said again. All of the cops glared at him. They were having a good time. Trudy was shooting photographs. Lawrence was measuring the long trail of dung. 7 feet and 8 inches long, he said, as if reading off skid marks. 5.5 feet wide. A little over 3 feet deep in the middle. Dar went to one knee near the 2 legs protruding from the heap. Sid looked at him curiously. Dar touched the dead zookeeper's polished shoe. "He must have been pushed backward hard enough to be knocked unconscious when his head hit the concrete," Dar said dully. "Then asphyxiated. He probably just never regained consciousness." "Better for him, probably," said the young cop with a grin. "Imagine having this on your record." Dar moved so fast that the young cop took 2 steps back and actually set his right hand on his pistol in alarm.
"I told you to shut the fuck up, and I mean shut the fuck up," snarled Dar, his finger almost in the young cop's eye. The officer tried to show a smile of contempt, but the effect was spoiled when his lips quivered. "No more pictures, Trudy," said Dar. "Not yet, please." Sid watched as Dar walked over to the sobbing assistant curator, borrowed her long yellow gloves, came back to the pile of dung, and began digging carefully, almost reverently at the far end. Dar was weeping silently. Tears coursed down his cheeks, and his shoulders were shaking. The cops looked at one another and then took several steps back in embarrassment. Lawrence looked at Trudy. "Larry, would you give me that hose, please?" said Dar, his shoulders still shaking slightly. His fingers were visibly trembling in the yellow gloves. "Lawrence," said Lawrence, but he brought the trickling hose. Dar used the water and his fingers to wash the dung off the dead man's face as best he could. Sid stepped closer. The dead zookeeper had been a very handsome man, in his late 50s. His graying hair was short and curly. He looked asleep, more natural and simply at rest than most corpses laid out in funeral homes for public viewing. Dar ran more water over the face and gently brushed away the last of the dung. "Miss Haywood," he said to the assistant curator, "what was his name?" Emma the elephant trumpeted sadly from the next enclosure. The noise was like an inconsolable woman weeping. "Carl," said Mrs. Haywood. Dar shook his head. "His whole name?" "Carl Richardson," said the assistant curator. "He has no family. His grown daughter died in an accident near a Hawaiian volcano last year. Emma was his—" Miss Haywood broke down again. "He was only a month away from retirement," she managed to say. "He was very worried about how Emma would get along without him." Dar nodded and looked at Lawrence and Trudy. "You can take the pictures now," he said, "but let's get the man's name right. Mr. Carl Richardson." Lawrence nodded and began taking more photos. Dar stood and pulled off the gloves, dropping them on the concrete. "Names are important," he said, as if to himself. "A name is an instrument of teaching," said Sid, "and of distinguishing natures." "Socrates," said Dar, as if in final benediction. He turned his back on the group and walked to a nearby restroom to wash up. Sid waited for him outside. When Dar finally emerged, his sleeves were rolled up, and his hands, arms, face, and neck smelled of liquid soap. "Sorry," he said when he came close to Sid. "Hush," said Sid. "It's a pretty Sunday morning, and the zoo isn't open yet. Can we walk a bit before we head home? The only thing I don't like about zoos is the crowds." Dar nodded. Sid took his hand, and they started walking down the wide and curving asphalt path. The bright summer sun made the tropical foliage here an almost impossible green. Somewhere a lion or tiger coughed. "Hesmaphobo," Sid said after a while. They paused in the shade of a wildly branched tree with tiny leaves. On a nearby island, small monkeys were leaping from branch to branch in perfectly silent ballet arcs. "What?" said Dar, looking at her strangely. "Hesmaphobo," repeated Sid. "I've been reading up on your Spartans. The weeping after a battle, falling to their knees, shaking, trembling. Hesmaphobo, fear shedding." "Yes," said Dar. "It wasn't considered a weakness," continued Sid. "It was considered necessary. Another way, after the battle, of ridding themselves of the worst sort of possessing fear daemon. The daemon of indifference." Dar nodded. "It's been too long, my dear," she said, and squeezed Dar's hand. "And they never forgot the names of their fallen," said Dar. He hesitated only a few seconds before he spoke again. "My wife's name was Barbara, and my son's name was David." Sid kissed him. "It is a pretty day," said Dar. "Let's enjoy the zoo a while, and then come back and get Lawrence and Trudy. We can have breakfast outside somewhere with them." "Lawrence?" said Sid. Dar raised his eyebrows slightly. "You called him Lawrence," said Sid, "not Larry." "A name is important," he said. Sid smiled. "Let's take that walk, shall we?" They had not walked more than 10 paces before an explosion of noise behind them made them turn. One of the smaller monkeys had miscalculated slightly and leapt for too small a branch. The branch had broken, and the little primate had fallen at least 40 feet, using his hands and feet to grab at undersized branches and leaves every inch of the way down. The branches had all torn free, but had softened his fall enough that he looked only shaken and embarrassed as he huddled on the concrete base of the monkey island and trembled, sitting on his haunches but curled almost into a fetal position. He was sucking his thumb for comfort. The sunlight glowed red through his ears, and his skin twitched. Around him, more leaves and twigs continued to fall in a steady shower of debris. Above him, all of the other monkeys were chattering, screeching, gibbering. It sounded like wild and mindless laughter. Other animals picked up the noise and roared, growled, coughed, and whinnied in unison until the entire zoo sounded like a giant echo chamber. Only Emma the elephant's infinitely sad trumpeting raised itself in lonely counterpoint to the chaos and chorus of hysterics. Dar looked at Sid. She took his hand, smiled, shrugged, and shook her head. Questions unanswered, but some riddles solved, the two walked down the path from shade to sunlight, and then back again.